Section 28 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5, The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10, The Revolution and the Revolution Settlement in Great Britain. 1. England, 1687 to 1702. By H.W.V. Temperley. Part 2. On November 16th, tidings of the landing at Torbay arrived, and James at once directed the royal army to concentrate at Salisbury. On the 17th, James decided to join his army, of which Lord Churchill was commander-in-chief. When James set out, half a dozen noblemen had already joined William. Danby had raised the north and captured York. Devonshire was in arms at Derby, Delamere in Cheshire. The serious moral effect of these defections was such as to leave no resource to James but an immediate battle. But on the morning of the 23rd, he had already decided to retreat, as, wrote Byron to Lewis, he had intended from the first. On the night of the 24th, Churchill and the Duke of Grafton fled to William. On the 25th, James, as he left Andover, learnt of the defection of Ormond and Prince George of Denmark. On nearing London, the unhappy father heard of the flight of his daughter, the Princess Anne. He found his capital in a ferment, and his hopes at their lowest ebb. So disastrous had been these last few days to James, that the prescient Hoffman was already able to foretell the result of the struggle. On December 9th he wrote to the Emperor that the English affair would be terminated in 2 or 3 months, and that all the forces now in arms would soon march conjointly against France. When departing for Salisbury, James had refused a petition for a new Parliament on the ground that the invasion made it impossible. But on November 27th he summoned a presentable substitute in the shape of a great council of peers, which 30 or 40 attended. At the meeting, Clarendon bitterly reproached the king, while Halifax spoke with more delicacy and respect. Their speeches outlined clearly the difference between the two parties represented by them. The High Churchmen were incensed with James because of his attack on the establishment. The moderates were less hostile because less fanatical. The upshot was a resolution to send Nottingham, Halifax, and Godolphin as commissioners to treat with the Prince of Orange. On December 2nd, they started on their mission, which they appear to have conducted in good faith. In reality, they had been completely deceived by the king, who merely wished to gain time for preparing his flight to France. On December 9th, James dispatched his wife and the Prince of Wales to France by way of Portsmouth, promising to follow them in 24 hours. During the night of the 10th through the 11th, he cancelled the recently prepared writs of a new Parliament, and wrote a letter to Feversham, who interpreted it as an order to disband the royal army under his command. At 3 in the morning, taking with him the Great Seal, which was afterwards fished up from the Thames, James secretly fled from Whitehall to Sheerness. On the afternoon of the same day, the commissioners returned to London to find the city in terror and the king gone. The flight of James has always been regarded as the most fatal of all his mistakes. His avowed intention was to dissolve the government of the state and to produce confusion by his flight, so as to make it clear to the people that the return of the king was the sole security of law and order. But he had taken measures before his departure which were actually instrumental in preventing this result. He had summoned the peers to assist the Privy Council on the 11th, and it was natural, when they met and heard of his flight, that they should assume provisional authority. The Assembly chose Halifax as its president, and drafted a resolution to cooperate with the Prince of Orange in procuring a free Parliament. On the 13th, they received a letter from James, with the bewildering news that he had fallen into the hands of the mob at Feversham, in Kent. Assistance was promptly sent, and on the 16th, the Earl of Feversham, amid shouting crowds, escorted the king back to the palace he had deserted. On the same day, the Privy Council registers show that James held a last Privy Council, attended by 8 councillors, at which some orders were issued to the Lords Lieutenant and the Secretary of the Admiralty. But neither the Lords Lieutenant nor Samuel Pepys seems to have paid any attention to the last commands which King James ever issued in England. The duplicity with which James had deceived not only William but his own commissioners, his evident desire to produce disorder, his craven flight, all these things provoked general indignation. But his flight brought something more than wrath and humiliation upon James. It revealed his innermost secret. It was now fatally clear that France was the goal on which he had determined for his flight, and that he would trust to French arms for his restoration. France was the power which had persecuted the Protestants and humiliated England. William, who had always defended the one, was now ready to befriend the other. The Prince of Orange saw his advantage and made prompt use of it. Until the flight of James, it seems certain that he hoped for no more than a regency. Now, from the moment of the flight, he seems to have conceived the plan of directly assuming the crown. His obvious policy was to convince England that James was the ally of France, that hereditary enemy of her race and her religion. Hence, the second flight of James was, with consummate skill, facilitated by William. At 10 on the night of December 17th, the Dutch guards invested Whitehall, and carried off King James to Rochester early the next morning. Once there, James found his guards relaxed, and avenues of escape open. The man whom Turenne had declared to be inaccessible to fear was now a prey to almost childish terrors. He declared that there was but one step from the prison to the grave, and the memory of the fate of Richard II, and of his own father, hovered before his eyes. He therefore eagerly seized his opportunity, and, on December 23rd, 1688, quitted the soil of England forever. By this second flight, which William had deliberately encouraged, James committed political suicide. When Hoffman first heard of the intended flight of the Queen and the Prince of Wales, he expressed his opinion to the Emperor that, if they went to France, the son would lose his crown. This far-sighted prediction applied even more strongly to the case of James himself. By remaining in England, James might have retained great influence and caused great difficulties, as his father had contrived to do while discredited and a prisoner. But once in France, however uncontrolled, he seemed the sworn friend, almost the henchman, of England's traditional foe. When William heard the news of the king's flight, he bade the French ambassador quit England within 24 hours. The action marked the complete, immediate harmony between the wishes of the English people and the policy of the Dutch stadtholder. The protector of the public liberties and the Protestant religion of England had, with the applause of the nation, enlisted its resources in the service of that great design which he so inflexibly pursued, and of that grand alliance of which he was the recognized head. The English people did not as yet realize that the great deliverer had, in Halifax's luminous sentence, merely taken England on his way to France. With the opening of the year 1689, our interest shifts from the affairs of France and the Grand Alliance to the internal problems of England. All parties were agreed that James, as an actually ruling sovereign, was now an impossibility, but all parties differed as to the new settlement. The main lines of division were already shaped in December, but they were blurred and confused by the flight of James. The extreme High Church Tories, headed by Clarendon, advocated a regency, with James as the nominal sovereign. Danby and a small body of Tories argued that James had abdicated by flight, that proofs of his son's legitimacy were unobtainable, and the judgment, therefore, going by default, the next legal successor was Mairi. The Whigs, under Somers and Maynard, went further and proposed the simple and logical plan of declaring the throne vacant and filling it by election. Halifax headed a fourth party of trimmers, or moderates, who advocated giving the crown to William and Mary. he objected to the plans both of Somers and Clarendon, wishing the settlement to rest not upon logical perfection or historic precedent, but simply upon grounds of practical necessity. On the news of James's second flight, William had, at the request of the Lords Spiritual and Temporal, the members of Charles II's Parliaments, and the Common Council of London, assumed the administration. Following their instructions, he issued a circular to constituent bodies, requesting them to elect representatives for a convention. William made no attempt to interfere with the elections. The secret of his calm is to be found in a momentous interview with Halifax about this time, which Halifax has recorded with his own hand. It shows clearly that William was resolved to retire, if James returned to England, and to refuse the regency if it was offered him. Regarding his succession to full power as practically assured, he awaited the progress of events with imperturbable calm. Perhaps no member of the Convention Parliament, which assembled on January 22nd, as yet thought that events would end in the way which William already foresaw. The Commons speedily, on January 28th, resolved that James, having endeavoured to subvert the Constitution by breaking the original contract between king and people, and by the advice of Jesuits and other persons, had violated the fundamental laws and withdrawn himself out of the kingdom, and that the throne had thereby become vacant." The logic of the resolution was as bad as its grammar, for it was obvious that, though desertion of the kingdom might produce vacancy of the throne, by all precedents, misgovernment and acceptance of bad advice could not. Yet all three reasons were alleged as causes of vacancy and abdication. The lack of logic marked, in fact, the compromise of principles and the blending of views between the moderate Tories and the Whigs. On January 29th, this resolution was sent up to the Lords, together with another, to the effect that a popish king had been found by experience inconsistent with a Protestant government. This second resolution excited no dispute, and even no comment, but the first gave rise to the most envenomed controversy. The parties of Clarendon, Danby, and Halifax were in conflict in the Lords, with startling results. The Lords threw out the vacancy clause, the Commons declined to accept this amendment, and the two houses were thus at a complete deadlock. A conference took place on February 6th, in which the views of all parties were stated with remarkable clearness. Clarendon and Pembroke appealed to the 7 disputed successions in English history to prove that the vacancy of the throne had never been assumed, and that the hereditary principle had always theoretically prevailed. But there was a flaw in this argument which the Whigs were not slow to see. Maynard pointed out that if, as even Tories admitted, James had lost the exercise of his power, someone had a right now to that power. Both houses had agreed to the resolution that no papist in future be king, and therefore Clarendon's faction, while urging that James was the nominal king, could not propose the Prince of Wales as either the actual or eventual ruler. Why not, then, admit the Whig doctrine of the original contract between king and people, with its proviso that the throne become elective when the contract was broken? The Whigs had the worst of the precedents and the best of the arguments, but their doctrine of an elective crown still appeared too revolutionary for the Lords. At this point Halifax intervened, basing his appeal neither on history nor on logic, but on the grounds of practical common sense. He argued that the crown would only be made elective in the way of exception and pro hoc vice, and would then revert to the original hereditary channel. Frankly admitting the need of some break with tradition, he advanced the overwhelming plea of necessity, the defence of revolutionaries as well as of tyrants. When the Lords again debated the question alone, Halifax, to the great wrath of Clarendon, drove furiously and carried the acceptance of the Commons' resolution intact. It only remained now to settle the succession. William had declared publicly at the beginning of the month, that he would return to Holland unless he were chosen king regnant conjointly with his wife, with the whole administration vested in himself. On February 6th, the Lords resolved, without a division, that the Prince and Princess of Orange should be declared King and Queen of England. William accepted the vote on behalf of Mary and himself, and within a week the pair were proclaimed King and Queen from the steps of Whitehall. With the settlement of the crown, immediate practical difficulties vanished. Anarchy was averted, and a vigorous external policy was continuously pursued. But the great constitutional problems, the sphere of direct royal power, the relations of king to Parliament, to courts of justice, and to the army, all these were still unsettled. A committee, appointed to secure the laws and liberties of the kingdom, with the all-accomplished Somers in the chair, had already drawn up a Declaration of Right on February 12th. The resolution was afterwards expanded, renamed the Bill of Rights, and passed as a statute by the new Parliament in October. The Declaration and the Bill were intended as a final summing up and settlement of the long struggle between King and Parliament, and as a manifesto and defence of the Revolution. The Bill of Rights, therefore, opens with a lengthy controversial statement as to the misdeeds of James and the virtues of William, before, quote, asserting the ancient rights and liberties of England, end quote. It would be difficult to say that new rights were claimed or old laws infringed, but new precedents were certainly created, for on almost all disputed points the verdict went decisively in favour of Parliament and against the king. The reason why the greatness of the change was not very obvious at the Revolution is to be sought in what took place at the Restoration. By the settlement of 1660, the powers of Parliament were greatly enlarged, and the substantial increase of its powers became apparent long before 1688. The Revolution of 1688, in increasing the power of Parliament, only moved along a path already marked out for it by the political developments of the generation immediately preceding. In this fact lies the chief explanation of the anomaly on which Macaulay so frequently insisted, that the great changes of the Bill of Rights were accomplished without any positive change in law. The Bill of Rights denounced as illegal the assumption of a royal power of suspending or dispensing with laws, or of erecting a court of high commission or other special courts, levying money by prerogative, or keeping a standing army in peacetime without consent of Parliament, are likewise declared to be against the law. Parliament is to be free in its elections, in its subjects of debate, and ought to be held frequently. The rights of the people as a whole are secured in the right to petition the king. The rights of the sovereign are restricted by the provision that papists, and those marrying papists, are de facto excluded from the throne. On these terms, and with these limitations, William and Mary are acknowledged as joint sovereigns. There were two serious omissions, subsequently removed by the Act of Settlement. No real attempt was made to exempt the judges from undue royal influence, and a clause including Sophia of Brunswick-Lüneburg in the succession was struck out by the Lords. Perhaps the most striking insertion in the Bill of Rights was the provision declaring standing armies illegal and placing the power of the sword beneath the control of Parliament. Yet an express law declared the whole power of the militia, and immemorial custom admitted the general control of the army to lie solely with the king. Hence, the provision was an innovation, and a very great one, based on the general repugnance to standing armies, initiated during the Protectorate, and expressed in the parliaments of the Restoration, but nowhere decisively asserted by statute or custom. William, who said he came to England to restore the invaded liberties of the people, not to circumscribe the acknowledged rights of the crown, was to find the novelty of this particular provision most unpleasing. Incidentally, the parliamentary control over the army tended towards a similar control over foreign policy. Eventually, it was the most important influence in establishing and maintaining one of the fundamental maxims of our modern constitution, that the military power in the state is and must be subordinate to the civil. It is doubtless in the main true that the Bill of Rights makes few positive legal changes, but the provision as to the power of the sword is one of them. Here, at least, the Bill of Rights breaks with the black letter of precedent and asserts new principles of fundamental and far-reaching importance. To a well-informed contemporary observer, the smallness of the actual change effected by the Revolution would hardly have been apparent. He must have noted the triumph of the policy of the exclusionists in the provision excluding papists from the crown. During 1680 to 81, that party had been utterly broken. Its leaders had died upon the scaffold or fled the country in disgrace. Within 8 years from that date, its main principle had first been championed by Halifax, the greatest of its opponents, and finally accepted by the country as a whole. The cause of this remarkable change is to be found, partly in the accidental circumstances of the Revolution, partly in the slow growth of a political theory which owed far less to Coke and the precedents of the past than to Harrington, Locke, and the philosophy of the future. The main ideas on which the Revolution was based were expressed by Harrington and Locke. Of these, the one may be said to have taught the lessons of 40 years of revolution, the other to have provided the theory by which the change of government was to be defended. During the years of 1640 through 1660, every political theory had received some application, and every one in turn had been found wanting. The conviction had gradually been enforced that the old monarchy, with all its practical disadvantages, was superior to the new republic with all its theoretical perfections. Monarchy, though somewhat limited by the increased influence of Parliament, emerged from the welter of anarchy, powerful and venerated. Regicide became, in the eyes of the nation, the most odious of crimes, and this belief was based on reasonable as well as upon sentimental grounds. For Harrington, while advocating fantastic schemes for a republic, had contrived to demonstrate the practical advantages of a monarchy. This was the unforeseen result of his assertion that the sole test and proof of good government was the connection of property with power. To confine the franchise of property holders would manifestly produce a government based on experience and stability. So argued Harrington, and his readers drew an unexpected inference. The characteristics of the old monarchy had been inequality of possessions, gradation of classes, the supremacy of rich over poor, of land over capital. What were all these but the reign of property, which produced securities for stable government? It was this tendency in political thought that largely accounts for the sudden and total disappearance of republicanism, which is so remarkable a phenomenon, in 1688. William excluded all regicides from his amnesty, and in the vast flood of pamphlets called forth by the Revolution, it is hard to find one of note or importance which may be called republican. The union of property and power produced a just balance in the state, and for this discovery, though it was also to be found in the later pamphlets of Milton, Harrington was regarded as the Columbus of political science. His ideas permeate the whole Revolution settlement, in which there is but little appeal to absolute or general principle, and hardly a whisper of parliamentary reform. Private property in land is the basis of all authority. Power is rigidly confined to an aristocracy of freeholders, and the reign of property is acknowledged and complete. Quote, "For the divine right of kings," writes Lord Acton, "it, the Revolution, established the divine right of freeholders, and their domination extended for 70 years under the authority of John Locke, the philosopher of government by the gentry." End quote. It is true to say that there existed few or no republicans in 1688, if that term designates men who desired to abolish the hereditary monarchy. But if it means men who asserted the doctrine of popular sovereignty, then there were many such, of whom the most eminent was Locke. His 2 treatises on government were not published till the summer of 1689, but he had been the intimate of Shaftesbury, and, as the friend of Somers and other leading Whigs, had first-hand knowledge of the ideas of the Revolution settlement. Indeed, the inconsistencies and contradictions, the imperfections, and the overemphasis of his work betray too clearly that his theory was intended to apply to practical political needs. It was, in fact, chiefly in practical applications that the originality of Locke consisted. There was nothing very new in his doctrines of contract between king and people, of limitations on royal power and extensions of popular sovereignty, and of the justification for the deposition of kings. But ideas which had floated in the brains of solitary thinkers, or had amused the intellects of scholastics, were used by Locke for the practical purpose of glorifying and defending an actual, and not an imagined, revolution. It must always be regretted that Locke did not directly measure blades with Hobbes. In the Leviathan, the latter had written the greatest work on political thought as yet produced in England, and the ablest defence of absolute monarchy ever published in Europe. But his cynical attack on the clergy had alienated the establishment, and extreme loyalty found its philosopher not in Hobbes but in Filmer. The Patriarcha of Sir Robert Filmer, a popular exposition of the doctrines of divine right and passive obedience, had been written in 1642 and published in 1680. It was adopted in all its tenets by the University of Oxford, and became generally popular with the Royalist party. Hence Locke set out, with the primary intention of destroying Sir Robert and his wonderful system, rather than of confuting Hobbes. Locke easily disposed of Filmer and the hereditary jurisdiction of Adam, and it was only in constructing his own theory in the second part of his treatise that he came indirectly into contact with Hobbes. The end of all government is the good of the people, and the good of the people Locke defines as, quote, the preservation of private property, to secure which men enter into society, end quote. On that ground, and with that object, people meet together and make an original contract to submit to a common recognized authority. This contract is broken, and the society dissolved, when private property and personal liberty are endangered. With an absolute prince, the people cannot be assured of this preservation and these rights, for the absolute sovereign, being above law, is not bound to respect it. Hence the people as a whole are the best judge whether the general good is being endangered, and whether the social contract is near to breaking. To avoid a reckless sanction of revolution, Locke carefully defines the cases in which resistance is justifiable, in the instance of a hypothetical state, whose constitution is transparently based on the English. These cases are, first, when a single person sets his own arbitrary will in place of the laws which are the will of society. Next, interference with the electors or ways of election. Then, the delivery of the people into the subjection of a foreign power. Lastly, neglect or abandonment of the government by the supreme executive power. In all these cases, government is dissolved, the contract broken, and resistance justifiable. It will not escape notice that all these cases included actions of which James might plausibly be accused. Locke argued for a particular purpose, with practical qualifications, and he fairly pays the penalty of one who binds up a political pamphlet in the cover of a philosophic treatise. He can claim as a recompense that he became the oracle of the Whigs, that he inspired the political ideas of his country for nearly 100 years, and was, for at least 50, the most influential political philosopher in Europe. The English Revolution, unlike the French, never carried its originating principles to the extreme of logical severity. It showed little idealism and much common sense, often allowing practical considerations to outweigh consistency or principle. Moreover, its international and diplomatic character rendered personal factors of great importance, and the form which it finally assumed was profoundly affected by the personalities of both William and James. In his exile, James was accustomed to ascribe every disaster to his advisers. But it is certain that Mary of Modena, Father Petrie, and the extreme Catholics opposed some of his most impolitic measures, and that Penn and Sunderland opposed others. And even supposing his ordinary counsellors to have been unwise, James had frequently disbelieved the information and disregarded the advice of Lewis. His actions and opinions during and after 1688 exhibit a complete misunderstanding of the limits of the possible, and show that he lived in a world of illusion. If to these considerations is added that of his well-known haughtiness and love of power, it is reasonable to conclude that his worst counsellor was himself, and his neglect of other advice the main cause of his fall. On the other hand, the respect and deference shown by William to his English advisers was one of the main reasons of his success. The firm stand of the 7 bishops, the pen of Burnet, the voice of Clarendon, and the policy of Compton brought the established church for the moment onto the side of William. The calm diplomacy of Shrewsbury and the resolute purpose of Danby brought over the moderate Whigs and Tories. The well-timed desertion of Churchill secured the army. The eloquence of Somers inspired the Commons to settle the succession, and the arguments of Halifax induced the Lords to agree to it. The influence of Halifax, or of his trimming policy, is apparent everywhere. In the moderation, the cautious temporizing, the concessions to expediency, and the compromises of principle in which the Revolution abounded. The last cause of the moderation and tranquillity of the Revolution is to be found in the personality of William, and in the elements and forces which he controlled. His European outlook enabled him to entertain views of a purely practical kind, and to judge the struggle with a calmness which no Englishman could equal. He decided to interfere only when assured of powerful support, and when his own interests would have been endangered by delay. The impolicy of James and the caution of William combined to produce a result very rare in history, namely, a foreign intervention which successfully accomplished a great internal revolution with the minimum of bloodshed and change. Other explanations are to be found in more impersonal forces, especially in the course of events which bewildered contemporaries by their sudden and kaleidoscopic changes. The vigorous minority which supported William alone had a clear-cut plan and purpose. Hence it came about that even ardent royalists were surprised into revolt against their king. This is admirably illustrated by 2 well-known incidents recorded in Clarendon's diary. On November 15, 1688, Clarendon hears of the flight of his son, Lord Cornbury, to William, and writes, quote, "O God, that my son should be a rebel! The Lord in his mercy look upon me, and enable me to support myself under this most grievous calamity." End quote. On November 30th, he records calmly and without comment that he has himself decided to fly to the Prince of Orange. His change of front is bewilderingly sudden, but there is no reason to doubt his sincerity. In revolutions, events move, and men think with unwonted rapidity. End of section 28. Section 29 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5, The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10. The Revolution and the Revolution Settlement in Great Britain. 1. England, 1687 to 1702. By H.W.V. Temperley. Part 3. The pressure of events had wrought strange conversions among the Tory landed gentry, but the impression made upon the people as a whole had similar and even more striking effects. The indifference of the people to a revolution is usually the cause of its failure. Here it was the reason of its success. "The people," said Halifax, "can seldom agree to move together against a government, but they can sit still to see it undone. Indeed, though at first cold towards William, the people refused to stir a finger for James, and their indifference most powerfully influenced the event. It rendered the Revolution, although aristocratic in appearance and execution, popular in principle and in its eventual result. Hence the religious motive, though not at first sight the most apparent, is still the deepest cause of the Revolution. In the Exclusion period, the people had shown that, if the choice had to be made, they preferred a Protestant sovereign with very large powers to a Catholic with very limited ones. Of 1688, Guizot boldly asserts that, quote, "In no country and at no time has the faith of the masses exercised more control over the faith of their government." End quote. There can be little doubt that this view is correct, though the Revolution was initiated by the great nobles, effected by the aid of a foreign ruler and a composite army, and consummated by a constitutional settlement made by country gentlemen in the House of Commons. Never, perhaps, have the goodwill of the people, the rebellion of an aristocracy, and the armed interference of a foreigner had equally striking and beneficial results. The character of William, though excellently suited to effect, was little calculated to sustain a successful revolution. Bred a soldier from his boyhood, he had the excellence and defects of his training. He was swift to decide and to execute, calm in judgment, resolute in purpose, serene and immovable in the face of tumult or danger. But he was ready on occasion to sanction acts of ruthless cruelty, and he often showed considerable lack of scruple and some indifference to high principle. His cold, keen nature made him deficient in sympathy, and unable to consider, or even to perceive, other views than his own. Able to overawe and to command, he was never able to awaken enthusiasm or inspire affection. Thus it came about that, with many of the qualities of a great general, he could never win victories over Condé or Luxembourg, and though possessing almost all the essentials of a great diplomatist, he could never bind together a divided alliance with the graceful art of a Marlborough. Though he achieved his real aims, he never struck the popular imagination as forcibly as many a lesser man. He lives in history, not as the idol of cheering mobs, but as a champion of threatened liberties, not as the darling of one country, but as the preserver of many. William was not qualified by previous training or character to understand the proud and jealous nation over which it was now his lot to rule. He had spent 20 years of his life in a vain attempt to understand the vagaries of the Council of Amsterdam, and he was too old and too impatient to humour or cajole a new representative assembly. His letters to Heinsius, Grand Pensionary of Holland, are full of complaints about the ruinous delays and the trivialities of Parliament, its strange prejudices and fatal blindness, the impossibility of forecasting the attitude of the Commons from day to day, the cabals which produce such astounding changes and turn people from black to white, the stupidity of individuals, the hateful spirit of party, the intrigues which will finish by destroying the country and himself. All these he confides to his sympathetic correspondent.
Les gens,
wrote he on January 31st, 1698,
ne s'occupent ici que d'une prétendue liberté, tandis qu'ils sont forcés de reconnaître qu'ils n'ont jamais été si libres et qu'ils n'ont même rien redouté de mon part.
His people were unable to discern his true character, and he bitterly, but not altogether justly, resented their failure to understand him. He had no ability for finance, and while possessing the energy, he had not the gifts of a great administrator. Though devoid of ostentation, his manners were harsh and repellent, and showed none of the graces to which England was accustomed in her kings. His wretched health seriously affected his temper and disposition. Calm and steady at great crises, he was often peevish and irascible on lesser occasions, chafing at small delays and slight irritations. His fondness for Dutchmen and favourites, though to some extent justified by the untrustworthiness of the most prominent Englishmen, cannot be excused in the cases of Capel and Lady Orkney. These trivial excuses for the slight esteem in which the English held him were strengthened by one far deeper and more fundamental, which caused his unpopularity to increase with the advance of years and with the unfolding of his policy. William's political ideas were large and grand, those of an international statesman, genuinely labouring for the good of Europe as a whole. To his great design he really subordinated every particular interest, so far as in him lay. Thus, in 1689, he forced his own countrymen into a disadvantageous and humiliating convention with England, and treated their remonstrances with indifference. By looking for the same magnanimity in his new subjects, he showed how fundamentally he misread their temperament. He had declared to the English that he came to restore their parliament and religion. It became increasingly evident that he had come to engage them in continental war. He did not remember that England had been comparatively free from continental warfare since the death of Elizabeth, and had retained a horror of standing armies since the death of Cromwell. Nor could he see that, after 1692, her interests were far less engaged in the struggle than those of the land powers. When, on April 6, 1701, he wrote to Heinsius that he had to do with people whom it is necessary to lead by indirect ways for their own good, he put into a single sentence both his own defence and the justification of his English subjects. The defects in William's character, which obscured its real elements of greatness, were in no small measure disguised by the influence of his wife. Mary was the most popular of women, and her gentle charm did much to counteract the unfavourable personal impression produced by her husband. Though William sometimes added harshness to the crime of infidelity, her devotion towards him never ceased. Her letters breathe a spirit of exquisite sincerity and gentleness, and evince a resigned and touching belief in Providence. Indeed, the whole-hearted religious fervour of Mary did much to incline the Church of England to acquiesce in the new order. The Calvinistic William was not unnaturally or unjustly suspected of lukewarmness towards the establishment. But the influence of Mary, her unaffected piety and zeal for the Church, and the care with which she watched over the appointment of bishops, disarmed the resentment of the Tories. Moreover, as regent in 1690 and 1692, she showed some capacity in civil affairs, and a courage little short of heroic after the appalling news of Beachy Head in 1690. William gradually became aware of her devotion and her services, and softened towards her in later years. When her death occurred, December 28, 1694, he was so painfully affected that it seemed he would follow her to the grave. The nation mourned with him, and Prior, in touching verse, bade him forget that grief which hinders Europe being freed. But the English could not continue to regard the foreign leader in the same light as when he had been the husband of the warm-hearted English queen. After her death, his popularity, which had never been great, declined so rapidly as not only to retard the continuance of the war, but even to endanger the throne. The difficulties which beset William at the beginning of his reign were increased by the natural reaction after the Revolution. A resolute minority had effected a settlement substantially upon its own lines. It was certain that the more traditional and conservative forces, which had yielded to the shock of circumstance, would soon reassert their strength. William formed his first administration with the express view of lessening the effect of this recoil by balancing between the different parties. He seems in this to have followed the counsel of the famous Trimmer, Halifax, who himself became Privy Seal, and who advised the appointment of the Whig Shrewsbury and the Tory Nottingham as Secretaries of State. In his contemporary account, Burnet says that the inclusion of Nottingham in the ministry, quote, first preserved the Church, and then the crown." End quote. As Nottingham, though only a moderate Tory, was a notorious champion of the Church, as religious questions were now specially in the foreground, all devout churchmen hailed his appointment, and that of Kerr Martin, Danby, who was made president of the council, as an earnest of the good intentions of the Calvinistic king. The religious measures of William's reign are dealt with elsewhere. The Toleration Act, passed in 1689, secured the loyalty of the dissenters to the existing regime, though various signs hinted at future trouble between dissent and establishment. At the same time, the imposition of a new oath of allegiance and supremacy produced the deposition of the Archbishop of Canterbury and 6 other bishops, and caused the famous schism of the non-jurors within the established church itself. Meanwhile, the financial settlement was producing important results by making the king more dependent on Parliament. The Commons granted the king an annual revenue of about £800,000, but the duties and customs, amounting to about £400,000, which had been settled for life on James, were granted to William and Mary for only 4 years. The principle thus suggested of creating conditions which enforced on the king the frequent summoning of Parliament was further developed by the Mutiny Act. This act, suggested by the mutiny of a regiment in William's service, passed the conventional condemnation on standing armies unsanctioned by Parliament. It expressly declared illegal the establishment of courts martial and military discipline, unless annually reenacted by statute, though such powers had, till now, always been exercised by royal prerogative. So long as William possessed a standing army, which it was obvious he would always do his utmost to retain, an annual summoning of Parliament would be essential. In October 1689, the new Parliament met, legalized the acts of the Convention Parliament, and passed the Bill of Rights. The Whigs, flushed with success and intoxicated by their recent triumph, resolved to make their opponents atone for the sins of the past. Everything was thus thrown into confusion, for it was possible, by reviving the memories of the Rye House plot, to attack members of the existing ministry. The Lords appointed a committee, popularly known as the Murder Committee, to inquire who was answerable for the deaths of Russell, Sidney, and other exclusionists. Though John Howe and John Hampden were implacable in the Commons, Shrewsbury managed to repress the most violent outbursts in the Lords, and the proceedings of the Murder Committee speedily collapsed. But the Whigs had another expedient for persecuting their opponents. They inserted clauses in the Corporation Bill to render any man who had been a party to the surrender of his town charter under Charles II incapable of holding office in his borough for 7 years. This clause, which would have resulted in a wholesale disenfranchisement of Tories, was brought forward in the absence of many members. But the proposal was too violent. Some of the moderate Whigs hesitated. The Tories hurried back to town. The obnoxious clause was rejected in January 1690, and the Tories, emboldened by their success, then tried to pass an indemnity bill, which provided for a general amnesty for the past. But here they met with a reverse. The moderate Whigs came back to their allegiance, and threw the bill out in committee. The reunited Whigs were proceeding to engraft upon the original bill a bill of pains and penalties against various Tory offenders, when their progress was suddenly interrupted. The king, who had viewed these disputes with the utmost impatience, dissolved Parliament in February 1690. William was so disgusted with the violence of the previous Parliament that in the general election which followed, he, for the first time, resorted to an unsparing use of political corruption. The result was the triumph of the moderate Tory party. Even before the results of the election were known, William had decided to effect changes in the ministry. The dismissal of Halifax forms a real landmark in ministerial history in February 1690. Henceforth, the king was without his most conciliatory and unprejudiced advisers, and the policy of trimming and of compromise was gradually abandoned. The wits said that the king had exchanged the White Marquise, Halifax, for the Black, Carmarthen, thus implying that, for the moment, Tory influence predominated. On the new Parliament, William pressed a measure which was largely due to his own personal initiative, and which has, justly, been claimed as one of his chief titles to renown, namely, an Act of Grace, on May 20th, 1690, exempting only regicides and 30 others from pardon. After very little discussion, the House, as if ashamed of its violence in the previous session, accepted the bill. Past errors and criminals were thus buried in oblivion, and a fruitful cause of bitterness removed. Above all, it at last became possible for real energy to be infused into the conduct of the war, and for William to take the field with a united nation at his back. The great campaigns of the period, in which the Grand Alliance waged war in Italy and Flanders, in Ireland and Catalonia, on the Danube and the Rhine, in the Channel and in the Mediterranean, can only be noticed here for their more insular aspects. To the continental powers, the most imminent danger was from the land forces of Louis. Unlike them, England had most to fear from the predominance of the sea power of France. Throughout 1689, William seems not to have realized the immense peril threatening from Ireland, so long as the question of naval supremacy hung in the balance. The English in Ireland were confronted by a revolt of 3/4 of the population, and by the more formidable presence of veteran regiments from France. They might well be overmatched if the French fleet could sweep the seas and blockade the coast of Ireland. Towards the end of 1689, William realized the danger, and henceforth he showed remarkable energy. In June 1690, he sailed from England to assume command in Ireland, leaving Mairi as regent with a council of 9 to assist her. In his absence, the Grand Alliance fared ill alike on sea and land. On July 1, Luxembourg won a great victory over the Allied army at Fleurus. On the previous day, Admiral Tourville severely defeated the Allied fleet off Beachy Head. Disgrace accompanied disaster for Admiral Herbert, Lord Torrington, by allowing the main brunt of the fighting to be borne by the Dutch, somewhat unjustly incurred the censure most fatal to a sailor. The strategic consequences were not as serious as is sometimes supposed, nor was the Cross of St. George almost banished from the seas. None the less, Tourville triumphantly swept the Channel, threatened the southern coasts, and burnt Tynemouth. In this extremity, the spirit of the nation rose. Subscriptions poured in, crowds of volunteers rushed to arms, and London took the lead in patriotic ardor. But the hour of suspense was not long, for on July 4th, a courier rode through the city with the news that William had won a great victory in Ireland. William had come to Ireland only just in time. On the very day that the sea power of England was temporarily destroyed, he was able triumphantly to restore its military renown. By his victory of the Boyne, July 1st, William secured the fall of Drogheda and Dublin, and the flight of James from Ireland. But as yet, William's power stopped at low water mark. Without a fleet, he found it impossible to reduce Limerick, though Marlborough was able to capture Cork and Kinsale. In 1691, Russell replaced Torrington in command of the navy, and held in check the sea power of France. The inevitable result was the fall of the hopes of Louis and James in Ireland. In July, the last Irish army was routed at Aughrim, and the appearance of an English squadron in the Shannon decided the fate of Limerick, the last Irish fortress of note which held out, October 3rd, 1691. On May 19th, 1692, Old Style, the French fleet was utterly defeated by Admiral Russell off Cape La Hogue under the very eyes of King James, who watched in anguish from the shore. Henceforward, the command of the sea was triumphantly restored to England. After this, the French could carry on a destructive privateering warfare, and the English were also repelled with great loss from attacks on the French coast at St. Malo in August 1692, and at Brest in 1694. But such reverses were irritant rather than dangerous, and the fighting fleet of France having been once swept from the seas, neither England nor Ireland could be in vital danger of invasion. Not even William's defeat at Steinkirk, August 3, 1692, Old Style, nor the fall of Namur in May, could dash the hopes of England. 2 attempts to restore James had thus failed, the first at Boyne, the second off Cape La Hogue. A third remained to be planned. The energy and firmness which James had once displayed, alike in the shock of battle and amid civic strife, had deserted him at the end of 1688, and they never returned. In Ireland he showed a vacillation and weakness admitted by his own followers, and openly proclaimed by French generals and statesmen. The inconsistent series of proclamations issued to his rebellious subjects during 1689 through 93 awoke dismay in his supporters and scorn in his opponents. In 1693, on July 29th, Luxembourg achieved his last triumph over William by worsting him in the bloody rout of Neerwinden in Landen. The hopes of James now stood high, for in the same year the French privateers destroyed an enormous Anglo-Dutch convoy from Smyrna. But in 1694, though an English expedition to Brest was disastrously repulsed, the English navy swept the seas, and William held his own in Flanders. In 1695 he took the offensive, and finding the incompetent Villeroy at the head of the French army in the place of Luxembourg, was able to recapture Namur in October 1695, in the most brilliant and successful campaign which he ever directed. During the last months of 1694, the English fleet had triumphantly wintered in the Bay of Cadiz, and had thus assured England's command over both Mediterranean and Atlantic. Louis thus found his fleet swept from the seas, and his armies seriously weakened on the land. Few historic contrasts have more pathos than that which these years presented between the luxurious splendours and the thronging crowds of courtiers which surrounded the omnipotent sovereign at Versailles, and the unreal pageantry, the fast dwindling band of exiles, which clung to the phantom king at Saint-Germain. Like most exiles, James vastly exaggerated the strength of the party in his favour in England. His delusions were fostered by assurances from Godolphin, Marlborough, and Russell, and by the correspondence with Anne, Penn, Halifax, Dartmouth, and Shrewsbury. In spite of all his flatterers, Louis had a more real grasp of the English situation than that to which James and his followers attained. He now made it clear that he would not risk sending a French force until a rising offering fair chances of success should have broken out in England. This resolution on the part of Louis determined the form of the third and last serious attempt to re-establish James. In January 1696, the Duke of Berwick, the natural son of James, came over to England in disguise, and, failing to organize an armed insurrection, hurried back to France to avoid being party to a plot. A plan to assassinate William was at this time being devised by George Porter and a few other Jacobites in England. The plot was not unknown to James, and the exiled monarch came to Calais to await the flash of a beacon fire from Dover Cliffs, which was to be the announcement of William's death. On receiving the signal, James was to step on board a fleet of French transports and convey an expeditionary force to England. That signal never came, for the assassination plot was detected February 24, 1696. Porter turned King's evidence, with the result that his own life was spared by William, though Sir John Fenwick, who knew nothing of the real nature of the plot, was executed. While he was awaiting the signal, James had written pious letters to de Rancé, the austere Cistercian abbot of La Trappe, hinting that, quote, a visible interference of the good God for his greater glory, end quote, would soon be manifested in his favour. When this did not appear, his thoughts turned elsewhere, and henceforward he edified divines by his devotion to religion, as much as he enraged statesmen by his indifference to politics. After 1696, when James refused the French offer to support his election to the crown of Poland, Louis ceased to regard him as an independent political factor, as, indeed, he ceased to consider himself. The influence of de Rancé had transformed him into a mystical recluse, whose garments were touched by pilgrims from afar, whose miracles were attested by bishops, whose holiness was admitted by the Pope. The progress of the war, from the shame of Beachy Head and Steinkirk to the triumphs of La Hogue and Namur, had been viewed in England with mingled feelings. After 1692, and still more after 1694, the war seemed to be carried on for aggrandizement rather than defense, for gain, not for existence. England's trade interests in the Indies or Mediterranean might indeed be secured or impaired by the progress of the war in Flanders, but many English did not measure the war either by the loss of convoys or ships to Whig merchants, or by gain and security to German princes and Dutch burghers. The landed gentry, who formed the backbone of the Tory party, simply calculated whether the war in Flanders really gave adequate benefits to England in return for its enormous expense and frequent disasters. This exclusive consideration of insular interests, which made Parliament willing to grant large sums for the navy, but reluctant to increase the army, William could not understand. He speaks contemptuously of, quote, the inconceivable blindness of people here, end quote, and ascribes it to the spirit of party, yet in this matter he was really thwarted on national, not upon partisan, grounds. But the causes of his irritation were perfectly natural. He could not but be conscious, though his gaze was fixed upon Europe rather than upon the Indies, that the war was exalting beyond measure the maritime and commercial supremacy of England. The Dutch were forced by treaty to supply a larger proportion of troops than of ships to the common cause. Hence their commerce and marine suffered. If William's conversations with Montanus are to be believed, he had realized long before 1688 that the inclusion of England in the alliance must advance her shipping and commerce to the detriment of that of his own people. In any case, he realized this during the war, and was therefore exasperated on finding that, when he had sacrificed so much for the common cause, England did so little to help him. He was giving her the commercial and naval empire of the globe, and she showed her gratitude by cutting down the numbers of the army and starving his military campaigns. Milton had discovered that war moved by two main nerves, one of iron and the other of gold, and Louis had declared in the midst of his victories that the power with the last gold piece would win. Hence it is as much to the superiority of organization and method in developing their economic resources as to their superiority in naval power that the English kingdom and the Dutch Republic owed their eventual triumph over France. That England should depend on her own food supplies in time of war, and upon a prosperous landed class in time of peace, had been accepted dogmas for some years before 1688. A series of severe prohibitory acts, beginning in 1671, had penalized and checked the importation of foreign corn. The Bounty Act of 1698 gave large bounties on the export of corn to foreign countries, and thus increased the home output. The economic result was to produce immense immediate prosperity to English agriculture, though corn was encouraged to the detriment of turnip and grass cultivation, and to the retarding of a more scientific system of agriculture. As with the economic effects, so with the political. The result was to give prosperity to what was existent without providing for the future. The new act favored the landed gentry at the expense of the merchant, gave an undue preference to the landlord, who possessed capital, and discouraged the small yeoman who did not. The result was to increase and make permanent the power of the landed gentry and of real property, the confirmation of which was so distinct a mark of the Revolution settlement. The Bounty Act was the economic counterpart of the philosophy of Locke and Harrington. It was by the operation of this act that the landowners were enabled to hold at bay for so long the rising forces of wealth and commerce. The earlier economic laws of the reign gave security to the landed class, just as the latter gave security to the commercial. And these facts, though marking the transition of political power from Tory to Whig, show that the Revolution settlement was likewise national in character and aim. The general commercial policy of England is perhaps the only department of public life in which the Revolution made no striking or even apparent innovation. Though immense developments of her commerce and shipping took place within the period, England's trade really increased by means of the sword or diplomacy, and not, in the main, through any specifically new commercial provisions. For the main lines of mercantilist policy were already laid in the Poor Laws, the Corn Laws, and the Navigation Laws. A broad system of national policy thus existed, which was amended in detail but not disturbed in principle. In 1696, a reorganization of the Committee of the Privy Council dealing with commerce and colonies was necessitated by the persistent criticisms of Parliament. The Board of Trade was constituted, with a permanent staff, as well as Privy Councillors, in order to prevent further encroachments of Parliament upon the executive. By this means, some order was reintroduced into departments which had been carefully organized by James and much neglected by William. The chief effect of the new board, of which Locke was an active member, was the adoption of an exclusive mercantilist policy, which gradually ruined the nascent linen and cloth industries of Ireland in order to protect the drapers and clothiers of England. The debts of the Protectorate and the extravagances of the Restoration monarchy had been immense, but the outbreak of the Continental War speedily entailed expenditure on a scale unknown to Cromwell or to Charles. The extravagant Charles had maintained an army of less than 9,000 men. For the frugal and thrifty James, an annual income of less than £15,000 had usually sufficed. Englishmen recalled these days with regret, when the Dutch deliverer showed them the cost of freedom by demanding an army of over 80,000 men and an income of nearly 6 millions in 1693. The first real measures to grapple with the problems of expenditure and revenue were taken in 1692, and the impulse came, in the main, from the Whig party and their famous financier, Montague. The method of raising subsidies which had prevailed in the first half of the century was now hopelessly obsolete. Under the Commonwealth and the Restoration, a new plan had been tried. The sum to be raised was fixed, and then distributed according to assessments based on the reputed wealth of each county. In 1692, a newer and more exact valuation of landed estates was made, and it was decided to fix a rate on the values of the rentals which should vary as necessity demanded. The only serious drawback was that the new valuation was in many respects inaccurate, and fell with undue severity on the eastern counties. Still, the new tax was the most productive yet imposed, and when, as in 1693, the rate of 4 shillings in the pound was imposed, about 2 millions annually flowed into the exchequer. End of section 29. Section 30 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5, The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10. The Revolution and the Revolution Settlement in Great Britain. 1. England, 1687 to 1702, by H.W.V. Temperley. Part 4. Nothing is more obvious to a modern observer than that there must occur crises in the history of every nation when it can no longer settle all its obligations at the end of each year. Such a crisis had already occurred in the history of France and of Holland, both of which had large debts. It had, in fact, also occurred in England, when Charles II refused to repay to the goldsmiths the sum of £1,300,000 which he had borrowed from them in January of 1672. In 1692, the creditors had received no interest for 10 years, and they seemed to have no prospect of repayment of capital. With this unhappy example before him, the average Englishman might well consider the contradiction of a debt by government, which extended beyond the end of a year, to be suggested by the discreditable shifts of a royal spendthrift or the mischievous innovations of a foreigner. All this was very different in Holland, where Sir William Temple had long ago pointed out the advantages of a national debt as a sound investment for private individuals. On every side and in every enterprise, stock jobbing drew on or diluted the individual investor. Watered stock and bogus companies, over-capitalization and falsification of accounts, none of the expedients or disasters of modern speculation were wanting. The scale was indeed small, but the modern financial world already existed in miniature. Montague had resolved to divert the national exchequer some of that wealth which private enterprise was hiding in cupboards or dissipating in companies. He could not but perceive the double advantage of providing individuals with good investments on national security and the state with easily raised loans. Two things were wanting: a national debt and a national bank, the chief agents which impart steadiness and balance to modern finance, and both Montague was now to provide. The proposal of a government loan for £900,000 was carried through Parliament in 1693. The loan was based on the ordinary principles upon which national debts were then founded. It pledged the existing credit of the state, and it also levied a tax upon posterity, for it was certain that the annuities established by it could not be extinguished for at least half a century. The principles so clearly established were certain to receive a speedy extension. At the end of 1693, Montague, face to face with another serious deficit, was ready with a host of expedients, in the shape of a poll tax, stamp duties, and lottery loans. But, despite all this ingenuity, another £1,000,000 was needed, and supplied by the expedient of a national bank. The idea of a national bank was far less familiar to Englishmen than that of a system of a national credit. Before this time, merchants had usually kept their surplus cash in their own houses, buried it like peppies in their gardens, or deposited it in the Tower or Corporation Treasury. But from 1640 onwards, the uncertainties of war and distrust of the government constrained them to place their money in the strong rooms of the goldsmiths. From these causes, the system of banking and exchange received an unprecedented development, and under Charles II, private banks became numerous and flourishing. The most famous of early private bankers was Sir Francis Child, who numbered among his customers Cromwell and the Prince of Orange, Churchill, and Nell Gwynn. After England had secured her own private banks, she began to examine the national banks of other countries. Those of Venice and Genoa had long been famous. The Bank of Amsterdam was now the most renowned financial institution in the world, and Englishmen were never slow to borrow the methods and the practice of Dutch finance. Businessmen generally began to realize that the lowering of interest, the circulation of a paper currency, and the general steadiness of the financial world would all be secured by the establishment of a national bank. The scheme appears to have been first suggested in a reasonable form by Francis Cradock in 1660, and henceforward innumerable pamphlets on the subject were issued, varying in merit from the masterly expositions of Petty to the ridiculous fallacies of Chamberlain and Murray. The commercial necessity for such an institution had been obvious even in the time of the Restoration. The political necessity for it became overwhelming after the Revolution. The goldsmiths, who acted as private bankers, speedily found that the more business they did with the government, the less they did with the public. A contemporary authority tells us that, when King William sought even a small loan from the city of London, ministers of state went from shop to shop and office to office soliciting it. Even these trivial loans were furnished rather from motives of honor and patriotism than from hope of gain. It was at this moment that William Paterson, a traveller of vast financial experience, genius, and resource, submitted to the government a pamphlet containing a practical plan for a national bank in 1691. The government was favourable, but Parliament was adverse, and for 3 years the subject dropped. But in 1694, Montague planned to raise his loan of £1,200,000 by establishing a bank, and found himself strongly supported by the city. Montague's plan, which was an adaptation of Paterson's, was to raise the loan, with its interest of 8%, secured by a new duty on tonnage. Those who took up the loan were to form a company, with the title of Governor and Company of the Bank of England. They were permitted to borrow money at 4.5%, while lending to the government at 8%. They were allowed to transact private business, but restricted from trading in anything but bills of exchange, bullion, and forfeited pledges. Paterson, in a new pamphlet in 1694, demonstrated that the bank's action must have beneficial effects and lower the rate of interest just as the banks of Amsterdam and Genoa had done. The consequence must be to attract money and trade from abroad, and thus to benefit all borrowers, merchants, and ultimately also landed proprietors. The comparative ease with which the bill passed the two houses, and the extraordinary readiness with which it was subscribed in the city, appear very surprising in face of the enormous clamour raised outside the walls of Parliament. The objections put forward throw a ray of powerful light upon the economic knowledge and political condition of the age. The economic arguments against it were that the establishment of the bank would render it hard to borrow money upon mortgage, and thereby diminish the value of land. In addition, the free circulation of money would be impeded, and local centres be denuded of cash. The political arguments against the bill partook more of prejudice than of weight, except in one instance. The reasonable objection that the bank might endanger public liberty by its relations with the Crown was removed by the insertion of a clause preventing the bank from advancing loans to the Crown save by Act of Parliament. The other political arguments, brought forward as they were by men of both parties, had an agreeable variety. The Whig section argued that the bank would introduce absolutism, the Tory that it would introduce republicanism. The Tory party saw a more special danger to the landed interest, and declared with some plausibility that a private company of Whig merchants were thus endowed with power in perpetuity. The whole question seems to have been decided less on the merits of the new institution than from motives of expediency and patriotism. As Kerr pointed out in the Lords, there might be objectionable clauses in the bill, but it was the only means of providing money for the navy to take the sea that summer. This practical argument sufficed where all others might have failed. Like so many other measures of the time, the bill for establishing the bank, though it bore the Whig stamp, was still the outcome of compromise, and was directed to a genuinely national end. It is less clear than in the case of his other financial measures how far Montague understood the real value of his creation, whether he was making shift with an expedient designed to be temporary, or whether he intended his creation to rival the great banks of the continent, or realized that it might become the greatest of financial institutions. On the whole, it would seem that the bank in its origin was carefully adjusted to the needs of the time, with due regard to the spirit of individual enterprise, and with care to avoid too much dependence on the state. It differed fundamentally from all banks except those of Genoa and Stockholm. Other banks were primarily established as offices of exchange, as places where good coin could be obtained, or as banks of deposit, that is, safes from which, in theory, at least, the original coins could be recovered. But the Bank of England boldly circulated notes without pretending that its paper currency corresponded exactly to the amount of its bullion. Again, its notes were not legal tender in England, as were the notes of the national banks of Amsterdam, Genoa, and Venice. Thirdly, it had in no sense an exclusive monopoly, for the government reserved the right of discharging the loan and dissolving the organization in 1705, and raised up a formidable rival to it in 1696. The new bank was eminently original, and in its originality lay no small part of its danger, for it had many of the burdens, and singularly few of the advantages, of a connection with the state. The dangers which so speedily menaced the bank were partially caused by the inexperience of its promoters, but even more by the malice of its opponents. The goldsmiths bought up the notes which the bank issued for circulation, and waited their time to inflict a blow on an institution whose success they believed would seriously injure their own private banks. The operation of the Recoinage Act supplied the opportunity in 2 years. This measure had long been rendered necessary, because the clipped or damaged coins of James I or Elizabeth had been treated as of equal value with the good milled coins of Charles II and James II. To the amazement of contemporaries, increased issues of milled crowns did not increase the circulation of good currency. Gresham's law, that bad money drives out good, was illustrated on a gigantic scale, and bad money circulated, while most of the good coins were melted down, exported, and sold as bullion. Both in town and country, the face value of the coins rose, on the average, to about twice their real value as metal. Stringent acts to prevent exportation and melting proved ineffective, and a drastic recoinage became essential. Singularly enough, the remedy eventually adopted was framed by the united counsels of the greatest lawyer, the greatest financier, the greatest political, and the greatest natural philosopher of the age, namely Somers, Montague, Locke, and Newton. The main principles of the settlement were laid down by Locke in his famous currency pamphlets. His views that the new coinage should follow the established standard in weight and denomination, and that the loss incurred by recoinage should be borne by the state, were accepted by the ministry. The actual form of the bill was suggested by Somers and carried by Montague, whilst the practical measures of recoinage were taken by Sir Isaac Newton as Master of the Mint. By the Recoinage Act, in January 1696, it was provided that the old clipped coins should cease to be legal tender on May 4th, though full equivalents of their face value in the new milled coins were to be issued as fast as possible. The withdrawal from circulation of such large amounts of coin made itself sensibly felt, and it was at this very moment of distress that the goldsmiths selected to deliver their long-planned stroke against the bank. On May 4th, the goldsmiths organized a run on the bank, at the moment when the Treasury had swallowed all available coin. Ruin and bankruptcy seemed imminent. The directors refused to cash such notes as they held to have been presented with malicious intent, bidding the goldsmiths to seek their remedy at law. But a run on the bank had begun, and they could not refuse to honor notes presented by ordinary creditors. Yet even here they were able to pay only a percentage. The recoinage went on slowly. The scarcity of coin showed no relaxation for 3 months, and very little for 12. In January 1697, William could still tell Heinsius that he had no money to secure the ratification of the treaty with Denmark, and no subsidies to pay his troops, nay, could not even dispatch a certain diplomatic agent, being actually unable to defray his traveling expenses. If such were the straits of princes, it may be imagined what were those of the bank directors or of still humbler persons. It was only after March 1697 that the crisis had definitely passed, either for the bank or the country. The difficulties had been enormous and the sufferings great, while the actual expenses of recoinage involved the exchequer in a loss of little under 3 millions. Money and suffering would both have been saved had the remedy been adopted some years earlier. As it was, it came but just in time. Had it been deferred a year longer, the consequences might have been more serious than the loss of a pitched battle by land or sea. But the settlement was successful, and the most subtle and one of the most serious causes of commercial crises and fluctuation was removed by the establishment of a sound currency system. As it was, it came just in time. Had it been deferred a year longer, the consequence might have been more serious than the loss of a pitched battle by land or sea. But the settlement was successful, and the most subtle and one of the most serious causes of commercial crises and fluctuation was removed by the establishment of a sound currency system. Before they had recovered from the attack of the goldsmiths, the bank directors had to meet an assault from the landed gentry, thus experiencing at once the united force of the economic and the political opposition to their original establishment. A coalition of Whig and Tory landed gentry, with the support of King William, carried a badly devised project for the establishment of a land bank, in spite of Montagu's opposition, in May 1696. Subscriptions opened in June, and, owing to the almost total failure to attract subscribers, the project was entirely abandoned on August 1st. But it was one of the ironies of the situation that the Bank of England, which had been so much damaged by the creation of the land bank, was even more endangered by its destruction. Hardly were their rivals crushed than Montagu applied to the directors of the Bank of England for an immediate loan, which the land bank had promised, but, in consequence of its failure, had not supplied. Montagu pleaded William's direct statement that nothing short of £200,000 in cash could enable his army to take the field. On August 15, the directors made a further call of 20%, which the General Court of Subscribers accepted from patriotic rather than financial motives. In 10 days, the bullion was pouring into the king's coffers, the allies presented an imposing front in the field, and a decision of the money market had, not for the last time, exercised a momentous effect upon a military campaign. Montagu wrote to William, telling him that, as the bank had risked all for the government must now risk something for the bank. William assented, not perhaps perceiving that he entrenched the Whig party in the citadel of the state by settling the bank on a firm basis. In view of the scandalous treatment meted out to the bank by the government in 1696, the privileges granted in 1697, though immense, were hardly excessive. The bank was to be guaranteed its position till 1710, when the government received the right of discharging its obligations. It was allowed authority to issue notes, on condition that they should be payable on demand. Last, and perhaps most important, a monopoly was granted. No society of the nature of a bank was to be authorized by Parliament till 1710. The neglect to establish branch institutions and secure the organization of local credit was to entail much future distress in the country. To this and other faulty provisions, it was due that, during the first century of existence of the bank, it had to undergo crises more serious than its predecessors at Genoa, Venice, or Amsterdam had encountered in the same number of years. Even now the Bank of England remained only a joint stock company, pursuing the ends of individual enterprise, under the control and with the encouragement of the state. Though Montagu eventually provided that the bank should become a national institution, he immediately secured that it should be a partisan one. The failure of the land bank had meant the rout of Jacobites and Tories, and the Whig merchants, who had risked their fortunes in the Bank of England, had fought for William as energetically and more successfully than his soldiers in the field. For the moment, a Whig policy was imposed on a willing nation. The bank plumped its weight on the side of revolution and against the church, and the bags of Whig moneylenders outweighed the sermons of Jacobite clergymen. Addison's famous allegory pictures the steward rushing into the grocer's hall, turning money bags into bladders and gold coin into rubbish, and sending the goddess Credit off in a fainting fit. Whether or not James II would really have repudiated the state's obligation contracted after 1688 is doubtful, but the belief that he would was a widespread and deeply rooted superstition which contributed immensely to the stability of the new order of things and to the supremacy of the Whig party. Before turning to the development of party government, we may deal with the great measure which established the freedom of the press. For both these changes had eventually international effects far wider than are usually caused by events of such an apparently domestic character. It is impossible to view any part of the reign of William without perceiving to how great an extent public opinion criticized and influenced political action. Even James himself had shown deference to that supreme tribunal before it passed its irrevocable sentence upon him. The criticisms of minorities in Parliament had frequently revealed cases of grave injustice, and had prevented the perpetration of scandalous political jobs and maladministration alike under Charles, James, and William. But a force stronger than the voices of the opposition in Parliament was required to extend and to secure the power of public opinion, and that force could only be found in a free press. In the Areopagitica, Milton had nobly pleaded that cause, but the great soldier of the Commonwealth had exercised the most rigorous press censorship ever known. Under Charles and James, the licensing acts had been renewed, and in 1676 Sunderland had expressed his desire to suppress the damnable trade of supplying newsletters to the coffee-houses. During the turmoil of the Revolution, shoals of pamphlets had been unchecked by licensing or censorship. The pamphlets of Burnet, Locke, Somers, Chamberlain, and Patterson most powerfully influenced and molded religious, political, and economic opinion. Owing to a series of accidents, needless to relate and unimportant in themselves, it was eventually decided in 1695 not to renew the Licensing Act. Henceforth, the number of printing presses was not limited, and vexatious restrictions were removed. Ministers still reserved the right of prosecuting printers for attacks on the government, and under Anne, both Godolphin and Bolingbroke showed that serious restrictions could be imposed on the press through this means, and by the expedient of a paper tax. But apart from these restrictions, the liberty of the press, with its subtle influences of suggestion, its broad powers of criticism, abuse, and exhortation, with all its immeasurable consequences for securing the toleration and freedom of opinion, was at last acknowledged and established. To understand the political movements of the time, it is needful to grasp the form of the executive government as it then existed. The king could check the lords by a threat of creating peers, and the commons by the use of his veto and the power of dissolution. In these cases his power was immediate. But in administration also he had a wide and direct influence apart from his ministers. King James had, with general applause, personally directed the naval administration and written his own speeches for Parliament and Privy Council. The relations of the king and his council are equally significant. It is certain that before the reign of William, the power of the Privy Council had passed into the hands of a number of committees, which the king directly controlled. Some of these committees were permanent or standing, as for Ireland and for trade, others secret, as for foreign affairs and foreign and domestic intelligence, others appointed ad hoc for various special purposes, diplomatic, commercial, or judicial. All these bodies were indifferently described as cabinets, though the term was more usually applied to the Foreign Committee and to that for Intelligence. These committees dealt with matters in detail, decided upon them, and acquainted the king with their decisions, which, if approved by the king, were presented to the Privy Council. Discussions sometimes took place at that council, but its consent was not very much more than a formality. The power and authority of the king were really supreme. He alone constituted and selected the committees, and could dismiss recalcitrant committee members or privy councillors with a stroke of his pen. Further, he alone gave authority and legality to the committees. During William's reign, those ministers who were members of the most committees, and who held the dozen most important offices of the state, gradually began to form a kind of general committee. This body is sometimes termed the cabinet, and to William it often deferred, but he could always set aside its decisions, as he did those of other committees, and its authority depended wholly upon his will. This is shown by the admitted fact that the king could take a step of his own in foreign policy on the advice of a single minister. It is also evident that he could, on his own authority, as in 1690 and 1692, constitute a council or cabinet, whose numbers varied at his pleasure, as the supreme authority in his absence. The king's position, therefore, was that he transacted business with a number of different committees, in which he formed the centre of power and union. He had the main direction of foreign affairs, and immense opportunities for influence and control in other directions. He was really his own chief minister. But aside from inexperience in domestic affairs and preoccupation in foreign, William could not attend to administrative details or gauge the shifting currents of popular opinion. It is very evident that, under such conditions, a system of party government, based on a united ministry, could not easily arise, for the king was the pivot on which everything turned, and, till the end of 1692, he refused either to be the instrument of a single party, or to dissolve his power upon a single man or group of men. In his relations with Parliament, William, his ministers, and the House of Commons were alike dominated by the most mischievous theory, to which the great authority of Locke had recently lent renewed life. This was the theory that legislature and executive were and ought to remain separate, that the king's ministers were the executive, the two houses the critical body. There was, no doubt, a sense in which this was true, in that Parliament and the ministry ought to some extent to be independent of each other. But it was madness to assert this theory in its full completeness just after the Revolution had placed new and great powers in the hands of the Commons. In the event of an absolute exclusion of Crown officials from the lower house, one of two results must have followed. Either the king would have drawn his ministers exclusively from the peers, in which case administration would have been entirely in the hands of the aristocracy, or he would have trained a staff of clerks, in which case administration would have been in the hands of a bureaucracy. In either case, the Commons would have been a body which could check, criticize, and harass, but not actively direct the government. The strength of the popular house must, therefore, have been weakened and endangered. The insight of men of William's day did not pierce into the future. It was governed by remembrance of the past. Men were oppressed with the fear of the crown and of the undue influence exercised by Charles and James upon members of the Parliament, upon corporations and electors. This was the real cause of the vigour of Locke's theory, and the real origin of the Place Bills, of which the earliest was brought before the Commons at Christmas 1692. It actually provided for the entire and absolute exclusion from the Commons of all holding office under the Crown. When it was known that the existing placeholders would not be disturbed till the dissolution of the existing Parliament, the bill passed the Commons with marvellous rapidity. It was thrown out by the narrowest majorities in the Lords. After various adventures, the Place Bill was finally rejected in the Commons in 1694. Thus was averted, for the time being, the danger of an absolute separation between executive and legislature, while the regular session of the latter was assured by the passing of a bill providing for triennial parliaments in 1694. The extraordinary conduct of Parliament was largely due to imperfect harmony not only between king, ministers, and legislature, but between party leaders and their followers. This the Whigs were the first to realize, in a dim, imperfect fashion, through the agency of the discredited Sunderland. That ex-minister's career had been such as to disgrace him even in that age of loose political conscience and easy public virtue. But his past did not prevent him from giving, not only the Whigs but William himself, some valuable lessons in the art of government. In 1693, Sunderland counselled William to favour the Whigs and admit them to office, first because their political theory favoured the Revolution, next because they favoured the war, and last because they were the stronger party in the lower house. The fact that the majority of the Commons, which in 1690 was certainly Tory, was in 1693 uncertain or inclining to be Whig, marks the lack of cohesion and the presence of chaos in the parties. This indeed is the explanation of the extraordinary vicissitudes that befell the various place and triennial bills. After 1692, the Tories were gradually beginning to oppose the war, and the immense power of Crown influence over parliamentary placement was naturally thrown against them. In addition to this, a small knot or junto of statesmen was gradually imparting to the Whigs an organization and discipline such as Shaftesbury had given to the exclusionists. Somers, already the first among the lawyers, Montague, destined to prove the first of the financiers, Wharton, the first of the wire pullers, and Russell, the naval hero of the day, formed the famous Whig junto, soon to be the ruling force in politics. It is certain that William did not appreciate the full import of Sunderland's advice, but he gradually and almost unconsciously began to act upon it. Somers had been made a peer and Lord Keeper so early as March 1693. The Tory Nottingham was courteously dismissed. The Whig Shrewsbury resumed the seals of secretary. The situation then became curious, for William's chief confidence was not yet given to the Whigs, though they formed the bulk of his ministry. He still relied, in the main, upon the Tory Carmarthen and upon Sunderland, who was not a minister at all. In 1695, Carmarthen was implicated in the scandals of the East India Company, and was obliged to resign. His withdrawal was followed in 1697 by that of Godolphin, the last of the Tory ministers. The ministry became exclusively Whig, just at the moment when the Peace of Ryswick was carried to a successful conclusion amid general rejoicings. With peace, the old hatred of standing armies reasserted itself, and the forces were immediately cut down to 10,000 men, in the face of William's intense disapproval. It was in vain that Somers wrote the famous balancing letter to calm the national hatred of militarism. The feeling may not have been justified, yet it was at least not partisan, but genuinely national. For though the majority of the Commons was Whig, it united with the Tories against its own leaders, and in 1699 a hostile House forced William to dismiss his famous Blues, his dearly loved regiments of Dutch Guards. In 1699, Parliament severely attacked the grants of Irish lands made by the king to his Dutch favourites and to Lady Orkney, and in the next year actually passed a bill for their resumption. William, in despair, at length summoned the Tories, Rochester and Godolphin, to the ministry. They succeeded in checking the attacks on the king by giving a free rein to attacks upon the former ministers. Bettenich, now Earl of Portland, Russell, now Lord Orford, Montague, now Earl of Halifax, and Somers were all impeached. But it was not for nothing that William had filled the upper house with Whig bishops and peers. The impeachments eventually failed, but their effect had been to remove from office, and to discredit, the intended victims. In the midst of all the turmoil and party intrigue of 1701, the ministry contrived to add the keystone to the arch of the Revolution by passing the Act of Settlement. This famous act had been necessitated by the death of the Duke of Gloucester, the only surviving son of Anne. The act supplied two important omissions in the Bill of Rights. In the first place, judges were to receive fixed salaries, and to be removable only after being convicted in the law courts or on address from both Houses of Parliament. In other words, the judge, though appointed, could not be removed by the king. A long step was thus taken towards that separation of the powers which Locke declared essential to liberty, and which Montesquieu was actually to regard as the characteristic excellence of the English Constitution. The other important provision of the Act of Settlement decided that the crown should pass on the death of Anne to the Electress Sophia and her Protestant descendants. It is often said that this provision established the elective character of the English crown. This was not the opinion of contemporaries, nor was it that of Burke. Mary and William had been acknowledged Queen and King because the Prince of Wales was already excluded by the resolution that no papist could reign, and the Act of Settlement merely confirmed this principle. Expediency had rendered it needful to alter the succession, and to make the crown elective pro hoc vice, but the case was not intended to form a precedent. In this, as in every other instance, the Revolution settlement rested upon compromise rather than upon the general principles, which, however, the particular action went far towards establishing in each case. The Act of Settlement had not been passed before the international situation began to dwarf the importance of internal events. The accession of Louis's grandson, Philip, to the whole inheritance of Spain destroyed the balance of power and endangered the existence of Holland. England, secure on the other side of the Channel, remained unmoved, and William wrote to Heinsius that he would secretly engage her in the coming war. But he did not find it easy to attain this object. At length the pride of Louis and the Whig merchants' evident apprehension of being entirely excluded from the commerce of the New World began to stir the pulse of the nation. This resentment was inflamed to the highest pitch by Louis's action on the death of James, on September 6, 1701, in recognizing his son as James III of England. In a moment the country was wild with rage, and William, riding on the wave of popular anger, was able to include England in his Great Alliance. But just when a new and vaster struggle than he had yet waged was opening, at the moment of all others when he wished to live, it was ordained that he should die. He had fractured his collarbone, and a chill, which followed on the accident, was too much for his enfeebled frame. He died at Kensington on March 8, 1702. On a survey of the whole period of the Revolution and reign, the imagination is struck by the comparatively small part played by William upon the English stage, and the immense figure which he made upon the European. By a tragic irony, he spent his life in opposing in England the very tendencies which he was promoting abroad. On the Continent, William stood for the principle that the too great predominance of one power, being dangerous to all the others, must be checked by their union. Yet it was right that there should be a balance of power in the Constitution, as well as in diplomacy, in England as well as in Europe. By apportioning the balance of power between king and parliament, by separating the judicial from the executive powers, the Act of Settlement did much to further the theory of checks and balances. According to this theory, no power is absolute and uncontrolled in the state, and where there are limitations on power, the rights of minorities are secured. The checks upon uncontrolled executive power, imposed by the existence of a quasi-independent legislature and judicature, were strengthened by the growth of party government, the development of political, and the beginning of religious toleration, and the establishment of a free press. Such theoretical views and such practical checks had not been unknown in Holland even before their adoption in England. But, speaking generally, nothing was more opposed to contemporary political thought than Locke's view that different powers in the state should move in independent spheres, and that none should be uncontrolled or supreme. Nothing has, therefore, exercised more influence upon the future than this view, and its effect is revealed in the framing of the Constitution of the United States and in any other constitution which has taken the English polity for its model. In England, William was too anxious to retain the great privileges of the crown, unable to see that by this policy he invited all other powers in the state in resistance to the predominance of one. Hence he sometimes had to face in England a coalition of both parties, or even of Parliament and people. Judgment, or his fortune, always enabled him to avert a crisis which would have been disastrous, but many of the great reforms of the age were undertaken in his despite, or without his decided approval. In the constitutional and legislative problems, whose settlement so profoundly affected the destiny of political institutions, William exercised an influence which was actually small and not always beneficial. The immense development of the national power and resources, the foundation of what were to be the most renowned system of national credit and the most famous financial institution in the world, all these he viewed with indifference or even hostility. In commercial and colonial policy he had no active interest, though he was careful to secure England's rights in the diplomatic treaties of the time. On the other hand, it is only fair to say that in urging forward the need of political amnesty in the Act of Grace and the cause of religious liberty in the Toleration Act, he was at once more enlightened and more disinterested than any Englishman of the time. James or Halifax desired religious liberty, Nottingham and Somers political toleration, perhaps more earnestly than William. But no single Englishman so sincerely desired and so simultaneously and consistently forwarded both causes. The constitutional principles introduced by the Revolution can hardly be said to be new, and the curiously concrete method of their application only rendered probable, and did not finally determine, their development and triumph. The Bill of Rights expressed the idea that resistance to tyranny was justifiable, and the Act of Settlement did much to forward the imperfectly apprehended view that government finally rested on consent of the majority, and that the gift of the crown lay ultimately with the people. Thus were foreshadowed, for a particular end, the principles which eventually became general and absolute, which enabled Jefferson to overthrow the sway of England's constitutional parliament over America, and Rousseau to assail the rule of absolute kings in Europe. While veneration is paid to Locke, to Halifax, and to Somers, for devising the theory and creating the practice of a constitution which has been the model to so many others in the world, something must be allowed to the great man who defended it from external assault, and who accomplished as great a work for the good of Europe as any of these achieved for the institutions of England. William did for the continental polity what Locke and Halifax did for the English. He asserted and maintained, in the name of the allied states of Europe, the right of confining within due bounds the aggressive and predominating spirit of one nation or element which endangered the liberty of all others. It is possible to suppose that, if Locke and Halifax had never lived, England might still have preserved her freedom. But it is impossible to hold that if William had never lived, the states of Western Europe might not have lost theirs. And in securing the one object, William really secured the other, for by arresting the progress of despotic France, he assured the triumph of constitutional England. It was in this final sense that the interests of England and of Europe, the policies of Halifax and of William, were inseparable. And though Englishmen persist in regarding William as a ruler often unsympathetic or indifferent to their special interests, Europe cannot fail to see in him one who laboriously and triumphantly toiled amid infinite difficulties for the general interests of a continent. End of section 30.
Section 31 of The Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5, The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Emanuela. Chapter 10. The Revolution and the Revolution Settlement in Great Britain. 2. Scotland from the Restoration to the Union of the Parliaments, 1660-1707, by Peter Hume Brown. Part 1. The political situation in Scotland at the restoration of Charles II in 1660 would have taxed the vigour and prudence of the most experienced statesmen. At no previous period had the nation been more distracted in its aims or torn with conflicting passions. The great revolt against the ecclesiastical policy of James VI and Charles I, which had issued in the overthrow of the royal authority and the reestablishment of Presbyterianism, had eventually resulted in a national catastrophe. Triumphant Presbyterianism had been cleft in twain by its own internal divisions, and had lost the support of the nobility by whose aid alone it had successfully waged war with Charles I. Then came the domination of the Commonwealth and Protectorate, when for 10 years the nation had to accept such institutions and methods of government as an alien power deemed to be in the interest of both countries. The domination had, on the whole, been beneficent, but it had been the result of conquest, and no considerable section of the Scottish people were in sympathy with the political or religious ideas either of Commonwealth or Protectorate. It was, therefore, with an enthusiasm almost as general and spontaneous as the feeling displayed in England that Scotland bailed the restoration of her ancient line of kings. The burst of loyalty was at once the expression of hope for the future and joy at the deliverance from a rule under which the national ideals could never be realized. But the momentary exaltation of feeling could not conceal the fact that no possible policy on the new government could satisfy all parties in the state or harmonize their divisions. The paramount public concern remained what it had been since the Reformation, a century before, the question of the national religion in doctrine and polity. At the Reformation there had been two clearly defined parties, Protestant on the one side and Roman Catholics on the other, and the issue between them could not be misunderstood. At the Restoration, Protestantism was the religion of the nation, with the exception of a remnant that still clung to the old faith. But it was a Protestantism so divided in doctrine, spirit, and aspirations as virtually to create a number of distinct religious bodies incapable of harmonious action towards a common end. There was that section of the Presbyterians known as the Protesters or Remonstrants, who in 1650 had rejected Charles as their king, till he should have furnished satisfactory evidence that in his heart, as well as with his lips, he had given his sanction to the National Covenant of 1638 and the Solemn League and Covenant of 1643. But, as Charles was never likely to afford this satisfaction, the Protesters from the beginning stood in irreconcilable opposition to his government. On the other hand, the main body of the Presbyterians, known as the Resolutioners, who had sanctioned the coronation of Charles after his father's death in 1649, were disposed to accept him as their king on easier terms. If he would guarantee Presbyterianism as the policy of the national church, they would not rigorously insist on his acceptance of the covenants. But in this main body itself there were degrees of strictness, alike regarding doctrine and forms of church government. It was now more than 20 years since the signing of the National Covenant, and a new generation had arisen for whom the covenants were only a memory and not a palladium won by blood and tears. During the reign that had begun, it was to be seen with what different degrees of rigor and steadfastness the new generation held to the faith of Andrew Melville and Henderson. At the restoration of Charles, however, the salient fact was that in numbers and strength of conviction the Presbyterians were the dominant religious party in the country, and it was with this fact that Charles and his advisers had to reckon in whatever policy they chose to adopt. As to what that policy should be, Charles had no hesitation from the first. Presbyterianism had dethroned his father, and, once more in the ascendant, it might take the same measures with himself. But if Presbyterianism had been found incompatible with the Stuart conception of the royal prerogative, it had also been found alien to the spirit and traditions of the feudal nobility. It had been only by the support of the nobles that the revolt against Charles I had succeeded, but in the course of the struggle the nobles had discovered that the interests of their order were vitally bound up with the interests of the crown. Thus, at the date when Charles ascended the throne, the Scottish nobles, as a body, were hostile to Presbyterianism and were prepared to support the royal authority in supplanting it. Had they been of the same mind as in the period preceding the National Covenant, Charles could not have carried out that ecclesiastical policy which was to be the absorbing object of himself and his successor, and which was eventually to end in the national rejection of the House of Stuart. In approving or abetting that policy, therefore, the nobility as an order must share the responsibility of the crown. The first measures of the new reign implied a direct return to the methods of government which James VI had bequeathed to Charles I. The Parliament, which met in 1641, had, in the presence and with the sanction of Charles, enacted that all officers of state, privy councillors, and lords of session should be chosen by the king, with the advice and approbation of the estates. Without waiting for the meeting of Parliament, Charles II appointed his own privy council, and, following further the precedent of James VI, he arranged that a section of it should sit in London, and that a part of this section should consist of Englishmen, of whom the most notable was Edward Hyde, afterwards Earl of Clarendon. Of the Scotsmen who were chosen, some had once been Covenanters, but all had since given satisfactory proofs of their attachment to the crown. The man who was to be the dominating spirit of the council and Charles' chief instrument in the government of Scotland was John, 2nd Earl of Lauderdale, once an ardent Covenanter, but who, by his 9 years' imprisonment after his capture at the Battle of Worcester, had done full expiations of his backsliding from loyalty. To Lauderdale was given the office of secretary, which involved residence in London, and thus placed him at an advantage over every other member of the council. The King of Scotland, such was the current designation for the holder of the office, and no Secretary of the Council, was more of a king than Lauderdale, who swayed, while he only seemed to approve, the mind of his master. Lauderdale's ideal for the administration of Scottish affairs was the good old form of government by His Majesty Privy Council, and, in point of fact, it was through his Privy Council that Charles mainly governed Scotland from the beginning to the end of his reign. It was on January 1st, 1660, that Monk had crossed the Tweed, and on May 25 that Charles had landed at Dover. But it was not till August that an ostensible executive body was established in Scotland. As the Privy Council was still in England and the meeting of Parliament was postponed till the beginning of the next year, a temporary executive body was found in the Committee of the Estates, which had been captured by Monk in 1651. The proceedings of this committee left little doubt as to the future policy of the government. A body of protesters, which met in Edinburgh to draft a petition to Charles, was broken up, and all but one of them were imprisoned in the castle, an action which was followed the next day by a prohibition against all assemblies, without His Majesty's official authority. Protesters and resolutioners were alike disquieted by these proceedings, but some comfort was found in a letter from Charles, August 1660, in which it was ambiguously stated that the Church of Scotland, as it was settled by law, would be maintained without violation. When the Parliament at length met, January 1661, it was brought home to the whole body of the Presbyterians that they had little to hope from a king to whom, with good reason, the covenants and everything connected with them were a hideous remembrance. Carefully packed by the methods which had been devised by James VI, Parliament simply registered decrees which had been drafted by the king and his Privy Council in London. The commissioner chosen to represent the royal authority was John, Earl of Middleton, who, as a renegade Covenanter, announced in his own person the intentions of the government. The work of the Parliament may be briefly summarized. It restored the constitution which had been fashioned by James VI, and which, as inherited by his son, had provoked the revolt that had brought forth the covenants. By a rescissory act, the proceedings of every Parliament since 1633, those of 1650 and 1651, over which Charles himself had presided, being practically, though not nominally, included, were declared null and void, and the king was proclaimed supreme governor of his kingdom over all persons and in all causes. As a substantial evidence of its loyalty, the Parliament further voted an annual grant of £40,000 to the king, an excess of liberality which, according to a contemporary loyalist, became the ruin of this kingdom. It was an ancient custom of the Scots to nickname their parliaments from some peculiarity that distinguished them, and the first Parliament of Charles came to be known as the Drunken Parliament. As Charles was now supreme governor of his kingdom over all persons and in all causes, it only depended on his pleasure what church should be imposed on the nation. It fell to the Privy Council, which met at Holyrood after the rising of the Parliament, his momentous decision. In his letter of the previous year, Charles had declared his intention of maintaining the church as it was settled by law. And this church, it was now decreed, was the Episcopal Church as it had been established by James VI and confirmed by his son. It was in September 1661, that the decree was announced, and that no time might be lost in giving it effect, 4 persons were sent to England in the following December to receive consecration, as there were no bishop in Scotland to communicate it. Among the 4, there were 2 who were to play very different parts and to bequeath very different memories. The one was James Sharp, who had been a prominent resolutioner and was now Archbishop-elect of St. Andrews. In the beginning of 1660, Sharp had been sent to London by his brother ministers to promote their interests in view of the expected restoration. They had misjudged their agent, for Sharp returned to Scotland as an instrument of the court, whose ecclesiastical policy he was to promote with all the astuteness and persistency which were the leading traits of his character. If Sharp was a born ecclesiastic, Robert Langton, subsequently Archbishop of Glasgow, was a natural saint, a Christianized Plato, Coleridge called him, whose unhappy destiny it was to be cast in a time when saintly attributes seemed but the timid hesitation of a character incapable of strenuous conviction. To Langton, the strife between Episcopalian and Presbyterian appeared but a drunken scuffle in the dark. As, however, he had once been a covenanting Presbyterian and eventually accepted an archbishopric, his former brethren had an obvious rejoinder. The Privy Council had done its work in decreeing the reestablishment of episcopacy, but the Constitution required that Parliament should ratify its action. In May 1662, therefore, Parliament again met and completed the work of the Council by readmitting the bishops to its sittings and reinstating them in their accustomed dignities, privileges, and jurisdictions, of which they had been deprived during the ascendancy of the Covenants. Another act, passed on June the 11th, was the direct occasion of the subsequent conflict between the government and the section of the people which is the dominant fact of Charles's reign. The Covenanting Parliament of 1649 had abolished lay patronage, and many of the existing ministers held their charges direct from their congregations and presbyteries. It was now enacted that by September the 20th, following all such ministers should receive presentation from their lawful patrons or demit their cures. When the appointed day came, it appeared that few of the ministers in the diocese of Glasgow had taken the prescribed step. At Essederunt, in Glasgow, therefore, the Privy Council further ordained that, if any minister did not conform to the law by November 1st, his parishioners should cease to attend his ministrations, and to pay him his stipend. Even in the eyes of Sharp, this action was so rash a thing that he could not have believed it till he saw it in print. Convinced of its own impolicy, the Council postponed the day of grace till February 1st, 1663. But even when that day came, about a third of the whole ministry had still refused to give in their submissions. Middleton had proved himself a rash and tactless administrator, and in the Secretary Lauderdale he had an enemy at court who made the most of his blunders. Since the beginning of his administration there had been rivalry between the two for the first place in Charles's councils, but the influence of Lauderdale at length prevailed, and Middleton was recalled from a position for which neither his character nor his previous career had, even in an remote degree, adapted him. Nevertheless, the policy which he had inaugurated was the policy which the government of Charles had deliberately adopted, and the action of his successors was but its logical and necessary consequence. It had been decreed that the covenants were incompatible with the royal prerogative, and in the execution of the Marquis of Argyll and of the protester James Guthrie, the government had proclaimed to the nation its judgment on the cause of which they had been the most prominent champions. Middleton was succeeded in the commissionership by John, Earl of Ross, a man, according to Burnet, of quick apprehension with a clear judgment, but as an illiterate debauchee, incapable of the serious statesmanship which his office demanded. Rhodes was at first the tool of Lauderdale, but, as Lauderdale was to discover, not the most suitable instrument for giving effect to his Scottish policy. In June 1663, the Restoration Parliament met in its third and last session, Lauderdale himself being present, and crowned the work which had been begun under the administration of Middleton. One of its acts restored the method of choosing the Lords of the Articles which had been devised by James VI, and which, as was said, virtually converted Parliament into the Baron Court of the King, and another authorized by the raising of a militia of 20,000 foot and 2,000 horse for the double purpose of suppressing disorder in Scotland and of being a serviceable instrument in England should Charles ever have occasion to require it. But it was another act, significantly known as the Bishop's Dragnet, which was to have the most momentous consequences during the remainder of the reign. By this act against separation and disobedience to the royal authority, heavy fines were imposed on absentees from the parish churches, and the relation between subject and ruler was thus created, which explains the chapter of horse that was to follow. The prime object of the government was now to exact obedience to the new constitution in church and state. It was in the case of the church, however, that it had to encounter its chief difficulties. 2/3 of the public business, it was said by a statement of the time, directly or indirectly concerned religion. To enforce acceptance of the new religious order, the Court of High Commission, which had proved so obnoxious in the reigns of James VI and Charles I, was revived 1664 at the suggestion of Archbishop Sharp. But more drastic means were required to coerce the spirit of resistance which had been evoked by the Restoration policy, and these means were now conveniently at hand. In the body of dragoons which had been levied with the sanction of Parliament, the government had an instrument which it could use with convincing effect on contumacious recusants. The Privy Council sought to enforce its decrees by the imposition of heavy fines, and, to ensure that the fines should be forthcoming, the dragoons were quartered on recalcitrant parties till they were eaten up. It was in the south-western counties, Ayrshire, Wigtonshire, and Dumfriesshire, that the government was most persistently defied, and it was in these shires that the Protestants had found the most numerous following, and where the largest body of ministers had demitted their cures rather than accept them at the hands of a lay patron. In place of these ejected ministers, incumbents had been substituted, 1663, who, for the most part, had had no previous training for the office, and whom a colleague of Lauderdale described as insufficient, scandalous, imprudent fellows. Thus, the Westland Whigs, as they came to be called, had the choice of three alternatives: to attend the ministrations of the king's curates, to pay a heavy fine, or to be eaten up by the dragoons. The dilemma had again arisen with which Scotland had been familiar since the Reformation: allegiance to a legitimate king or obedience to the dictates of conscience. The memory of the successful revolt against Charles I was an encouraging precedent, and as the history of the reign proves, the recusants of the West were at all times prepared to follow it. The occasion came in November 1666, when Sir James Turner, one of the commanders of the dragoons, who had made himself especially obnoxious, was seized and made prisoner by a party of the men of Galloway. This action proved to be the signal for revolt. Joined by increasing numbers, the insurgents marched through Ayrshire and Lanarkshire, and in a body, some 3,000 strong, amid incessant winter rains, made their way towards Edinburgh. At Collington, 3 miles to the west of the capital, they found themselves in a critical position. The inhabitants of the surrounding country were hostile, the forces of the government were closing in upon them, and their only safety lay in a rapid retreat. At Rullion Green, on the southern slope of the Pentland Hills, they were overtaken and dispersed by the royal troops led by Sir Thomas Dalziel, 50 falling in the action and about 80 being taken. The haunting dread of the statesmen friendly to the Restoration was the possibility of a national uprising such as had overthrown the authority of Charles I, and it was in cruel fear that the Privy Council proceeded to the punishment of the leaders of the rebellion. Over 30 were hanged in different towns. The rank and file were for the most part transported to the Barbados, and the agents of the government were enriched by fines and confiscations. The results of Rothes' administration had not commended him to Charles, and he had, moreover, made an enemy of Lauderdale, whom he and Archbishop Sharp had been endeavouring to supplant. Again, Lauderdale triumphed, and Rothes was deprived of the commissionership, September 1667. Lauderdale himself taking his place. It had been the contention of Lauderdale that the Pentland Rising was the result of the oppressive measures of the late administration, and it was in a spirit of conciliation that he entered on his charge. 2 military agents of the late government, Sir James Turner and Sir William Bellenden, were disgraced and removed from their posts, and by what is known as the First Letter of Indulgence, 1669, permission was given to such ejected ministers as had lived peaceably and orderly to occupy charges which happened to be vacant. But to accept the indulgence implied the acceptance of episcopacy, and only 42 ministers succumbed to the temptation. Conventicles, hotbeds of sedition, as the government regarded them, became more numerous than ever, and, which gave special ground for alarm, those who frequented them now began to carry weapons along with their Bibles. Against his will, therefore, Lauderdale was driven to a succession of measures which surpassed in severity those of his predecessor Rothes. In the second session of a parliament, which had met in 1669, he passed what he called a clanking act against conventicles, which, in spite of its stringency, signally failed in its object. A second indulgence, 1672, equally missed its aim of bringing over the majority of the recalcitrant ministers, and only intensified the zeal of those who refused to profit by it. But there were other weapons at Lauderdale's disposal which might prove more effectual. Since the Reformation, a succession of repressive statutes had been passed against Roman Catholics, which, in their case, had operated with deadly effect, and which might be equally successful in the case of refractory Protestants. In 1674, all heritors and masters were declared responsible for the conformity of their tenants and servants, and in the following year, letters of intercommuning, the Scottish form of the boycott, prohibited all intercourse with above 100 persons, 18 of whom were ministers. But in the districts against which they were especially aimed, even these enactments proved of no avail, and in 1667 an act of the Privy Council imposed a bond on heritors and masters for the loyal behavior of all persons whatever who reside on their lands. To enforce this act, which exasperated many who had shown no signs of disloyalty, Lauderdale took a step which was the crowning act of his coercive policy. To avert another rising, which every year made more probable, he quartered in Ayrshire a host of 6,000 Highlanders and 3,000 Lowland militia, with instructions to help themselves to whatever accommodation and necessaries they might find to their taste. The special business of the Highland host was to disarm the denoted districts and to exact the bond from all who had hitherto refused it, tasks which, after a month's luxurious living at free quarters, they performed to the satisfaction of the government. A succession of tragic events, 1679, brought Lauderdale's satrapy to a close. On Magus Muir, near St. Andrews, Archbishop Sharp was murdered by a band of zealots, who, in their own eyes, were the instruments of heaven in taking off an apostate and a persecutor of the saints. Within a month after Sharp's assassination, the long-anticipated rising came to a head in the disaffected West. On May the 29th, the anniversary of the Restoration, a band of 80 armed recusants entered the village of Rutherglen, extinguished the festal fires, and burned all the acts which had overthrown the Church of the Covenants. 3 days later, at Drumclog in Ayrshire, they defeated John Graham of Claverhouse, who at a later day was to be their avenger of blood. Their next movement was on Glasgow, where they had many sympathizers, but the town was well garrisoned, and they were forced to retreat to Hamilton in Lanarkshire. Ever in dread of an uprising such as had produced the Covenants, the government took vigorous measures to suppress the revolt before it attained more formidable proportions. Orders were issued for the levy of 15,000 men, and the Duke of Monmouth, who had married the heiress of Buccleuch and was known to disapprove of the policy of Lauderdale, was sent down from England to command them. On June the 22, the two armies faced each other at Bothwell Bridge on the Clyde, and a vain attempt was made by the insurgents to gain concessions that would have stultified all the past policy of the government. Their supplication refused, they chose to abide the issue of battle, but the increase of their numbers had turned their camp into debating assembly, and the ministers preached and prayed against each other. Against such an enemy, Monmouth had an easy task, and though a resolute stand was made at the bridge, his victory was complete, about 400 being slain and 1,200 taken. Bound 2 and 2, the prisoners were led to Edinburgh, where for 5 months the majority of them were kept in Greyfriars churchyard, exposed day and night to the weather. By the end of July, 400 of them had been allowed to return home on the condition of their remaining peaceable subject, but others, 250 in number, refusing to give the necessary pledge, were shipped to Barbados, never to reach their destination, as the vessel in which they sailed was wrecked off at Orkneys and the majority of them perished. Lauderdale has failed, as Rhodes had failed, to give a satisfactory account of his stewardship. The revolt that had resulted in Bothwell Bridge had been more formidable than the Pentland Rising. Both in England and Scotland he had made many enemies, and the English Commons demanded his removal from the King's councils on the ground that he had assailed the liberties of both countries. Lauderdale had at least been a faithful servant of his master, and it was against his own will, as he knew it was against his own interests, that Charles deprived him of the commissionership and put in his place James, Duke of York, afterwards James VII. The policy of the three successive commissioners had not made Scotland a happy and peaceable country, but it had succeeded in breaking the once mighty power of Presbyterianism. The 3 acts of indulgence Monmouth had procured the third, had cut deep into the ranks of nonconformity, as had been woefully shown in the camp at Bothwell Bridge. Of the irreconcilable recusants of the West, only a remnant was now left after fines, confiscations, slaughter, and transportation. Outlaws with a price upon their heads, this intractable remnant still bade defiance to authority, and on the mountains, moors, and mosses flocked to hear their preachers in armed conventicle. Of these preachers, 2 hold the supreme place in the Covenanting martyrology, Donald Cargill and Richard Cameron. Under the inspiration of these 2 leaders, a section of the proscribed recusant formed themselves into a body, known as the Society People or Cameronians, with a definite set of tenets and a definite program of action. In a declaration affixed to the market cross of Sanka 1680, they formally disowned Charles as their king, on the ground of his perjury and breach of covenant to God and Kirk. The doctrine of the declaration that rulers might be dethroned when they failed in their duty to their subjects was no novelty in the history of the Christian Church, but it was a doctrine that involved internecine war between people and king. Extirpation of the dreaded sect, therefore, was the only policy left to a government whose existence was bound up with a definite form of ecclesiastical establishment, and the hunting of conventiclers became the special work of the dragoons. Little more than a year after the Sanka Declaration, Cameron and Cargill had finished their course. At Erth Moss in Ayrshire, a band of the Wanderers was defeated by the royal troops, Cameron being among the slain, and Cargill, captured in the following year, was executed in Edinburgh, hailing the day of his death as the most joyful of his pilgrimage on earth. It was not till July 1681 that the Duke of York made his appearance in his capacity of royal commissioner. He had already been twice in Scotland and had made himself acceptable to the leading loyalists, and especially to the Highland chiefs, who at a later day were to give notable proof of their attachment to the House of Stuart. It was considered a propitious step that shortly after his arrival he summoned a meeting of Parliament, the first that had assembled for 9 years. but the acts it was required to pass were a gloomy portent of what was to come. By one of these acts, the Act of Succession, it was declared that no difference in religion can alter or divert the right of succession and lineal descent of the crown. As the Duke was a known Roman Catholic and the presumptive heir to the throne, the drift of this act could not be mistaken. But it was another act that raised the greatest alarm, even among well-disposed loyalists. This was a test act, to be imposed on all persons holding offices of trust in church and state. So self-contradictory were its terms that, in the general opinion, he who took it implied that he was a Presbyterian, Episcopalian, and Roman Catholic at once. On this ground, Sir James Dalrymple, President of the Court of Session, demitted his office rather than come under an impossible obligation, 80 of the Episcopalian clergy similarly refusing to do injury to their consciences. The Earl of Argyll agreed to take the test as far as it was consistent with itself, but this conditional pledge was not found satisfactory, and he was committed for trial, which he eluded by escaping from the castle of Edinburgh, where he had been confined. To introduce Catholicism and to prepare the way for his own succession to the throne, such were the manifest ends to which James's action was tending. But divided as Scottish Protestants might be among themselves, they were united in their dread and hatred of Rome, and various popular manifestations might have warned James of the dangerous path he was treading. The students at the University of Edinburgh burned the Pope in effigy, and those of Glasgow ostentatiously wore the blue riband of the Covenant. 1680. Significant indications of the drift of public opinion. While James was thus alienating many who had hitherto been faithful supporters of the throne, the struggle between the government and the Westland Whigs proceeded with increasing exasperation on both sides. Armed conventicles were still held in various parts of the country, and, goaded to desperation, their frequenters at length virtually declared open war against authority. In their apologetical declaration, 1684, they announced that, if attacked, they would defend themselves with weapons in their hands. As they had thus openly proclaimed themselves outlaws, the commanders of the government troops, the most noted of whom were Graham of Claverhouse and Sir Thomas Dalziel, received simple instruction for dealing with their prisoners. If they refused to abjure the apologetical declaration, they were shot. If they abjured it, they were detained for further examination. The reign of Charles II, which had begun amid such exuberant manifestations of loyalty, closed amid the gloomy forebodings of every class in the country. Though we changed the governors, wrote a moderate loyalist, yet we find no change in the arbitrary government. No class or order in the country had reason to be satisfied with the policy that had followed the Restoration in the affairs of either church or state. Presbyterians of every shade of opinion had been more stringently treated than in the reigns of James VI or Charles I, nor had Episcopalians, though their church had received the sanction of the state, found themselves in a position compatible with the dignity and credit of religion, their clergy in all ranks being the nominees of the crown, and retaining their charges on the condition of absolute obedience to its mandates. For the trading and commercial classes, the reign had been disastrous owing to two principal causes. Free trade with England, which had been enjoyed during the Commonwealth and Protectorate, was abolished at the Restoration, with the result that the country lost its best market for corn and cattle. Still, more calamitous had been England's 10 years' war with Holland, which had begun in 1664. Holland had for centuries been the main outlet for Scottish exports, and by the closing of its ports, foreign trade was for the time practically annihilated. No class had hailed the Restoration with greater fervor than the nobles, but their hopes also had been disappointed by a policy which had ignored their order as a whole and given places of authority and trust to a favored few, who were prepared to be the facile instruments of every new fiat of the royal pleasure. When Charles II died on February 6, 1685, it was with unhappy memories of the past and grave uneasiness for the future that the nation saw James VII ascend the throne. End of section 31.
Section 32 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5, The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10. The Revolution and the Revolution Settlement in Great Britain. 2. Scotland from the Restoration to the Union of the Parliaments, 1660 to 1707, by P. Hume Brown, Part 2. It was an ominous beginning of the new reign that James, on assuming the crown, did not take the coronation oath, an omission which was made the gravest charge against him at the crisis of his fate. An indemnity granted at his accession hardly affected the existing situation, as every nonconformist was expressly excluded from its operation. The first year of his reign, indeed, was marked by greater severities against these persons than at any previous period, and among the people who were the principal sufferers it was known as the Black Year, the killing time. On April 23, 1685, James's first and only Parliament met, with William, Duke of Queensberry, as commissioner. The chief reason why it had been summoned, so its members were informed in a royal letter, was that it might have an opportunity of being exemplary to others, the others being the English Parliament, which was about to meet. Exemplary, the states proved, and in a high degree. They pledged themselves to provide a national army whenever it was required, voted the excise to the crown in perpetuity, and, most stringent of all measures of the kind, enacted that all persons proved to have attended a conventicle should be punished with death and confiscation. While the estates were sitting, an attempt was made to effect a revolution. In concert with the Duke of Monmouth, the Earl of Argyll, who had fled to Holland in the previous reign, had approached the west coast at the head of an armament in the expectation of being joined by his own clansmen and the disaffected people of the west. In this expectation he was disappointed, and delay and mismanagement on the part of the leaders of the expedition doomed it to failure. Captured at Inchinnan in Renfrewshire, Argyll was conveyed to Edinburgh, where he met the same fate as his father, the Covenanting Marquis. Connected with Argyll's enterprise is one of the black pages in the national history. As a precautionary measure, it was deemed necessary to bestow in a safe place all who were in ward for religious offences, but secure prisons were not numerous in Scotland. About 200 men and women, therefore, were committed to the vaults of Dunnottar Castle in Kincardineshire, and there confined for 2 months amid conditions which made their lives a prolonged torture. The danger past, the survivors were offered the alternative of a recantation or the plantations. The majority chose the plantations. The proceedings in connection with the second session of the Parliament, which met at the end of April 1687, left the country in no doubt as to James's ultimate intentions. As Queensberry, the commissioner of the previous year, had refused to become a Roman Catholic, the office had been conferred on Viscount Melfort, who had been more compliant. This in itself was a significant circumstance, but it was a letter from James to the Parliament that raised the gravest alarm. In this letter, the Parliament was recommended to repeal the penal laws against his innocent subjects, those of the Roman Catholic religion. The Estates replied that they would take his recommendation into their serious and dutiful consideration, and go as great lengths therein as their consciences would allow, but expressed their assurance that His Majesty will be careful to secure the Protestant religion established by law. After this rebuff, James resolved to have done with parliaments, and he turned to the Privy Council as the convenient instrument for enforcing his desires. He had, in mere courtesy, the council was informed, requested the Parliament to abolish the penal laws against Roman Catholics, but this request had been wholly unnecessary. The council was, therefore, commanded to rescind the laws in question, to permit the Catholics the free practice of their religion, and to set apart the chapel royal of Holyrood for their special use. Even in the council, however, there was opposition, and James found it necessary to remove 11 Protestants and to put in their places Catholics, among whom were the Earl of Traquair and the Duke of Gordon. These were sufficiently clear indications of the object James had in view, and there were other circumstances equally fitted to warn the nation that its religion was in danger. The Lord Chancellor James, Earl of Perth, and the 2 Secretaries of State, Viscount Melfort and Alexander, Earl of Moray, had all become Catholics. A Catholic press was set up in Holyrood under the management of the pamphleteer Sir Roger Lestrange, and Catholic worship was celebrated in the chapel. It was not only the Presbyterians who were alarmed at James's policy. Their fears were equally shared by the Episcopalians, the Episcopal clergy of the Diocese of Aberdeen, the most intensely Episcopalian part of the kingdom, represented to their bishop the iniquity of abolishing the penal laws against Roman Catholics. And the Bishop of Dunkeld and the Archbishop of Glasgow were deprived because of their opposition to James's action. James could not shut his eyes to the storm he was evoking, and to avert it he took the same step as he had found necessary in England. He published 3 successive letters of indulgence, in the last of which he offered freedom of worship to all nonconformists, Protestant and Roman Catholic alike, provided they taught nothing to alienate the hearts of his subjects. By the main body of the Presbyterians, this last letter was accepted, and many of them who had fled to Holland now returned to their own country. To the followers of Cameron, however, the indulgence brought no respite. Only a covenanted king could satisfy their ideal of a state and church which had the sanction of heaven. But their deliverance from the dragoons, at least, was fast approaching, though they were to yield one more victim to the political necessities of the Restoration. In February 1688, the year that was to prove fatal to the Stuarts, James Renwick, who had succeeded Richard Cameron as the leader of the devoted remnant, was executed in Edinburgh. In his last words from the scaffold, he uttered the warning and prophecy that Scotland must be rid of Scotland before the delivery came, words which were to be literally fulfilled in the transformation which she was to undergo in its impending revolution. The birth of a Prince of Wales, June 30th, 1688, which involved the Catholic succession and the eventual dominion of Rome, raised the same forebodings in Scotland as in England. England was now turning to William of Orange as a deliverer, and in William Scotland also saw her best hope. It was on September 18th that the news of his coming was received. On December 18th, William was in Whitehall. Without a struggle, James's authority came to an end in Scotland, and for a time law was in abeyance. The Catholic chapel in Holyrood was sacked by the Edinburgh populace, and the Presbyterians of the West rabbled and evicted the obnoxious king's curates with a harshness which showed that their own sufferings had not taught them charity. At length, on the petition of about 30 nobles and 80 gentlemen, William issued a summons for the meeting of the estates, which duly assembled on March 14, 1689, with a decisive majority in favor of the revolution. Without and within the convention, the situation showed that the country was at a turning point in its destinies. The castle of Edinburgh was held for James by the Duke of Gordon. The Graham of Claverhouse, now Viscount Dundee, had come down from London at the head of a troop of 60 horse, prepared to act for the exiled king. On their part, the supporters of William had introduced armed men from the west to be ready for battle if the occasion should arise. Unmolested, however, the convention proceeded with the momentous business for which it had met, and its action proved that the cause of William was in the ascendant. By a majority of 15, the Duke of Hamilton was chosen president, and when 2 days after letters came from William and James, Williams's was at once read, while before James's was opened, it was voted that nothing it contained should invalidate the convention. On April 11th, the House agreed to a formal declaration consisting of 2 parts, a claim of right and an offer of the crown to William and Mary. The claim asserted that the estates had the constitutional right to dethrone a ruler who had violated the laws of the kingdom, and it was found that in 15 cases James had infringed the Constitution. On these grounds he was declared to have forfeited the throne, and representatives were commissioned to proceed to London and make formal offer of the Scottish crown to William and Mary. The ceremony was held at Whitehall on May 11th, when William and Mary took the coronation oath, which James had ignored. To one of its clauses, which bound the sovereign to be careful to root out all heretics, William raised a demur, but the words were explained to his satisfaction, and that they could be so explained significantly denoted the fact that a new age had begun. Thus Scotland had cast out her native prince, the 109th of his line, as was her proud boast to the nations. In widely different circumstances, and with widely different results, the same national inspiration had dethroned James as had overthrown his father. It was the dread of Rome that had inspired the revolt against Charles I, and it was the same dread that had brought disaster to his son. With the Revolution, the specter of Rome ceased to haunt the spirit of the nation, and new cares and new interests were henceforth to determine its future destinies. In ascending the throne of Scotland, William had not behind him the general popular enthusiasm which had hailed Charles II at the Restoration. The first Parliament of Charles was virtually unanimous, and in the exuberance of its loyalty gave its sanction to all the royal measure. Very different was the temper of the first Parliament of William. It was not thought prudent to risk a new election, and the convention that had dethroned James was continued as a parliament under the new king, to the chagrin of the Duke of Hamilton, who had been president at the convention. His place was given to the Earl of Crawford, an ardent Presbyterian. With him, for the management of business, was associated as Lord Advocate Sir James Dalrymple, who had no preference for any form of polity, whether in church or state, but was simply a statesman of cold, clear, and large intelligence. That William associated these 2 men as his representatives shows that he saw the necessity of a tentative policy, On Dalrymple devolved the task of upholding the rights of the crown, which William was fully resolved to maintain. The Parliament met in June 1689, and Dalrymple found that all his great powers would be taxed to secure his master's interests. 3 different sections in the House were bent on giving trouble: Jacobites, who desired the recall of James; Whigs, who aimed at curtailing the royal prerogative; and a body of dissatisfied politicians who came to be known as the Club, or the Country Party, ready to play fast and loose as opportunity offered. It was on the mode of electing the Lords of the Articles that the opposition was mainly concentrated. The later Stuart kings had virtually assumed the privilege of appointing these officials and thus made themselves masters of the Parliament. William, in his instructions, offered a remedy for this grievance. Instead of 24 lords, there should be 33, of whom the estates, from which the bishops were excluded as the result of the Revolution, should each choose 11, the remainder to be made up from officers of state without election. The opposition refused to accept the compromise, and the question remained in abeyance. But the main concern of the session was the settlement of the question whether Presbyterianism or Episcopacy was to be the national church. William's recommendation was that if the Presbyterians proved the predominant body in the nation, theirs should be the chosen church. The decision at which the Parliament actually arrived showed the uncertainty of the public mind. Episcopacy was abolished, but Presbyterianism was not put in its place, a conclusion which cut off the hopes of the one party and could not satisfy the other. While the Parliament was still sitting, the supporters of James made a bold stroke for his restoration. The hero of the adventure was Viscount Dundee, whom both his instincts and his interests attached to the House of Stuart. In the Highlands, henceforth to be the stronghold of Jacobite hopes, he succeeded in collecting a force with which he threatened to descend into the lowland country. Met at Killiecrankie, July 27th, by General Mackay, he fell in the hour of a brilliant victory, and, as there was no one equal to carrying on his enterprise, the danger to the government passed as quickly as it had arisen. The government was safe from immediate danger, but the most critical question with which it had to deal, the settlement of religion, had yet to be faced. The predominance of national feeling in favor of Presbyterianism was not so decisive as to make it clear which form of polity should receive the preference. Moreover, the difficulties of William and his advisers were increased by the fact that the Church of England had declared her resolution to stand or fall with her sister church in Scotland. In his uncertainty, William took the advice of one who of all men was best fitted to give it, William Carstairs, a Presbyterian minister who had been exiled in the reign of Charles II and had made William's acquaintance in Holland. Mainly on the council of Carstairs, William resolved to establish Presbyterianism as the national church, and with this object the Parliament met in its second session 1690. The same parties appeared as in the previous year, but the extreme Whigs were conciliated by the abolition of the Lords of Articles, and the government succeeded in giving effect to its ecclesiastical measures. The assumption of the later Stuarts that the king was supreme over all persons and in all causes ecclesiastical was declared unconstitutional. 60 ministers, the survivors of those who had been ejected since 1661, were restored to their parishes, and Presbyterianism was established as the national church. Finally, against the wishes of William, patronage was annulled and the right of electing ministers conferred on the congregations. In spite of the sanction which had thus been given to Presbyterianism, it was with grave apprehensions that William and his advisers looked forward to the meeting of the General Assembly, which had been fixed for the following October. It was the first assembly since that which had been broken up by the officials of the Commonwealth in 1653, and the natural dread was that now triumphant Presbyterians would mete out such treatment to the Episcopalians as might endanger the peace of the country. 180 members, laymen and divines, appeared on the appointed day, but among them were none from the north, the stronghold of episcopacy. And though 3 Cameronian ministers were received at their own express desire, they did not represent the majority of that body, to whom the revolution settlement was an unblessed compromise. The main business of the assembly was to make arrangements for setting the new church in order, and with this object it appointed 2 commissioners, one for the north and the other for the south of the River Tay. The duty of the commissioners was to restore church order and to extrude such ministers, Presbyterians and Episcopalians alike, as failed to give satisfaction in their doctrines and practices. The commissioner for the south had a comparatively easy task, as there he had the sympathy of clergy and people. But in the Episcopalian north, the work of purification met with determined opposition, and so harsh were the measures employed that the government had to control the zeal of the Inquisition. So far as the lowland country was concerned, the government had no reason to fear a serious rising in favor of the exiled king. But in the highlands, there were symptoms of unrest which demanded vigorous measures if the public peace was to be secure. For various reasons, the sympathies of many of the Highland chiefs went with the Stuart. James, we have seen, had, while commissioner under his brother, made a special effort to conciliate them, and in the eyes of the chiefs of the West, the ascendancy of the House of Argyll, assured by the Revolution, was a hateful fact that made them the natural enemies of the new government, as the disaffected chiefs were led to believe that a French armament was about to arrive in the interests of James. Their attitude became more and more menacing, and it was necessary to take measures to avert a probable rising. First, as a means of conciliating the impecunious chiefs, over £12,000 was distributed among them, but with so little effect that Dalrymple was in doubt whether the money would not have been better employed to settle the highlands or to ravage them. The measure having failed, an order was issued commanding all chiefs who had not yet done so to take the oath of allegiance by January 1st, 1692, under the utmost penalty of the law. All the chiefs took the oath by the prescribed date, except MacDonald of Glencoe, who in bravado postponed the obnoxious act till the day of grace was past. As in Dalrymple's opinion, the clan MacDonald was the worst in all the Highlands, he resolved, with unconcealed satisfaction, that it should be made an example of what the government could effect against its enemies. Through his action as prime mover, a troop of 120 men were quartered in the Vale of Glencoe, and were hospitably entertained by the inhabitants for nearly a fortnight. On the morning of February 13th, the errand of blood on which they had come was accomplished. The chief and 37 of his clan were butchered, and the remainder escaped massacre only through the darkness of the morning in the neighborhood of the hills. Had the massacre of Glencoe occurred at any period previous to the Revolution, it would have been regarded merely as another of the long list of atrocities recorded in Highland history. But it was the interests of the Jacobites to stigmatize the existing government, and at home and abroad they denounced the crime as an example of the iniquity of which it was capable. It was against Dalrymple, detested for other reasons, that the clamor was loudest. And though William himself signed the letter of fire and sword against the MacDonalds, he was at length, 1695, constrained to grant a commission for an inquiry. As its result, Dalrymple resigned his office of secretary and remained in privacy till the next reign, when his remarkable gifts were to be signally displayed in the service of his country. The great problem for William and the government of Scotland was to conciliate the Episcopalians who composed such a formidable body of his subjects. On the loyalty of the Presbyterians he could securely reckon, since, however they might grumble and protest, they would in no event find it in their interest to prefer the Stuart to himself. The Episcopalians, on the other hand, who had lost their status through his accession and had no prospect of recovering it, were his natural enemies, and their one aim must be to undo the revolution. It was thus evidently William's interest to make their position as tolerable as was consistent with the maintenance of his own authority. In 1693, the Parliament again met, the first time since 1690, and his representatives succeeded in carrying two measures intended to improve the existing situation. From the peculiar tenure by which William held the crown, the Jacobites had found a convenient ambiguity in the terms of the oath of allegiance. They might swear that he was king in fact, but with the mental reservation that he was not king of right. To remove the ambiguity, it was enacted that to the oath of allegiance there should be added an assurance, affirming that William was king of right as well as in fact. It reveals the difficulty of William's position that the assurance was as obnoxious to the Presbyterians as to the Episcopalians, against whom it was especially aimed. In the eyes of the former, the exaction of such a pledge was an assumption of the crown over the church, which had been the damning offense of William's predecessors. The other important act of the session equally failed in its object of improving the ecclesiastical situation. By the terms of this act, all ministers were to be admitted into the national church who should subscribe the confession of faith, the oath of allegiance, and the assurance. To the Presbyterians, the act seemed only a deep-laid scheme to swamp the church with Episcopalians, and to the Episcopalians, the conditions it offered were incompatible at once with their principles and their aspirations. Thus abortive proved William's well-meant scheme of comprehension, and alike for religion and the state, its failure was to be a national disaster in the years that were to come. The last important event of William's reign was one which is written large in Scottish annals, and in its origin and its effects is to be regarded as one of the most significant in the national history. In the process of public affairs since the Revolution, it had become evident that a new spirit reigned in the councils of the statesmen who were responsible for the conduct of the country, and in no sphere of their action had the change been more conspicuous than in their settlement of religion. The framers of the Solemn League and Covenant had sought to impose presbytery on the three nations on the ground that it was the one form of polity which had the sanction of heaven. The authors of the Revolution settlement had established presbytery as the national church because it was the most expedient policy in the interest of the new regime. Thus, in the minds of statesmen, secular had overridden theological considerations, and it was now to be proved that a similar change had come over the spirit of the nation. In the year 1695, James Patterson brought forward his scheme for the founding of a Scottish colony on the Isthmus of Darien. The scheme received the sanction of the Scottish Parliament and of the King, and subscriptions were promised from Holland, always on good terms with Scotland, and at first from London. But the enterprise, so promisingly begun, evoked the commercial jealousy of English traders, and to the bitter indignation of the Scots, William was persuaded to withdraw his sanction. Thrown upon their own resources, the promoters of the scheme in Scotland appealed to their own countrymen. Subscription lists were opened, and the response by all ranks and classes of the nation recalled the days of the signing of the National Covenant. The enterprise thus launched proved a temporary national calamity, a pestilential climate, the active opposition of the English merchants, and the hostility of the Spaniards, who claimed possession of the isthmus, baffled the efforts of the colonists to effect a settlement, and 3 successive expeditions experienced the same fate. The immediate result of the tragical failure of what was a national enterprise was exasperation against William and England. And this remained an abiding feeling to the close of the reign. But in the national development, the Darien scheme has a wider significance. That the nation, which for a century and a half had been dominated by theological interests, should have thrown itself with such enthusiasm into a purely secular enterprise was a striking proof that a revolution had been wrought in the public mind. Scotland, following the example of other countries in Europe, had in fact entered on a stage of development in which material interests had become the prime consideration, alike in her foreign relations and in her internal economy. Such being now the dominant national preoccupation, the result of the Darien scheme could not but suggest to responsible statesmen, both in England and in Scotland, that the existing relations of both countries could not remain as they were, that complete separation or a closer union lay in the necessity of things. During the closing years of William's reign, the state of opinion in Scotland pointed to the former alternative as the most probable event. Yet, amid all the clamor against William and the English, there was one consideration that held the majority of the nation fast to the Revolution's settlement: the dread of the return of the Stuart, with absolutism and Roman Catholicism as its inevitable result. A common Protestantism, a common political ideal, and common material interests on the one hand, and national sentiment and national antipathies on the other. Between these warring forces, the two nations had to decide whether their destinies were to lie apart or to be joined in indissoluble union. Throughout the reign of Anne, 1702 to 14, the dominant concern of Scotland was the union, first as an impending and afterward as an accomplished fact. It had been the dying counsel of William that in the interest of both countries the union should be effected at the earliest date possible, and as it chanced, the Tory Queen Anne was of the same opinion as her Whig predecessor. Anne's first action in Scottish affairs decisively showed that she and her advisers had the great object at heart. In her first speech to the English Parliament, she expressly suggested that commissioners from both countries should be appointed to treat regarding the conditions under which the union might be accomplished. The commissioners were actually appointed in 1702. But public opinion in neither country was sufficiently ripe for the momentous transaction, and their meetings led to no immediate result. It was the proceedings in the successive sessions of the Scottish Parliament which at length convinced both nations that there was no other alternative than complete severance or closer union. By an act of the previous reign, 1696, similar to one passed in the Parliament of England, it had been settled that the existing Parliament should meet 20 days after the King's death and should continue to sit for 6 months thereafter. As the Parliament did not meet within the prescribed period, the Duke of Hamilton protested that it could not be held a legal body, and at the head of 57 members, he marched out of the House. The members who remained, 120 in number, and contemptuously named the Rump, were virtually unanimous in passing a succession of Whig measures, and what is specially noteworthy, in response to the Queen's request, desired her to nominate Scottish commissioners to treat regarding union with a similar body representing England. But it was not this Parliament that was to have the responsibility of consummating the Treaty of Union. In 1703, a new Parliament was returned, the first elected since 1689, and destined to be the last in its succession. In the previous year, the English Bill against Occasional Conformity, which would have deprived dissenters of civic status, had been introduced into the English Parliament, and though it was defeated by the Lords, it had been ardently supported by the Commons. In the eyes of the Scottish Presbyterians, the approval which the bill had received could only portend the eventual triumph of episcopacy in both countries, and to avert the dreaded event, they spared no effort to secure a majority in the new Parliament. Their efforts were successful, and it was a parliament with a Whig and Presbyterian majority that carried the Union. This was its greatest achievement. But its action during its 3 antecedent sessions gave little promise of such a result. The one motive animating all parties was hostility to England and the determination to let her know that Scotland was an independent kingdom. The Duke of Queensberry, who was continued as commissioner in the new parliament, was instructed in the first place to obtain a grant of supply, and next to secure the passing of an act of settlement similar to the English Act, which devolved the crown on the Electress Sophia and her heirs. In neither object did he succeed. What the Parliament did, Whig and Tory agreeing, was to pass an act of security, which declared that 20 days after the death of the reigning sovereign without issue, the estates were to name a successor who should be a Protestant and a descendant of the House of Stuart. Whoever this successor might be, he or she must not be the person designated by the Parliament of England unless under conditions that secured to Scotland complete freedom of government, religion, and trade. To such an act, which virtually declared Scotland an independent kingdom, the government could not give its sanction. And the session closed amid mutual recrimination between the commissioner and the House. When this refractory parliament met in the following year, 1704, the new commissioner, the Marquis of Tweedale, found it as resolute as ever to have its own way. No supply would be granted till the Act of Security received the royal sanction. As the less of two evils, Godolphin, the English treasurer, advised the Queen to yield, and the act was passed. It was intended as a defiance to England, but by the irony of events, it was the chief immediate cause in furthering union. As a direct reply to Scotland's challenge, the Tory House of Lords and the Whig House of Commons passed an act which declared that, unless the crown of Scotland were settled by Christmas Day 1705, all Scotsmen would be declared aliens and the importation of Scottish commodities prohibited. By the same act, however, the Queen was empowered to appoint the commissioners to negotiate a union between the two countries, never less disposed to fraternal feelings than at this moment. But the threat contained in the English Alien Act had the desired result. The Scottish estates were satisfied with having asserted the national feeling in the Act of Security, and when they met in the following year, 1705, under the presidency of the Earl of Argyll, they passed an act for a treaty with England, by which the Queen was desired to appoint commissioners to negotiate the terms on which the union might be concluded. The two commissions, each consisting of 31 representatives, met on April 16, 1706, and in 9 weeks accomplished a task which in the opinion of the majority of both nations had seemed a chimera of the English ministry. By the terms of the proposed treaty, as it finally emerged from their hands, the two kingdoms were to be united under the name of Great Britain. The United Kingdom was to be represented by one parliament, and the crown was to devolve on the House of Hanover in accordance with the English Act of Settlement. There was to be complete freedom of trade between the two countries, both at home and abroad. In the case of certain commodities, malt, salt, stamped paper, vellum and parchment, etc., Scotland was for a time to be partially exempt from duties, and her proportion of the land tax was to be 1/40 of that of England. In compensation for her losses at the hands of various English trading companies and of her share in England's national debt, she was to receive an equivalent of £398,085, 10 shillings, and 0 pence, which was to be expended in recouping the parties who had suffered these losses and in encouraging trade and industry. In the United Parliament, 16 Scottish peers elected by their own body were to sit in the House of Lords, and 45 Scottish members in the House of Commons, Scotland was to retain her own courts of law, with the addition of a court of exchequer which was to deal exclusively with fiscal questions. The privileges of the royal burghs and the feudal jurisdictions of the nobles were to remain intact, and finally, as sign and symbol of the completed union, the arms of the two countries were to be conjoined as Her Majesty saw fit on all flags, banners, standards, and ensigns, both at sea and land. The articles, as drafted by the two commissions, had now received the sanction of the parliaments of both countries, and as the greatest opposition was anticipated from the Parliament of Scotland, it was deemed prudent that it should first sit in judgment on the treaty. The last of Scottish parliaments, it met in its last session on October 3rd, 1706, with Queensberry as commissioner, Lord Seafield as chancellor, and the Earl of Mar as Secretary of State. In the teeth of a hostility which threatened civil war, the government addressed itself to the task of passing the treaty into law. From the Convention of Burghs, and from every royal burgh except Ayr, petitions poured in denouncing the proposed union. In Edinburgh and Glasgow, there were open riots, and at Dumfries the treaty was publicly burned. It was from the national church, which dreaded union as inevitably involving the ruin of presbytery, that the most dangerous opposition was anticipated, but its leaders were appeased by an act of security which guaranteed the existing establishment to continue without any alteration to the people of this land to all generations. Opposed at almost every step by the different parties in the House, the articles were at length successfully carried without essential modification. And on January 16, 1707, Queensberry touched the Act of Union with the royal scepter, and at the same time, as inviolably bound up with it, the Act for the security of the national church. In the English Parliament, the articles had met with little opposition, and on March 6th the Queen gave the royal assent to the Act in the presence of the Lords and Commons. The Treaty of Union, which had thus been sanctioned by the parliaments of both nations, was not to result in immediate fraternal cooperation. How the treaty was regarded by the general educated opinion of Scotland, it is difficult to determine. For as a leading Jacobite of the time admitted, the petitions against it were in general inspired and even manufactured by the Jacobite party. By the mass of the people, influenced by national sentiment and traditional dislike of England, it was long considered as a disgraceful transaction, the work of venal statesmen and traitors to the country. And in the years that immediately followed, there was not a class which did not find ground for alarm in the treatment it received from a legislature in which English influence was necessarily predominant. The nobility were irritated by what they considered infringements of their order. The church saw in an act that restored patronage a deliberate intention of reviving episcopacy. The leaders and merchants were exasperated by taxation which they declared to be at once unjust and a breach of the Treaty of Union. Not till towards the middle of the 18th century did the national prosperity become so apparent as to convince the majority of Scotsmen that the Union had been a necessity and a blessing. The preeminent advantage that union brought to both countries had indeed been the same: strength and security as the result of their combined resources. Had Scotland become an independent kingdom, retaining her ancient traditions, England would have been seriously crippled in the course she was to run. On the other hand, Scotland, to hold her own in the conflict of material interests in which the nations were now engaged, would have required a fleet and an army, the maintenance of which would have overstrained her resources and permanently retarded their development. Relieved from this necessity and no longer dominated by the theological preoccupations, she was at liberty to pursue the new paths on which she had entered at the Revolution. And it was only these new conditions that rendered possible her growth in material prosperity and her contribution to the world's thought, which make the close of the 18th century the most distinguished period in her annals. End of section 32. Read by Patrick in Windhoek on March 2023.
Section 33 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5, The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10, The Revolution and the Revolution Settlement in Great Britain. 3. Ireland, from the Restoration to the Act of Resumption, 1660 to 1700 by Robert Dunlop. Part 1. In the fullness of his joy at finding himself safely seated on the throne of his fathers, Charles II had expressed his desire to make his people as truly happy as he himself was. So far as Ireland was concerned, it was soon apparent that the attempt to make all happy was likely to end in gratifying nobody. There had been a rebellion in Ireland. The rebellion had been suppressed with the result that the greater part of the soil of the country had passed into the hands of those who had been instrumental in suppressing it. That the Irish had deserved their fate, every Englishman was convinced. On the other hand, the Irish were not slow to point out to Charles that the rebellion had been condoned by the treaties of 1646 and 1648-9, and that in sharing his exile with him, they were entitled to share also his restoration. The argument, so long as no one inquired too closely into the premises onto which it was based, appeared plausible enough. But by accepting his restoration at the hands of the new settlers, Charles had deprived himself of all choice in the matter. His decision to leave the decision of the question to Parliament was accepted as satisfactory by the Convention of Estates that met at Dublin in February 1660. Being in possession, the colonists could afford to wait, but it was otherwise with the Irish, whose impatience to recover their forfeited properties led them in some isolated instances to attempt a forcible ejection of the new occupants. The latter did not fail to make the most of these disturbances in order to impress upon their friends in England the danger of a fresh rebellion. Pressure was brought to bear on the king, and on June 1st strict orders were issued to suppress all such disorderly proceedings and to confirm the adventurers and soldiers in the temporary possession of their estates. Still, there can be no question that Charles was seriously anxious to gratify, as far as he possibly could, all reasonable claims on the part of his quondam allies, and being led to believe that a sufficient fund of lands existed to enable him to do so, without touching the interests of the adventurers and soldiers, he issued, on November 30th, a declaration for settling the affairs of Ireland. The declaration, afterwards embodied in the Act of Settlement, was admirably calculated to satisfy everybody, on the one condition that sufficient lands could be found for the purpose. The plan on which it was based had been suggested by the agents of the new settlers, in the belief that few Irish would be able to prove their innocency. To make sure of this point, they took care that in selecting the commission before which the Irish were to plead their claims, their own interests should be exclusively represented. But in this they overshot their mark, for, after wasting much time at displaying incredible partiality, the commission was dissolved. Checked in this direction, the new settlers, or, as they called themselves, the English interest, found themselves suddenly attacked by the old settlers, nicknamed the Irish interest, who pointed out that, if there was a deficiency of land to satisfy the Irish, according to the king's intentions, it could easily be made good by forcing the adventurers to disgorge the lands they had illegally acquired under the so-called Dublin Ordinance of 1643. The controversy waxed hot in the Parliament, which met in May 1661, and the new settlers, finding themselves likely to be outvoted if they tried to pass the declaration as it stood, effected a compromise, by which it was agreed to refer the matter to the king in council. Backed by English opinion, they hoped to recover in London what ground they had lost in Dublin. But as Ormond, whom Charles appointed Lord Lieutenant in November, clearly recognized, the question, though veiled as one between the old and new settlers, was in reality a contest between the latter and the Irish claiming restoration. The Irish, with the support of the old settlers, held a strong position. Unfortunately, by disclaiming the character of rebels and by insisting too strongly on the simple justice of their demands, they managed to put themselves in a false position. The production of the original instructions from the Supreme Council to the agents abroad, authorizing them to dispose of the kingdom to any Catholic prince who would take it under his protection, settled the matter against them. The debates in council, which had threatened to prove interminable, found a sudden conclusion, and the bill for the settlement of Ireland, being returned to the Irish Parliament, passed in May 1662, and received the royal assent in September. As a concession to the Irish, a commission consisting of 7 Englishmen nominally unconnected with any interest in Ireland was appointed to decide the claims to innocence. The commissioners opened their court on September 20th, but it was not till January 13, 1663, that they actually began their sittings. More than 4,000 claims for restoration, it was said, had been entered. By the end of the month, only 27 cases had been decided, but of these, 21 had been admitted. The Cromwellians were alarmed. Complaints of partiality were raised against the commissioners. A proposal to require proofs of innocency more stringent than those already exacted was not carried out. But the dissatisfaction caused by the proceedings of the commissioners grew from day to day. A plot to overturn the government was detected, and several individuals implicated in it were executed. The incident exercised a sobering effect on all parties. Urged by their fears, the Cromwellians expressed a readiness to come to terms. Their offer to surrender 1/3 of the estates in their possession on May 7, 1659, was accepted, and on this basis a bill for the explanation of the Act of Settlement was drawn up and, after various interruptions, became law on December 23, 1665. The end had come at last, taking the total arable land of Ireland at Sir William Petty's estimate of about 7.5 million plantation acres, and discriminating 3 sets of proprietors, viz. 1. The native interest, including families of Anglo-Norman descent. 2. The Irish interest, i.e., the planters introduced by Elizabeth and James I, including the Church of Ireland. 3. The English interest, i.e., the Cromwellian element. It would appear that by the operation of the Acts of Settlement and Explanation, an equal portion of land, or about 2.5 million acres, was definitely assigned to each class. Of the multitude, who could expect no hearing in the new Court of Claims that opened its sittings on January 4, 1666, to administer the acts, hundreds took to the congenial calling of Tories, outlaws. The settlement had not come a minute too soon. The economic crisis through which England was at this time passing had led to a strong demand for protection against the introduction of Irish livestock into the English market. An act had accordingly been passed in 1663, limiting the importation of Irish cattle to the first 6 months of the year. The measure, though it pressed heavily on Ireland, only slowly recovering from the ravages of war, was not attended with the success that had been predicted for it, and in October 1665, a bill was introduced absolutely prohibiting the importation of all livestock from Ireland. The bill was opposed in the House of Lords, and the prorogation of Parliament having put a temporary stop to proceedings, it was hoped that the generous contribution of 30,000 head of Irish cattle towards the relief of London after the Great Fire would incline the English Commons to a more liberal treatment of the Irish landowners. These hopes were disappointed, for no sooner had Parliament reassembled in the autumn of 1666 than the Commons promptly agreed to a bill for the virtual exclusion of all great cattle, sheep and swine, as well as of beef, pork and bacon, on the ground that such imports were destructive to the prosperity of the country and a common nuisance. On January 18, 1667, the bill, after a fierce contest in the House of Lords, received the royal assent. The consequences of the measure were soon apparent. From statistics taken at the time, it appears that whereas in 1665, 57,545 oxen and 99,564 sheep were exported from Ireland, in 1669, the number had fallen to 1,454 oxen and 1,120 sheep. On the other hand, barreled beef, butter, tallow, hides, and above all wool, which rose from 131,013 stone to 254,760, showed a remarkable increase. These statistics are significant. By closing the English market against Irish livestock, the act practically killed the chief existing Irish industry. Unable to find a market for their lean cattle, and the Irish landowners turned their land into sheep walks and took to fattening their own stock for the provision trade. Irish wool was of excellent quality, but its exportation, except to England, was severely restricted, and finding no legal outlet for it, the Irish established a woolen industry of their own. Owing largely to Ormond's encouragement, the industry began to flourish. English capital found its way into the country. Skilled labor was introduced, and, though debarred by the Act of Navigation from directly participating in the colonial trade, Ireland, owing to the cheapness of living and labor, was ere long able not merely to compete with England, but even to undersell her in the European market. The linen manufacture revived. Other trades followed in the wake of the chief industries, and for 20 years Ireland enjoyed a period of unexampled commercial prosperity. As a result, religious discord lost much of its asperity. No doubt, the restoration of episcopacy and the ejection of their ministers caused much bitter feeling among the Presbyterians of Ulster, especially where they constituted the bulk of the population. But such struggles as those which soured the existence and frustrated the labors of Jeremy Taylor in the diocese of Down and Connor were happily exceptional, and it may be said that throughout the whole reign, the position of the Protestant nonconformists in Ireland contrasted favorably with that of their fellows in England and Scotland. Nor had the Roman Catholics much reason to complain. The policy inaugurated by the Commonwealth of excluding them from corporate towns was theoretically maintained, but there was no attempt made to interfere with individual liberty of conscience or to exclude them from the higher professions. Ormond, whose object was to stimulate a feeling of loyalty to the crown by repressing the religious bigotry of both Protestants and Catholics, had, shortly after assuming the government, been much gratified by the presentation of an address by Peter Walsh, a Franciscan friar, on behalf of a number of Catholic clergy and gentry, protesting their unfeigned loyalty to the crown, and disclaiming all foreign power, either papal or princely, spiritual or temporal. The loyal remonstrance, as it was called, was greeted with contumely by the Ultramontanes, but it offered Ormond the opportunity he wanted of drawing a distinction between loyal and disloyal Roman Catholicism, whether his policy of playing one party off against the other, with the avowed object of ultimately weakening both, would have been followed by the success he expected may be doubted, but it was certainly attended by a more tolerant treatment of the Catholics generally. But, however, it had time to fully develop. Ormond was recalled. The real reason of his removal, though veiled by charges of issuing a commission of martial law in time of peace and of misapplication of the revenue, is to be found in the intrigues which had led to the downfall of his friend, the Earl of Clarendon. His successor, Lord Robartes, owed his appointment to the zeal with which he had advocated the claim of the crown to exercise a dispensing power in the matter of religious tests. But, having during his 6 months of office managed to render himself personally objectionable to all classes of the community, except to the more rigid Presbyterians, with whose tenets he sympathized, he retired in a huff in May 1670. He was followed by John Lord Berkeley of Stratton. Berkeley's appointment, though apparently devoid of political significance, was like that of Robartes, a step carefully calculated in the spirit of the Treaty of Dover. Of a naturally indolent disposition, Berkeley, through his wife and his secretary, Sir Ellis Leighton, was entirely under the Catholic influence. With Leighton's assistant, Richard Talbot, better known by his subsequent title of Duke of Tyrconnell, and his brother Peter, the recently appointed titular Archbishop of Dublin, speedily effected a radical change in the conduct of public affairs. Not only was the favour that had hitherto been shown to the Remonstrants withdrawn and a systematic attempt made to prosecute them out of existence, but, under colour of carrying out the king's intentions, a number of Catholics were placed on the Commission of the Peace, and a proclamation was issued in March 1672, dispensing with the oath of supremacy as a condition of their admission to the corporations. Moreover, at Talbot's instigation, the king consented to the appointment of a committee to consider the desirability of instituting an impartial inquiry into the execution of the Acts of Settlement. The indignation of the Protestants was unmistakable, and, foreseeing a storm in Parliament, Charles prudently transferred the government to Arthur Capel, Earl of Essex, a zealous Protestant. As he had anticipated, the English Parliament had no sooner met than a vigorous address was presented to him in March 1673, insisting on the maintenance of the Acts of Settlement, the revocation of the Commission of Enquiry, and the removal of Talbot from his councils. Charles yielded. All the same, he had no intention of surrendering the advantage he had gained. Essex gradually began to perceive which way the wind was blowing. For himself, he was willing enough to pursue a neutral policy, but, to his credit, he was too honest to become a mere tool for the subversion of the Protestant interest, and for exploiting the country in the interest of the harpies that fattened on the extravagance of the king. When he refused to carry on the government without being allowed to exercise any control over the revenue, he was recalled in 1677. The unexpected reappointment of Ormond was hailed with satisfaction by the Irish Protestants. Recent events had not tended to inspire them with confidence in the government. The finances of the country were in disorder, and, though Ormond had obtained Charles's consent to a more rigorous control of the revenue, the only radical remedy for the situation lay, as he clearly saw, in summoning a parliament. Before, however, anything could be done in this direction, the government was distracted by the news of the discovery of a popish plot in England, with ramifications extending, it was alleged, to Ireland. Uncertain at first what credit to give to Oates' revelations, Ormond thought it prudent to arrest one or two suspicious individuals and to issue orders for disarming the Catholics. His moderation, however, gave great offense to Shaftesbury and his allies, and knowing, as he said, that his position was a slippery one, he saw himself constrained to issue a proclamation to encourage persons to come forward to make discoveries of the plot. The proclamation, though it did not fail to bring forth a host of informers and to lead in the end to the judicial murder of Oliver Plunkett, Catholic Archbishop of Armagh, failed to answer the expectations of the managers of the agitation. When the reaction came, Ormond's difficulties wore off, but only, as it proved, to be followed after a short pause by others of an even more serious nature. The opportunity for which Charles had long been waiting to free himself from the control of the Protestant party in Ireland seemed to have arrived at last. By the advice of the Duke of York and Talbot, he resolved to recall Ormond, to divide the civil from the military authority, and, by placing the latter in the hands of a trusty Catholic, to remodel the army on a Catholic basis. At the same time, a commission was to be issued for the establishment of a court of grace, nominally to enable the new settlers to strengthen their defeasible titles, really as a means of clipping their properties in the interest of the Irish. It is hard to say to what lengths Charles was willing to go, but before matters could be arranged, he died. His death did not materially affect the situation. Ormond, having proclaimed James II, retired from government. Pending the appointment of his successor, the government was placed in commission, and in the interval advantage was taken of Monmouth's rebellion to effect a partial disarmament of the Protestants. In January 1686, the Earl of Clarendon was sworn Lord Lieutenant, but the real director of Irish affairs was Talbot, whom James, shortly after his accession, had created Earl of Tyrconnell, and whom he now appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Army. In pursuance of the plan already agreed upon, Tyrconnell set to work at once to remodel the army on a Catholic basis. His proceedings did not fail to alarm the Protestants, and as Clarendon, whose pride was hurt at the daily insults offered to his authority, failed to prove as subservient an instrument as James had expected to find in him, he was recalled and government transferred to Tyrconnell, January 1687. This appointment, while it inspired the Protestants with the gravest apprehensions, so that thousands of them, it was said, disposed of their property and fled the country, afforded the liveliest satisfaction to the natives, who, in the expectation of a speedy reversal of the Acts of Settlement, were already in imagination reveling in the recovery of their forfeited estates. The fears and hopes of both alike were well founded. Towards the end of August, Tyrconnell was granted an interview with James at Chester, who approved his proceedings and, it is asserted on credible authority, arranged with him a plan whereby, in the event of his policy in England miscarrying, and the succession falling to a Protestant, Ireland was to be put in a position to maintain itself as an independent kingdom. Events moved faster than either expected, with the cheers of his own army ringing in his ears at the acquittal of the bishops. James turned for assistance to Tyrconnell, as his father had to Strafford, and, despite the warning voice of Sunderland, 3,000 Irish troops were transported to England during the autumn of 1688. The assistance, purchased at the price of exasperating public opinion in England, proved of no use to James, while, by compelling Tyrconnell to denude Derry of its garrison, the opportunity was given for a revolt, which was destined to upset all his plans. Recognizing his mistake, he ordered the Earl of Antrim to proceed with his regiment to Derry, but the tinder had already taken fire. Alarmed at the menacing attitude of the natives and by rumors of an intended repetition of the horrors of 1641, the citizens of Derry, actuated by one of those sudden impulses of self-preservation that override all habits of obedience to authority, gave the signal for rebellion by closing the gates of the city in the face of the royal army. Enniskillen followed suit, and everywhere the Protestant colonists drew together for safety, and formed military associations for their defense. Taken by surprise, Tyrconnell seemed to hesitate, thinking he might be won over. William sent Richard Hamilton over to negotiate terms with him. Hamilton betrayed his trust, and after Tyrconnell had thus learnt the real state of affairs in England, his hesitation, real or affected, quickly passed away. By the end of January 1689, he had got together an army of 36,000 men, and though they were badly offered and but partly armed, the prospect, according to Pontus, whom Louis had sent over to report on the situation, was encouraging. Meanwhile, a strong force under Hamilton was dispatched into the north to put an end to the resistance there. At Dromore, he came up with the bulk of the Protestants under Sir Arthur Baldwin and Major Baker. Seeing themselves overmatched, they broke and fled, some to Coleraine, others to Derry and Enniskillen, breaking down the bridges in their rear and destroying everything they could not carry away with them. On March 12th, 2 days before the break of Dromore, James, accompanied by the Count d'Auvet and Louis' plenipotentiary, and a number of French officers who were to assist him in organizing his forces, landed at Kinsale with a small army of about 1,200 men, for the most part his own subjects. On landing, he was heartily welcomed by the Catholics of the district, and a promise on his part to take the Protestants under his protection went some way to disarm opposition on their part. At Cork he was met by Tyrconnell, who escorted him in triumph to Dublin. All the same, James's heart was not in the enterprise. He had hoped that Louis's assistance to have made a direct descent on England, but Louis was anxious at almost any price to avoid an open breach with England. By assisting James to establish himself firmly in Ireland, he hoped, at a moderate cost to himself, to prevent William from interfering actively on the continent. It is doubtful whether James saw through Louis' scheme, but it was not long before Tyrconnell recognized James' perfect indifference to Ireland, and perceived from his endeavor to reconcile the Protestants that his thoughts were all the time concentrated on England. For such a plan, however, Tyrconnell was not to be had. First and foremost, he was an Irishman. His object, to put it plainly, was to sever the connection with Great Britain. If James was willing to be King of Ireland, well and good. If not, then Tyrconnell was ready to offer the crown to Louis. But in this he reckoned without Louis himself, who no sooner heard of the intention than he clearly indicated his dislike to the proposal. In the background stood Devoe, cynically urging the extirpation of the Protestants as the only rational solution of the situation. On March 24th, James made his public entry into Dublin. Next day he published a batch of proclamations, commanding all his subjects who had fled the kingdom to return to their allegiance, under a general promise of taking the Protestants into his protection, forbidding robberies, ordering a market to be opened for the provisioning of the army, raising the nominal value of the currency, and convoking a parliament to meet at Dublin on May 7th. At the same time, he created Tyrconnell a duke, and admitted Devoe to a seat at the Privy Council. This done, he announced his intention of proceeding in person to Derry. Once in possession of that city, there was nothing to prevent him from crossing with his army into Scotland. Tyrconnell and Devoe did their utmost to dissuade him, but, supported by Melfort and the English Jacobites, he held to his purpose, and shortly afterwards set out for the north. Since their rout at Dromore, the Protestants of Ulster found themselves in a precarious position. Driven northwards by Hamilton's advancing forces, as many as were able to do so took shipping and fled to England. A few accepted the protection from the Irish general. Others found a refuge in Enniskillen and Derry. The rest ensconced themselves in Coleraine, whence they appealed to Robert Lundy at Derry for help. Lundy's position was a peculiar one. He was a Protestant, and had been appointed military governor of Derry at the instance of one of the most trusted leaders of the party, William Stewart, Viscount Mountjoy. Yet he had, from the first, failed to give entire satisfaction to the more resolutely minded citizens, who suspected him, perhaps not altogether without reason, of being secretly a Jacobite, and it might be admitted that, whether he was a traitor at heart or not, his conduct had the effect of merely wrecking the Protestant cause. Sligo, in particular, with almost as good a chance of holding out as Enniskillen, was lost by his contradictory orders. On the other hand, his advice to evacuate Toleration appears to have been founded on sound military reasons, and he cannot be held responsible for the panic-stricken flight that followed its rejection. Owing to bad weather, the almost impassable condition of the roads, and the difficulty of finding provisions in a country almost devoid of inhabitants, James's army advancing in 2 divisions, the one under Hamilton against Derry, the other under Galmoy against Enniskillen, made slow progress. On April 13th, the former came up with Lundy's outpost at Clydeford, about 3 miles from Strabane, on the Finn, and after some sharp fighting, succeeded 2 days later in forcing a passage at Castle Finn. Finding their flank turned and their retreat menaced, Lundy's raw levies broke and fled in wild confusion to Derry, closely followed for some miles by Hamilton's cavalry. The bulk of them got safely into the city, but a number of isolated parties were wiped out. Disgusted and dismayed at the conduct of his troops, Lundy saw no chance of holding out against the overwhelming force which, with King James at its head, was now rapidly approaching the city. At a council of war, he gave his advice in favor of a capitulation. In the light of subsequent events, his conduct may be regarded as an act of treachery, but it should be remembered that all competent military authorities agreed in believing that Derry was indefensible. Military opinion proved wrong, but if the successful defense of Derry forms one of the most brilliant pages in Irish history, the odds were that, like that of Drogheda, it would prove one of the bloodiest. Informed of what had passed at the council, James appeared under the walls of the city on April 18th, expecting an easy surrender. But both he and Lundy failed to reckon on the fierce spirit of racial hatred that burned in the breasts of the citizens. While negotiations for a surrender were proceeding, a cannonball, fired either by accident or of set purpose, came very near to cutting short James's life, while at the same time it put an end to his hopes in Lundy's authority. A feeble apology followed, but that same night Lundy slipped out of the city. The defense was reorganized, and next morning, with the defiant shout of "No surrender," Derry entered on her memorable 15-week siege. The unexpected resistance with which he had met completely upset James's plans, and on April 29th he left the camp to open the Parliament summoned by him to meet at Dublin on May 7th. Considering the precautions taken by Tyrconnell to regulate the elections, it was only to be expected that the Parliament, which assembled on the day appointed, should have consisted almost exclusively of men who, either in their own persons or in those of their fathers before them, had suffered most severely by the plantations that had in large measure caused their rebellion, and by the confiscations that had followed on its suppression. They had now, as they thought, got the upper hand of their enemies, the colonists. They had got a king of their own religion, and it was only natural that they should have determined to use their power to recover possession of those estates of which they had, in their opinion, been most unjustifiably robbed. In his opening speech, James, after gratefully acknowledging their loyalty, expressed his firm resolve to put an end to all calumnies against him by granting full liberty of conscience to all his subjects, and to recognize no test or distinction between them but that of loyalty. As for those who had been injured by the late acts of settlement, he was ready to agree to any plan that might be found to relieve them, as far as might be consistent with reason, justice, and the public good of his people. It was from his own point of view a politic speech, though to most of his hearers his reference to the necessity for a revision of the Acts of Settlement must have seemed rather lacking in warmth. Unfortunately, the object he had before him of united Protestants and Catholics into a body of loyalists, quite apart from the fact that it suited nobody's purpose but his own, was utterly impracticable. The protection of a king who could not protect himself was not likely to impress the Protestants, and to gratify the Catholics, he was bound to upset the Act of Settlement. To do this, however, was equivalent to forfeiting all chance of recovering England. The question as to which course he would pursue was soon brought to a practical issue. On May 12th, the bill was introduced into the House of Commons for repealing the Acts of Settlement and Explanation. In the preamble to it, in which the clauses which gave rise to those measures are discussed, nothing is more remarkable than the intense hatred displayed against Ormond, who, by his interest in power, cherished and supported a fanatical Republican party, and to transfer the calamitous consequences of his fatal conduct from himself upon your trusty Roman Catholic subjects, interposed betwixt them and his late Majesty's general indulgence and pardon. The absurdity of the charge is apparent on the face of it, but a scapegoat had to be found, and it would hardly have suited the purposes of those who were trying to procure its repeal to remember that the Act of Settlement was simply the price Charles had paid for his restoration. As James listened to the debates in the House of Lords, the hopelessness of his position began to dawn upon him. Not he, but Tyrconnel, was master of the situation, and nothing would satisfy Tyrconnel but an absolute repeal. To his intimates, James admitted that he had no other choice than to consent. The Irish, he said, were determined to ram that and much more down his throat. When the session came to a close on July 20th, he had given his assent to 35 acts, some of them no doubt of great, others of questionable utility. Taken together, they represent the political ideal of the party led by Tyrconnel: parliamentary independence, the restoration of the land to its original owners, and freedom of trade. Unfortunately, however legitimate they were in themselves, they were claims that could only be made good by the sword. Meanwhile, the situation in general had undergone little change. Though hard-pressed and with the garrison sadly diminished by hunger and sickness, Derry still continued to bid defiance to her besiegers. But, as July drew to a close, her powers of resistance rapidly declined, and any day, any hour could see her forced to capitulate. The fate of Enniskillen hung in the same balance. Hitherto, by distracting the attention of James's generals, the Enniskillens had rendered Derry excellent service, but even to their powers of resistance there was a limit, and if Derry fell, they too were bound to succumb. End of section 33. Section 34, The Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5. The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10. The Revolution and the Revolution Settlement in Great Britain. 3. Ireland from the Restoration to the Act of Resumption, 1660 to 1700, by Rothwell Dunlop. Part 2. Absorbed in their own affairs, Englishmen had at first paid little attention to Ireland. After his flight there had been a natural revulsion of feeling in James's favor. But this feeling had quickly given place to one of intense resentment when the news arrived of his landing in Ireland. In its indignation, Parliament insisted on an instant declaration of war against France. Putting his own construction on the address William thought that the hour had at last arrived for setting his scheme of the Grand Alliance in motion. Parliament thought otherwise. From being a subject of secondary importance, Ireland suddenly became the sole topic of interest. As time went on and Derry remained unrelieved, public opinion grew restless. In June, a committee of the Lords was appointed to inquire into the causes of the miscarriages in Ireland. Witnesses, including Archbishop King, were examined. The minute books of the Committee of Council for Irish Affairs and the Admiralty books were called for and closely inspected. The evidence elicited was of a contradictory sort, but it was generally admitted that with a little foresight, the rebellion might have been prevented. Even after Tyrconnell had declared for James, the Protestants could, with a little help, easily have held their own. But no attention had been paid to their appeals for assistance. On the contrary, Sir William Harvard had been heard to say that Ireland could wait, land there would be cheap enough shortly. The fact is, the muddle was due to causes which in the circumstances were unavoidable. The Committee for Irish Affairs had been active enough. Already on March 30th, orders had been issued for an army of over 22,000 men to be got ready to march on May 1st, and on April 29th, when it was evident that Derry, contrary to all expectation, was managing to hold out, instructions were sent to Major General Kirk to sail with 4 regiments and what provisions he could collect to its relief. But weeks passed away, and it was only after receiving a second order that Kirk, un homme coffriers, as Schomberg called him, at last set sail. The middle of June had arrived before his fleet appeared in Lough Foyle. Even then, he could not make up his mind to attack the boom which the besiegers had thrown across the river. At last, a peremptory message from Schomberg, who had been appointed Commander-in-Chief of the forces for Ireland, compelled him to move. The task proved easier than had been expected, and on July 28th, Derry was relieved. His failure to capture Derry was a terrible disappointment to James, but the news of the complete defeat on July 31st at Newton Butler of the army he had sent to reduce Enniskillen under Viscount Montchurchill, followed as it was by that of the loss of Sligo, was in the circumstances little less than a calamity. Dundee's death, July 27th, had put an end to his hopes of assistance from Scotland, and the question of how he was to maintain himself was becoming daily more difficult to solve. From raising the nominal value of the currency, he had proceeded to the issue of a debased coinage, with the natural result of ruining what little commerce there was left to the country. Provisions for the army could only be obtained at the sword's point, and with bankruptcy staring him in the face, the temptation to follow Defoe's advice and lay forcible hands on the Protestants became almost irresistible. In the midst of his troubles came the news that Schomberg, with an army which rumour placed at about 20,000 men, had landed in County Down. The feeling at Dublin was one of utter consternation. The advisability of retiring beyond the line of the Shannon was discussed, but neither James nor Tyrconnell would listen to the suggestion, and when it was found that Dublin was not immediately menaced, the feeling of panic gradually yielded to bolder counsels. As a matter of fact, the situation was not nearly so critical as it had at first sight appeared to be. So far from being 20,000 men strong, Schomberg's army, composed mainly of raw recruits, badly equipped and worse officered, was barely more than half that size. Belfast, of course, fell into his hands, but Carrickfergus had to be reduced by force. Having been joined by most of the Enniskillen horse, Schomberg on September 2nd moved southward by way of Lisburn and Newry to Dundalk. Here he was brought to a standstill by lack of provisions, and recognizing the necessity of keeping open his connection by sea, he entrenched himself in a little slip of land to the north of the town, where he was practically secure from attack, and where reinforcements could easily reach him. His action, unavoidable under the circumstances, revealed his weakness to the enemy. Enthusiasm took the place of despondency in the Irish ranks, and with an army over 20,000 strong, James marched northward. On September 21st, the two armies stood face to face at Dundalk, both eager for the fray, but neither willing to yield the other the advantage of an attack. Finding it impossible to draw Schomberg, James, after laying the country bare of provisions, retired with his army to Ardee, where, owing to the bad roads and broken-down bridges, he was as inaccessible to Schomberg as the latter was to him at Dundalk. The autumn was cold and wet, and both armies suffered severely from sickness, so that, when the beginning of November, James moved into winter quarters, Schomberg promptly followed his example. The campaign, which closed with the recovery of Sligo by Sarsfield, had ended better for James than could reasonably have been expected after his successive defeats. On the other hand, Schomberg's management of the war caused great dissatisfaction in England, where it was generally felt, and the feeling was shared by William, that he might have risked a little more than he did. The feeling was excusable, but the real blame lay with the Commissariat Department, and the fact that the Commissary General, Henry Shales, was or had been a papist, furnished the Whigs with an admirable opportunity of pointing their argument that nothing but mismanagement could be expected, so long as Tory influence was allowed to make itself felt in the King's councils. To William, however, it had become evident that the subjugation of Ireland was a matter of first necessity, if he was not to become a mere puppet in the hands of the Whigs. In this dilemma, he announced his intention of going himself to Ireland. The proposal was not agreeable to the Whigs, and even his own friends thought it a risky experiment, but it was received with applause by the country, and taking advantage of the situation, he dissolved Parliament. The general elections answered his expectations, and on June 11, 1690, he set sail from Chester for Carrickfergus. Meanwhile, in Ireland, both sides had been busily occupied in recruiting their armies for the coming campaign. The priests worked hard for James, and many a man who came to Mass found himself before the day closed enrolled in the army. Provisions seemed to have been plentiful in the Irish camp, but there was a great dearth of money and war material. Schomberg's difficulties, on the other hand, arose chiefly from scarcity of provisions and forage, in which respect the loss of Sligo, which was only partly made good by the capture of Belturbet by Colonel Wolseley in December 1689, made itself severely felt. In January, he was compelled to disband a number of regiments and to send their officers to gather recruits in England. Suffering as he did from ill health, it was with a feeling of intense relief that he heard of William's determination to come to Ireland himself. From that moment, things began perceptibly to improve. Under the management of Shale's successor, Pereira, provisions became more plentiful, and at the beginning of March a stream of recruits set in, including nearly 7,000 Danes under the personal conduct of Duke Ferdinand William of Württemberg. That nothing might be wanting when William arrived, stores were laid up, forage collected, roads and bridges on the proposed line of march repaired, and finally in May, the fort of Charlemont was attacked and captured. Nor had Louis been altogether wanting to his ally. At James's request, Devoe was recalled, and on March 14th, the Duc de Lauzun landed at Cork with 7,000 veterans, a park of artillery, and considerable stores of arms and ammunition. Numerically, both armies were about equal, but in general efficiency, William's was infinitely superior. So great, indeed, was the disorder in the Irish camp that Lauzun at once recognized the hopelessness of a contest on equal terms, and, as Devoe had formerly urged, he too advised setting Dublin in flames and retreating behind the line of the Shannon. To his credit, James refused his consent to such a step. When the news of William's landing reached him on June 16th, he moved his army to Dundalk. The position was strategically a good one, though it had the disadvantage of exposing his base at Dublin to a flanking movement from the direction of Armagh. Urged by this consideration and by the importunate advice of Luzon to avoid risking a battle, he fell back on Drogheda. If he meant to fight, the spot was, as Schomberg had long foreseen, the best he could have chosen. But from the fact that fully a third of his available force was scattered in garrisons, it can hardly have been his intention to risk a decisive battle. William, meanwhile, was following closely on his heels. To those who urged precaution in the pursuit, he replied that he had not come to Ireland to let the grass grow under his feet. And on June 30th, 16 days after his landing, both armies stood facing each other with only the Boyne between them. The odds against James were very great. Still, the advantage of position lay with him, and to the experienced eye of Schomberg, the determination of William to force a passage on the following morning, July 1st, seemed a little short of folly. Unfortunately for himself, James could not make up his mind either to fight or retreat. His indecision lost him the battle. Forced by William's impetuous attack to turn and defend himself, when he was actually on the point of retiring, he was unable to bring half his army into action before his adversary crossed the river at 3 different points. Taken more or less by surprise, the Irish and their allies, especially the cavalry, fought with a determination that fully satisfied Schomberg's criticism of William's tactics. Seeing the Centre Division falter in the attack, Schomberg himself plunged into the river, when he was surrounded by a body of hostile cavalry and killed. His death allowed the main body of the Irish to make good its retreat through the pass at Duleek, and, according to the Duke of Berwick, saved James's army from destruction. Among the earliest to quit the field was James. At Dublin he snatched a few hours' rest, and, having laid his express commands on the mayor to prevent any attempt to pillage or fire the city, he hastened to Waterford, where he took ship for France. To William, as to Mairi, the flight of James was a great relief, and in anticipation of that. Now that the chief actor was gone, resistance to his authority would cease. He allowed the fruits of his victory in large measure to slip from his grasp. The fact was, he had yet to learn that the Irish had not taken up arms out of any feeling of loyalty to James, but solely entirely in their own interests. They were acute enough to see that Tyrconnell's attempt to restore things to the status quo ante October 23rd, 1641, had failed, and they would have been glad to lay down their arms on terms of a general amnesty. For himself, William would readily have agreed to purchase peace on these terms. Unfortunately, the desire for revenge on the part of the colonists rendered a policy of conciliation impossible. Baser motives cooperated. The Irish were still in possession of thousands of acres of fertile land, and the desire to get hold of them was as strong in the breasts of Englishmen as it had been in the days of Parsons and Borlase. So it came to pass that, instead of a general amnesty, which would in all likelihood have put a speedy end to the war, the proclamation of pardon published on July 7th to all who should lay down arms by August 1st was, as it had been in the days of Cromwell, confined to the tenant and landless man. The result might have been foreseen. With ruin staring them in the face, the Irish resolved to sell their lives as dearly as possible, and in the extremity of their position, the landless man and the landowner awaited their fate shoulder to shoulder. After the loss of much precious time, William, on July 9th, dispatched Lieutenant General Douglas with a considerable force to take Athlone, while he himself with the bulk of the army set out 2 days later in the direction of Limerick, whither Tyrconnell had withdrawn with the bulk of his forces. Wexford, Waterford, Duncannon, Clonmel, and other places fell into his hands. At Aragon, he received intelligence of the battle off Beachy Head, and, thinking his presence required in England, he handed over the command of the army to Count Solmes and returned to Dublin. There he was met with more reassuring news, and in the belief that the war would be over in a fortnight, he returned to the camp. On August 8th, he was joined by Douglas, who had failed to capture Athlone, and the next day he sat down before Limerick. The situation within the city was strange. Tyrconnell, who had James's authority to come to terms with William, or to continue the war as he thought most conducive to his interests, was inclined to treat. He was convinced that the city could not hold out against a regular siege, and his opinion was shared by Lausanne. On the other hand, the Irish, animated by Sarsfield and with the example of Derry before them, insisted on defending the place. Finding it impossible to convince them of the futility of their resolution, Tyrconnell withdrew with Lausanne and the French regiments to Galway, leaving Major Generals Bossuet and Sarsfield with about 6,000 men to conduct the defense of the city. The summons was to surrender had hardly been rejected when information reached the besieged that William's heavy siege guns were approaching. Acting on the spur of the moment, Sarsfield, having collected about 500 horse, crossed the Shannon at Killaloe, and surprising the escort at Ballineedy, within 7 miles of Limerick, blew up the entire train. The loss of his artillery delayed William's operations, and after several desperate attempts to storm the place, seeing the rainy season approaching, he raised the siege on August 31st and sailed for England on September 5th. His failure to capture Limerick was a surprise to everybody, and not least of all to Louis, who, after James's sudden reappearance at Versailles, full of complaints against the Irish, had issued orders recalling all his troops from Ireland in the belief that the game there was lost. In obedience to his commands, Lausanne was busily attending to their embarkation at Galway, when the news that the siege had been raised caused him to delay their departure in the expectation of fresh orders. But, more than a week having elapsed, and no orders arriving, he and the French brigades sailed from Galway on September 12th. With him went Tyrconnell, moved to this step partly in order to explain his conduct, partly to solicit fresh assistance. Hardly had the French withdrawn when an English fleet with about 5,000 men under the command of the Earl of Marlborough appeared before Cork, landing hard by the city on September 22nd, and being joined by the Duke of Württemberg with 4,000 foot and 1,500 horse. He forced the place to surrender within a week, and at once proceeded to attack Kinsale, which, after a vigorous but short defense, capitulated on October 15th. Though compelled to abandon the greater part of Munster, the possession of the line of the Shannon enabled the Irish during the winter to carry on an exasperating guerrilla warfare, with which Ginkell, who had succeeded to the command of the army, found it almost impossible to cope, even with the help of a strong militia force which he had raised. In January 1691, Tyrconnell returned from France with an assurance of further assistance from Louis, but month after month passed away, and the hope of assistance had almost died out when, early in May, St. Ruth, accompanied by Dusson, and a number of French officers arrived at Limerick with large supplies of ammunition and other provisions, and with the commission rendering him practically independent of Tyrconnell in the command of the army. St. Ruth's arrival scattered the gloom that had begun to settle down on the Irish, and encouraged by his presence and energetic measures, they quickly recovered confidence in themselves and their cause. Meanwhile, Ginkell, on his side, had been busily engaged in preparing for the coming campaign, and on taking the field towards the end of May, he found himself at the head of 20,000 well-equipped troops with a train of artillery such as Ireland had never seen. Concentrating his army at Mullingar, he set out for Athlone on June 6th. Ballymore, which the Irish had occupied with a small garrison, was easily captured, but at this point he lost more than a week waiting for his pontoons, and it was not until the 19th that he arrived before Athlone. The town, lying partly on the Leinster, partly on the Connaught side of the Shannon, and connected only by a bridge, occupied a strong strategical position. To St. Ruth it seemed absolutely impossible for Ginkell to capture it by a direct attack, and in the belief that his real object was to attempt a turning movement from the direction of Banagher, 7 miles lower down the river, he had concentrated his main force somewhat to the south of the town, leaving the direction of the defense to Dusson. On the 22nd, Ginkell opened a heavy fire upon the army's entrenchments on the opposite side of the river. Day and night for days, together the cannonade continued. But every attempt to cross the river failed, and as forage began to grow scarce, Ginkell's position became very critical. At a council of war on the 30th, the advisability of raising the siege was discussed, but in the end it was decided to make one more effort. The defense had somewhat slackened, and encouraged by the unusual lowness of the Shannon, a picked body of men succeeded early next morning in fording the river a few yards below the bridge. Others followed, and before the Irish had time to recover from their surprise, Athlone was captured. St. Ruth, who could hardly believe his ears when the news reached him, made a desperate effort to recover the position of which his negligence more than anything else had deprived him. But, failing in this, he withdrew his army in the direction of Galway. The success was one for which William had been anxiously waiting. A year had passed since the Battle of the Boyne, and Ireland was apparently as far as ever from being reduced. He had missed one opportunity, and in the determination not to miss another, he had given his sanction to a proclamation, to be issued at the first moment of success, offering a free pardon with the recovery of their estates and liberty of religion to all who should lay down their arms within a limited time, or by their action be instrumental in bringing the war to a close. The proclamation, published on July 7th, though it failed to exercise any immediate effect, undoubtedly prepared the way for the surrender of Galway and Limerick, the terms offered by it being calculated to give great offence both in England and Ireland to those who hoped to see the Irish, according to Lord Justice Porter's expression, quite beggared. It was kept as secret as such a thing could be. Having crossed the Shannon and reorganized his army with as little loss of time as possible, Ginkell set out in pursuit of St. Ruth. On July 12th, he came up with him near Argarum, halfway between Athlone and Galway. St. Ruth had made up his mind to fight. His army, though weaker in cavalry, was, so far as numbers went, equal to Ginkell's, and he had the advantage of occupying a strong position. For 2 hours the issue of the battle hung in the balance. The Irish fought with unexampled bravery, and seeing the enemy waver, St. Ruth was already counting the day his own, when a cannonball put an end to his life. His death decided the battle. Deprived of their commander and ignorant of his plans, the Irish continued fighting desperately for some time longer. Then they broke and fled. No quarter was given, and night alone put an end to the slaughter. A week later, Ginkell appeared before Galway. He was anxious to finish the war as soon as possible, and at once offered the benefit of the recent proclamation if the city would submit without further trouble. Dusson, who commanded the garrison, at first refused, but in the end, considering the ill will of the citizens, he consented to capitulate. Articles based on the proclamation of July 7th, securing the inhabitants in the possession of their properties and the private exercise of their religion, were drawn up, and having signed them on the 21st, Dusson surrendered the city and withdrew with the garrison to Limerick. Thither also Ginkell prepared to march, but bad weather, and the necessity under which he lay of recruiting his army and providing horses to drag his siege artillery from Athlone, greatly delayed his progress. August was drawing to a close before he reached Limerick. It was too late in the year to begin regular siege operations, and his hope of forcing a surrender rested mainly on the effect which a heavy bombardment was likely to produce on the already depressed spirits of the garrison. As in the previous year, opinion in the city was divided as to whether it should be defended or not. Mindful of the mistake he had formerly made, TedL now insisted on carrying on the defense to the uttermost. Of the ability of the city to hold out, there could be no question, but the situation was no longer the same. On August 14th, TedL died. His death deepened the present feeling of despondency, and even Sarsfield began to waver. The summons to surrender was, however, rejected, and on August 30th, Ginkell opened up a heavy fire on the city. But the distance was too great to do much damage, and it was soon evident that so long as the Irish continued in unmolested possession of County Clare, the mere battering of the walls was of little use. The pontoons were accordingly got ready, and advantage being taken of a particularly dark night, a landing was effected on the opposite side, before the Irish, who were looking rather to see the siege raised than for any such assault, had recovered from their surprise. Their camp fell into Ginkell's hands, but otherwise he reaped no advantage from his success. A week elapsed, and seeing no sign of surrender, Ginkell recrossed the river on September 22nd with fully half his army, for the purpose of destroying the works that commanded the bridge on the other side. Had the Irish been properly commanded, the experiment might have cost him dear. As it was, the works were rushed, and the defenders driven helter-skelter back over the bridge. Fearing for the city, the officer in charge of the gate raised the drawbridge, and in an instant what had been a mere rout was turned into a bloody disaster. Terrified at what had happened, the garrison broke from control and called wildly to surrender. 24 hours later, a truce was concluded. The moment for which Ginkell had been waiting had at last arrived, and, rather than lose the chance thus offered him to end the war, he resolved to grant all that his instructions allowed him to concede. On their side, the Irish, naturally anxious to make as good a bargain as possible, submitted as conditions of surrender 7 articles, which, besides indemnifying them for their rebellion, would have secured them in the possession of their estates and the public exercise of their religion, and would practically have placed them on a position of equality with the Protestants. Knowing nothing of their legal disabilities, Ginkell would have conceded even these terms, but at the instigation of those about him, he returned them as incompatible with the laws of the realm, and formulated his own demands in 12 articles. These 12 articles provided the basis for the civil and military treaties of Limerick, signed on October 3rd. By the military treaty, it was agreed that all persons of whatever quality or condition who desired to leave the country should have liberty to depart with their families and portable goods, and that Ginkell should provide the necessary shipping for them. By the civil treaty, it was conceded that the Irish Catholics should enjoy all those religious rights which they possessed in the reign of Charles II, with such further privileges as their majesties, William and Mary, might with the consent of Parliament in the future procure for them, and that they are all Irish still in arms, who should immediately submit and take the oath of allegiance, should be secured in the free and undisputed possession of their estates as they possess them according to the Act of Settlement. In other words, the price of the surrender of Limerick was to be a general indemnity and a return to the state of affairs that had existed in the reign of Charles II. In the full belief that the debt would be loyally discharged, Limerick was forthwith surrendered to Ginkell. By the middle of December, the last of the 12,000 men who elected to seek their fortunes abroad had quitted Ireland, and 3 months later a royal proclamation declared the war at an end. Ireland was once more at peace, but the peace was one that brought no satisfaction with it. The conquerors, angry at seeing their prey escape them, sulkily protested against being held to an agreement which furnished no guarantee against a fresh rebellion. The feeling that they had been betrayed found open expression in a sermon preached by Dropping, Bishop of Meath, before the Lords Justice Coningsby and Porter in Christchurch, Dublin, on the Sunday after the signature of the treaty. A preacher more agreeable to government was found in the person of Orenta, Bishop of Kildare, who argued eloquently on keeping faith with the Irish. But Topping's view of the situation was that generally taken, and his words found an echo in England. For the English Parliament had no sooner met on October 22nd than it passed an act rendering it compulsory on all members of the Irish Parliament to take the oath of supremacy and to subscribe the declaration against transubstantiation. This act was not only a flagrant breach of the spirit of the Treaty of Limerick, but a direct attack on the independence of the Irish Parliament. It, however, so entirely harmonized with the sentiment prevailing in Ireland among the colonists that no exception was taken to it, and the Parliament convened on October 5, 1692, under Lord Sidney, who had succeeded Coningsby and Porter in the government, paid, as Molyneux admits, an entire obedience to it, but that in doing so the colonists had no intention of recognizing the subordination of the Irish Parliament to that of England soon became apparent. The Parliament had been called for the double purpose of confirming the Treaty of Limerick and settling a revenue. Bills to these ends had been transmitted from England with an intimation that, so far as the treaty was concerned, it had been sufficiently discussed in England, and nothing further was required beyond a simple confirmation. The Commons took offense at the message. They were willing enough to admit that the Crown of Ireland was inherent in that of England, but Ireland was a kingdom and not a colony, and in their legislative capacity they were independent of England. The treaty as it stood, they asserted, too dangerous to be allowed to pass, and, though they were ready, under the peculiar circumstances, to consent to the taxes demanded, they were compelled to assert that they, and they alone, had the right to originate money bills. The Lord Lieutenant was in a difficult position, but there can be no question that, in causing a protest to be entered on the journals of the House against their claim to originate money bills as a breach of Poyning's law, he acted entirely in accordance with public opinion in England. All the same, the quarrel afforded a very welcome opportunity to the English Parliament for attacking William on his Irish policy. In its zeal, the House of Commons even proposed to inquire into the grounds of Sidney's protest. But on second thoughts, the point was quietly dropped, and in addressing the King, the House contented itself with complaining of the encouragement shown to Irish papists and the misapplication of the forfeited estates. In his answer, the King promised to remedy what was found amiss, but, to put an end to the discussion, he prorogued Parliament. Sidney, however, was recalled, and the administration placed in the hands of Lords Justices, in one of whom, Lord Capel, the colonists found a man of their own way of thinking. 2 years elapsed. The country was rapidly recovering from the effects of the war, but great distress prevailed among the natives, and as a natural consequence the Tories were much in evidence. Under the pretext that fresh rebellion was hatching, a proclamation setting a price of £5 on the head of every Tory killed in action was published, and did something to abate the mischief, though, as a contemporary historian remarks, it is to be feared that many innocent persons felt a sacrifice to the temptation of the reward. In their eagerness to keep down the Irish, the colonists even yielded to Capel's persuasion to waive their claim to originate money bills, on being allowed a free hand to regulate matters as they wished between themselves and the Irish Catholics. An understanding on these terms having been arrived at, Capel was appointed Lord Deputy, and a parliament was summoned for August 27, 1695. Supplies to the amount of £163,325 having been voted, the Commons immediately turned to a consideration of the state of the nation. The causes of the recent calamities they traced chiefly to the long intermission of parliaments, to the proclamation of March 8, 1672, permitting papists to reside in corporate towns, and in general to the favor shown them by government since the Restoration. To remedy these evils, the proclamation of March 1672 was declared void, and acts were passed prohibiting parents from sending their children abroad to be educated in any Catholic seminary, disqualifying papists from teaching in schools at home, rendering it penal for any Catholic, except those privileged to do so by the Articles of Galway and Limerick, to carry arms or to possess a horse worth more than £5, limiting the number of holy days to those marked as such in the liturgy of the Church of Ireland, and rendering all who refused to work on Catholic holy days liable to be fined or whipped. Finally, an act was passed abrogating all acts passed in James's Parliament, and ordering the records relating to the same to be destroyed, which was accordingly done on October 2nd. This outburst of fanatical legislation did not pass unchallenged. Among the members of both houses there were some who, much as they disliked and feared the Catholics, felt even a greater dislike for the Puritan nonconformists. The spirit that had animated Bramhall and Jeremy Taylor reasserted itself, and under the guidance of Lord Chancellor Porter, a party of opposition, to which the titles Tory, High Church, Jacobite were indifferently applied, came into existence, and proved strong enough to throw out a Toleration bill, with which William had intended to reward the loyalty of the Presbyterians. Parliament was prorogued on December 14th. In May 1696, Capel died and Porter became Lord Justice. But he, too, dying in December, the government was placed in the hands of de Rouvigny, Earl of Galway, and the Marquis of Winchester. Parliament, after several adjournments, reassembled on July 27, 1697. The situation was practically unaltered, and having voted a supply of £150,000, the Commons proceeded to gratify their craving for further protection against Roman Catholicism. But when a bill limiting the reversal of the outlawries following on the rebellion was submitted to them, they broke with government in a way quite inexplicable to the Lords Justices. The question was one that, in their opinion, touched the disposal of the forfeited properties, and they were highly dissatisfied with the way in which William had disposed of them. Better, they insisted, that the property should remain in the old families than be squandered in that fashion. Forced to withdraw the bill for one of a less sweeping nature, and safeguarding the interests of a number of the old nobility and gentry, government hoped that, in its newfound zeal to protect the victims of the Revolution, Parliament would at last consent to ratify the Articles of Limerick. But here the current of anti-Catholic feeling ran with irresistible violence, and instead of a full confirmation of the Articles, a bill was passed, though it escaped rejection in the House of Lords by only a single vote, confirming, as the preamble to it expressly admits, only so much as them, as consisted with the safety and welfare of His Majesty's subjects in Ireland. Whether in doing as it did, Parliament acted within its constitutional rights or not, is a moot point. But there can be no doubt that its repudiation of the treaty was as politically unwise as it was morally unjustifiable. Meanwhile, a certain measure of political prosperity had returned to the country, and in 1698 Ireland possessed a quite flourishing woolen industry, a no less flourishing provision trade, besides a number of smaller industries, of which linen, glass, iron, fisheries were the most noticeable. but it was on the development of the woolen manufacture that the hopes of the commercial prosperity of the nation rested. Unfortunately, the success with which it had been attended had aroused the jealous fears of the English manufacturers, and they were not wanting warning voices to point out the political danger likely to accrue to England by allowing Ireland to attain a position of wealthy independence. Still, it was not an easy matter to invite the Irish to assist in the destruction of their own commercial prosperity, and in preparing a bill for laying additional duties on all woolen fabrics exported from Ireland, great care was taken to represent it as an encouragement of the linen industry. To the surprise of the Lords Justices, the Irish Parliament, on reassembling in the autumn of 1698, agreed without much discussion to a bill, placing duties of from 10% to 20% on all woolen goods, except friezes, exported from Ireland for a limited period of 3 years and 3 months, beginning on March 25, 1699. It is probable that these duties were regarded as countervailing and not prohibitive, and it is evident that in limiting the duration of the Act, the Parliament only consented to an experiment. But before it had time to test its working, the English Parliament clinched the matter by an act expressly forbidding, under the severest possible penalties, the exportation from Ireland of all wool and woolen goods except to England, and even this only under duties which were intended to be absolutely prohibitive. Having thus, as it supposed, sufficiently safeguarded English commercial interests by an unblushing infringement of the privileges of the Irish Parliament, the English House of Commons proceeded, with an equal disregard of the prerogative of the Crown, to call it to account for the way in which the Irish forfeitures had been disposed of. A commission of 7 members was appointed to inquire into the matter, and on the strength of a report signed by 4 out of the 7, it was unanimously resolved that a bill should be brought in to apply all the forfeited lands in Ireland, and the grants thereof since February 13, 1689, to the use of the public. A bill for the resumption of all grants, and for vesting the disposal of the forfeited estates in the hands of 13 trustees, with a clause protecting the interest of the Irish included in the Articles of Galway and Limerick, was accordingly passed. But, in the well-grounded apprehension that it would be rejected by the Lords, it was adroitly tacked to a bill of supply. The maneuver succeeded, but it led to a fierce passage of arms between the two houses, and the measure was only allowed to pass on William's intervention, April 10, 1700. It proved a failure. Instead of the £1,699,343, which it had been confidently asserted would accrue to the Crown after all legal obligations had been met, less than half, or £724,501, was recovered, and this only after compromising the public faith, insulting the sovereign, inflicting incalculable mischief, both of a public and private nature, and in the case of the Earl of Galway, directly infringing an act of the Irish Parliament, confirming the estate granted to him by William for his services during the war. Historically, the Act of Resumption closes the chapter which opened with the Act for the plantation of Lex and Offaly. For nearly 150 years, the process of confiscation and colonization following on rebellion and conquest had continued with little intermission, till at last there was practically no more land to confiscate. The Ireland of the O'Neills and Fitzgeralds, of the wild Irish and the gentry of the Pale, has passed away forever. With the 18th century, we enter on a new, and to most of us, more familiar period of Irish history. End of section 34. Section 35 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5. The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 11, Religious Toleration in England by the Reverend H.M. Gwatkin, Part 1. When we speak of toleration, we mean that there is a dominant religion, but that dissent from it is not of itself an offense against the law. As the word was used in the 17th century, it fell far short of religious equality, for it did not mean that dissenters were to have the same political rights as others, but it did mean that the state allowed them full civil rights and protected all peaceable and decent worship. On one side, religious beliefs must not be made an excuse for overt acts of treason, breach of the peace, or scandalous immorality. On the other, they must not be taken as summary proof that such acts have been committed. Toleration may be universal in the sense that all beliefs are so protected, but it is more commonly incomplete. Certain sects may be forbidden or subjected to special disabilities. Thus, Protestantism has been tolerated in Spain since 1868, but only on condition that it gives no public sign of its existence. A notice at the street corner or a Bible exposed for sale would be illegal. Even in England, a decent and sober expression of atheistic belief still seems to be a crime in law. But law and practice often differ widely. The authorities may limit or disregard the legal rights of an unpopular sect, or stir up the mob to lawless violence. Or again, they may leave persecuting laws unexecuted, or even frustrate them by annual acts of indemnity. But this kind of practical toleration is precarious, and if the dissenter runs little danger, he cannot feel free from stigma till the law is formally repealed. There could not be much idea of toleration in the Middle Ages, when the Latin Church turned religion into a concrete law, summing up all virtue in obedience, all vice in disobedience, and handing over offenders to the secular arm. Disobedience per se was an ordinary offense for which penance might be done, or ordinary punishment inflicted, and no question of heresy arose till the authority of the Church was disputed. But then there was no mercy. Heresy was a sin that brought down the wrath of heaven on the land, so horrible a sin that even the records of the trials were systematically destroyed. Of course, every persecuted sect pleads for toleration, but nothing is gained till toleration finds advocates in the dominant church, or at least till the sectaries take some better ground than that era ought not to persecute truth. Neither of these conditions was fulfilled in England before the 17th century. Sir Thomas More, indeed, on the eve of the Reformation, drew a clear picture of toleration, but that was in Utopia. When it became a practical question, he proved as merciless a persecutor as others. In making Scripture, and therefore its meaning as determined by sound learning, superior to church authority, the Reformers made persecution logically indefensible, but they did not see the full meaning of what they had done. They took over ways of thinking from the Middle Ages, and made less of a break with the past than is commonly supposed. If they made the church national, they fully agreed with the Roman Catholics that there ought to be one church only, and that no dissent could be allowed. This was the dominant theory from the separation in 1534 to the Toleration Act of 1689. Edward VI established a single form of common prayer in 1549, and in 1552 required all persons to attend on Sundays and holy days on pain of ecclesiastical censures, to which Elizabeth added fines in 1559. The system was now complete, and with most persons the only doubt was where to draw the line, what doctrines or practices must be enforced, and what might be left open. Comprehension was a method open to discussion, but toleration was utterly ungodly. For a few years, the system seemed a complete success, but Puritan conventicles began in 1567, Romish after 1571. Then first Elizabeth and James struck hard at both parties, and afterwards Charles I struck so hard at the Puritans, who represented much of the best religious life of the time, that he drove over the moderate men to their side. However, it is not surprising that the Roman Catholics generally fared worse than the Protestant sectaries, and were expressly shut out even from the Toleration of 1689. The English Roman Catholics were commonly loyal enough, and in the Civil War much too loyal to please the Parliament. In fact, the Stuarts, after the first years of James I, were not very zealous against them. But there was a real difficulty in the way of toleration. After the bull of Pius V in 1571 forbade them to be loyal subjects, and still more when, a few years later, seminary priests came over from Douay. If some of these devoted themselves in good faith to spiritual ministrations, there were others who stirred up sedition or encouraged assassination, and it was not easy for the government to draw the line between them. Besides this, the modern principle that overt acts are needed to constitute treason was not yet established. It is therefore not surprising that some of them should have suffered for refusing to disavow treasonable beliefs which they never dreamed of carrying out in practice. The Roman Catholics came out of the Reformation discredited by the Marian persecution, and this was followed by the bull against Elizabeth, the massacre of St. Bartholomew, the coming of the Douay priests, the Armada, the Gunpowder Plot, the Irish Massacre, the Popish Plot, and the designs of James II, while the intervals were filled up with plots and rumors of plots, which never gave time for suspicion to die away. Till the last danger was dispelled at Culloden, the English were never allowed to forget that the struggle with the Roman Curia was a struggle of life and death for everything of value to the nation. It was different with the Puritans. Their loyalty was never in doubt before the Civil War, and even the Church was in no serious danger from them for at least a generation after Cartwright's time. Speaking generally, they were sober and serious churchmen who wanted only a little more liberty inside the Church. Anabaptists and Brownists were the only revolutionaries, and the more violent of these were mostly exiles on Dutch and New England soil. On their behalf, pleas for toleration were put forth by Leonard Busher so early as 1614, and by others after him. Of course, they had no effect. Toleration was a new idea. The Anabaptists were an especially obnoxious sect, and Busher's first principle, that the state has no right to meddle with religion, ran directly contrary to the main current of English thought. So things drifted from bad to worse, till at the meeting of the Long Parliament in 1640, the government had practically no supporters. Reform was pushed into revolution, and indeed revolution is almost unavoidable when a king cannot be trusted. But then it was seen that, however the mass of the nation might resent the administration of Charles and Laud, they had no quarrel with monarchy or with the Church. So the end of the Civil Wars found church matters in strange confusion. Had the king conquered, there would have been an orderly Episcopal church of some sort, and if the Presbyterians had got their way, the Scotch discipline would have been regularly organized all over the country. In neither case would there have been any question of toleration. In this respect, the Presbyterians were narrower than Laud, who had no great dislike of heterodoxy that was not Puritan. Witness his patronage of Tillingworth and Jeremy Taylor. But the Presbyterians did not get their way. The covenant was forced on England by the military necessities of 1643, but it was never generally liked. It was Scotch. It was newfangled. It was too rigid for some, too morose for others. The Episcopalians awaited their time, but the independents represent a ferment of thought such as was never seen again till the French Revolution. It was greatest in the army, where every man was welcome who had the root of the matter in him, and could be trusted to fight against the king. Within these limits, toleration was already established, to the disgust of the Presbyterians, and the principle of 1647 was that of 1789. Saints and Jacobins both began with the sovereignty of the people, only the saints never forgot that they were God's people. It was a principle which could not but profoundly influence the development of politics and society, of religion and of philosophy. So we see three distinct lines of thought slowly coming out from the enthusiasm of the time, in which they lay confusedly together. First, the independents proper maintained the right of every congregation to settle its own worship. Then they dealt with the king as a public servant who had betrayed his trust. Then in 1653, they set on foot the far-reaching reforms of the nominated parliament. So far Cromwell had gone with them, but now he had to stop them. He could not let them unsettle the whole structure of society in hope of Christ's return on the morrow. The reign of the saints was over, though the instrument of government reflected their ideas, so far as they were consistent with order. The purely religious side of the current enthusiasm came next to the front, and after a stormy transition period of plots and Fifth Monarchy dreamings, it was partly absorbed by the great centre party of serious persons, and partly settled down upon the claim of the Quakers, for the individual conscience guided by the inner light. Later in character, though scarcely later in date than the other two, a third movement made its appearance. Reaction as it was from the enthusiasm, it was largely shaped by the enthusiasm. It held some of the best religious thought of the time, yet was largely irreligious. For good or bad reasons, many were tired of controversy, and the stress laid on personal religion in any age of controversy tended to emphasize the central doctrines which may commend themselves to reason, and to throw the rest into the background. In one direction we have the Cambridge Platonists, and the beginnings of the Latitudinarians. In another, Biddle and the Unitarians, and in different ways we know foreshadowings of the Deists and the Arians of the next age, with its shallow moralism and indifference to religion. Now, all these three lines of thought pointed to toleration. If congregations ought to be independent, they must not be restrained by a state church. If the individual conscience is free, it must not be coerced by others. If reason is to judge, the shibboleths of controversy are not worth enforcing. Accordingly, the first effective demand for toleration in England is contained in the agreement of the people, presented to Parliament by the officers of the army in January 1649. They agree that Christianity in its purest form be held forth and recommended as the public profession in this nation, and that its teachers be paid by the state, but not by tithes. That to this public profession none be compelled by penalties or otherwise, but that all who profess faith in God by Jesus Christ shall be protected in their worship, so as they abuse not this liberty to the civil injury of others, or to the actual disturbance of the public peace. This means full toleration of all Christian worship, for this principle is not infringed by the further provision that this liberty shall not necessarily extend to popery or prelacy. Serious as the exception was, it might be defended after the Civil War as a political necessity. Cromwell is the only man who has ever ruled England with success from an almost isolated position. He crushed the Episcopalians in the first period of civil war, the Presbyterians in the second, 1648 to 51, and separated himself from the independents, when he allowed the nominated Parliament to resign its powers, December 1653. Levellers and Quakers detested him, though he was on terms of personal respect with Fox, and even a man so free from partisanship as Baxter thoroughly distrusted him. But Cromwell was always enough of an independent to keep in touch with the army, and his policy was that of the independence with the unpractical items omitted. At one point, he went beyond the toleration they offered to all Christians, for he allowed the return of the Jews, who had been banished from England since the time of Edward I. The instrument of government and the humble petition and advice under which he ruled simply copied the clause already quoted from the agreement of the people, but with one significant change. The limitation which the agreement indicates is now made actual, provided that this liberty shall not extend to popery or prelacy, nor to such as under the profession of Christ hold forth and practice licentiousness. The humble petition also shuts out those who publish horrible blasphemies, while requiring belief in the Trinity, and that Scripture is the revealed will and word of God. The Episcopalians said that it was the execution of the king which made impassable the gulf between them and Cromwell, but it was quite as much the systematic fines and sequestrations which the financial distress of the Parliament induced it to levy from the malignants who had fought for the king. Royalists and fanatics never ceased to plot, and could sometimes plot together against Cromwell. No wonder if he struck at them with harsh measures. Thus his proclamation of November 24, 1655, forbade sequestered or ejected ministers to keep any school either public or private, or either publicly or privately, except in their own family, preach or use the Book of Common Prayer. But Cromwell seems to have meant this rather in terrorem than for serious use. He was on friendly terms with such an Episcopalian as Usher, and allowed his daughters to be married by the form of the forbidden book. In any case, the law was not steadily enforced. Thus Morton, Jeremy Taylor, and others were left unmolested in their private chaplaincies, and a large proportion of the Episcopalian clergy retained their livings throughout the interregnum, often saying the prayers of the liturgy by rote, or disguising them with a few alterations. Even the Roman Catholics were virtually tolerated so far as concerned religion, though they suffered heavily as malignants. The oppression of Cromwell's government brought together Episcopalians, who formed the bulk of the malignants, and Presbyterians who had also suffered defeat from him, and the confusion which followed on his death convinced the bulk of the nation that the only hope of good order was in the immediate recall of the king. So the Restoration was carried out by a coalition of the two parties which had always been opposed to toleration. Jeremy Taylor certainly advocated it in his Liberty of Prophesying, 1647, but he is much the reverse of a typical Episcopalian, and even he does not keep clear of the skeptical argument that most questions are uncertain, which logically leads back to the old doctrine that truth, when certainly known, has a right to suppress error. So there was no more serious thought of toleration. Charles had promised from Breda, April 14, 1660, a liberty to tender consciences, and that no man shall be called in question for such religious opinions as do not disturb the peace of the kingdom. But this promise had to be put into shape by Parliament, and it soon appeared that comprehension, not toleration, was in view. The Presbyterians were no longer the haughty Covenanters of 20 years before. Moderate men, like Baxter, tended to Presbyterianism as a via media between the Laudian churchmen and the fanatics of the Commonwealth. So now the mass of the party wanted only some ceremonies abolished and others made optional, freedom for extempore prayer, and the autocratic power of the bishops limited by councils of presbyters. They flattered themselves that, if they brought back the king, they would be able to make their own terms with the Episcopalians, and then the United Church could put down the sects. A vigorous persecution of Quakers was set on foot before Venner's insurrection, January 6, 1661. The Convention Parliament, for which malignants had not been supposed to vote, held the balance fairly even, though it yielded more and more to the rising tide of royalism. But the new Parliament, which met in May 1661, was almost entirely Cavalier. It began by imposing the sacrament on its own members, and went on to pass the Corporation Act. By this, all members of corporations were required, 1. To swear, besides the oaths of allegiance and supremacy, that it is not lawful on any pretense whatever to take arms against the king, and that I do abhor that traitorous position of taking arms by his authority against his person, as was done in 1642. 2. To declare the covenant null and unlawful. 3. To have received the sacrament according to the rites of the Church of England within a year before their election. Presbyterianism as a political power was destroyed at once by its exclusion from the commons and the corporations, but could it not still obtain some concessions in matters of religion? The answer was the Act of Uniformity, May 19, 1662. All persons in holy orders, all teachers in the universities, and all public or private schoolmasters were to make the same declarations as members of corporations, and all public ministers further to declare their unfeigned assent and consent to all and everything contained and prescribed in the Book of Common Prayer recently revised, while all orders not episcopal were made legally invalid, and the revision of the book had not been conciliatory. The bishops at the Savoy Conference refused nearly all the demands of the Presbyterians, and the concessions afterwards made by Convocation were not very important. Few of the offenses to tender consciences were removed, and 1 or 2 more were added, such as the reading of Bell and the Dragon. Harsher still was the provision that the assent and consent must be declared before St. Bartholomew's Day, August 24th, just before the half-year's tithes fell due. Some clergy were unable to make it, solely because the book had not reached them in time. But if the Presbyterians got very little by the revision, the Laudians at the other end of the scale got nothing, for the amendments in that direction proposed by Sancroft were all rejected. The restored church took its stand with the articles unaltered, and the liturgy very little changed from its form of 1559, or even from that of 1552. Once again, and for the last time, England returned to the old ideal of a single national church, with no dissent allowed, and from that church, the Puritanism which had been struggling within it for the last century was now shut out by law. The national church had been substantially national till it was narrowed into a party by Laud, and now it was condemned to remain a party in the nation, no doubt the strongest party, but still not more than a party, for one whole side of the religious life of the nation was driven into opposition. So persecution assumed a new character. Elizabeth might plead that the contest with Rome was in the main a struggle with foreign enemies for the very existence of church and state in their national form, and even Laud might fairly say that the Puritans would put him down if he did not put them down. But there was no excuse of self-defense in 1662. The mass of the nonconformists were no enemies of the church, and desired no great changes in it. And had they been ever so evil disposed, the church was utterly beyond the reach of attack. Baxter would have had no more chance against it than Lodovick Muggleton. But if there was no valid plea of self-defense, Persecution was pure and simple revenge on the defeated party, and of mere revenge the better part of churchmen would sooner or later be ashamed. They were half ashamed all along. Even the Cavalier Parliament only passed the act by a majority of 6, 186 to 180. The Lords would have exempted schoolmasters and allowed the maintenance to ejected ministers, as the Commonwealth had done, and Clarendon himself wished to give the king some power of dispensation, but the Commons would allow no change. The distress caused by the act was great and widespread. Near 2,000 ministers, including those already displaced by the old royalist incumbents, went out, and these were the better sort, for of course all time service conformed. Thenceforth, the controversy never rested till the Revolution. On the side of the church were Sheldon's chaplains, first Thomas Tomkins, then Samuel Parker, James II's Bishop of Oxford, 1686, and men of learning like Richard Perenchief and Herbert Thorndike. The main argument was rather political than religious. Nonconformists had been rebels before, and were still rebels at heart. The worst they got was less than they deserved, and they would not complain if they were honest men. Herbert Thorndike was more of a Laudian, and wanted the Catholic faith enforced, and the laws of the primitive church within the first 6 general councils. This, however, was not the general view of Sheldon and the bishops. Roger Lestrange, writing as a layman and a man of the world, refers to the answer of the judges in 1604, that it was an offense very near to treason and felony to collect petitions in a public cause as the Puritans had done, in order to tell the king that, if he denied their suit, many thousands of his subjects would be discontented. The most remarkable position he takes is that the malcontents had perfect freedom of conscience already, because they were free to think what they pleased, but that freedom of action in religion must be absolutely at the command of the state. This last might have been a hint from Hobbes. On the other side were moderate men like Corbett, who advocated an establishment, a limited toleration, and a discreet connivance. The limited toleration was meant to shut out the Roman Catholics, on the ground that it was part of their religion to kill kings, and to persecute all who differed from them. Later, in 1675, Herbert Croft, Bishop of Hereford, published The Naked Truth, which called out a host of answers. Croft saw no need of any confession beyond the Apostles' Creed, and, as for ceremonies, the only wonder was that anyone thought it worthwhile to dispute about them. One of the most effective changes against the nonconformists was that they were disciples and allies of the Jesuits, who also held meetings in holes and corners, set up enthusiastic preaching, hated the liturgy, and labored for the overthrow of church and state. In fact, the church was a bulwark of Protestantism, and the nonconformists themselves lamented that the separation weakened it in the critical times that followed. The Puritan controversy was very soon entangled with the Roman, and gradually became secondary to it. Charles II was a Roman Catholic, so far as he had any serious belief at all, and this drew him to France, which under Louis XIV was moving towards a distinctly Romanizing policy, very unlike that of Richelieu. So the history of his reign resolves itself into a triangular contest of king, commons, and nonconformists. The commons are resolute for persecution, but they are also resolute for the liberties of England as they stood at the opening of the Civil War. The king is plotting to restore despotism and Romanism, leaning on French subsidies, and striving to win the nonconformists to his plans by first letting loose the commons to persecute them, then offering them an illegal dispensation, which also covered the Roman Catholics. It was a hard choice for them, and the future of England turned very much on the question whether they would have sense enough to see that religious liberty is precarious without civil liberty. If the king gave them toleration for his own purposes, he could also revoke it to his own purposes. Alongside of this triangular contest which brought politics into religion, there was another which had a more directly philosophical bearing, however little some of the combatants may have perceived it. The sharpest clash of the Civil War was that of men who thought episcopacy needful, and Calvinism false against men who thought Calvinism needful and episcopacy sinful. These were the main parties, though the division was not sharp. For some Episcopalians like Hammond were decided Calvinists, and many of the later Presbyterians modified the Calvinism and allowed a limited episcopacy. But even so, the two parties were never the whole of the nation. There were always many who believed in and perhaps fought for one side or the other without regarding the difference as vital. The common intercourse of life was teaching moderate men of all parties a good deal of mutual respect, and intermarriages were not always unfortunate, as in Milton's case. A good foundation is already laid for legal toleration, when the regret that a decent neighbor is on the wrong side is, not because it will bring him to hell someday, but because it gets him into trouble now. And this was often the feeling even as regards Roman Catholics. The larger number of these men went their own way without much regard to the reason of the thing, but as others thought it out more or less distinctly, opinions from all sides drew together to form a third party in favor of toleration. The Puritan side contributed something. Baxter and Howe were not the only champions of past controversy who fell back in later life upon the simplest teaching of a common Christianity. On the Episcopalian side also we find a succession of conspicuous men, more or less of this way of thinking, such as Chillingworth, John Hales, Jeremy Taylor, three friends of Laud, Hammond, Sir Thomas Browne, Wilkins, and the Cambridge Platonists, Tillotson and Locke. Greatly as in many respects they differed from each other, they were as earnest in religion as any of the zealots, and all upheld toleration and respect for other men's conclusions. Nothing marks more clearly the change of feeling than the way Locke takes it as self-evident that the saving power of a religion is not to be reached by an assent of the old sort, but only by full belief in such religion. End of section 35. Section 36 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5, The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 11, Religious Toleration in England by the Reverend H.M. Gwatkin, Part 2. Now that we have seen the forces at work in the transition period, 1662 to 89, we can trace the history of their action. The first despair of the nonconformists was soothed by a proclamation which announced the king's desire to exempt peaceable persons from the penalties of the Act. Next year, 1663, a bill was brought in enabling him to dispense not only with the Act of Uniformity, but with all other such acts, and to grant such dispensation not only to Protestants, but to Roman Catholic recusants. The aim was too clear. The nonconformists themselves would not support the proposal, and the Commons took alarm. Next year, 1664, they passed the first Conventible Act, making penal all meetings of more than 5 persons, beyond a household, if any, for worship other than that prescribed by the liturgy. And in 1665 they followed this up with the 5 Mile Act, which forbade an ejected minister to come within 5 miles of any market town, or of any place where he used to minister aforetime, unless he took the oath of non-resistance, and further swore that he would at no time endeavor any alteration of government, either in church or state. This completed Clarendon's work of persecution, but the Second Conventicle Act, 1670, was not passed till after his fall, and the Test Act, as we shall see, was not aimed chiefly at the Puritans. Charles was watching his opportunity. The fall of Clarendon in 1667 made way for the cabal and an attempt at comprehension. The scheme of 1668 bore the name of John Wilkins, one of the founders of the Royal Society, and a man of such eminence that his marriage with Cromwell's sister did not prevent his appointment to the see of Chester. Its chief novelty was that those ordained by presbyters were to receive imposition of hands from the bishop, with the form, "Take thou legal authority," so that it was not a reordination, but simply a calling according to the existing law. The scheme had strong support, but the Commons threw it out, nor would the king have cared to strengthen the church. In 1670 came the secret Treaty of Dover. The first condition, that Charles should declare himself a Roman Catholic, had to be postponed, but the other, war with the United Provinces, could be taken up at once. Charles went over to it Ashley, the political advocate of the nonconformists, by promising an illegal indulgence not extending to Roman Catholics, issued in 1672, while French subsidies enabled him to do without Parliament. But the Dutch held France and England together at bay so long that Parliament had to be summoned in 1673. It met in a dangerous temper, for grave and just suspicions of a Romish plot were widespread, and yet could not be fully proved. They began by forcing the king to recall the indulgence and promise that it should never be made a precedent. Their next step was a Test Act, of which the provisions and the results had been alike described in a previous chapter. It required from all persons in the employment of the state the oaths of allegiance and supremacy, a declaration against transubstantiation, and reception of the sacrament according to the liturgy. The Duke of York avowed himself a Roman Catholic. Clifford laid down the treasurer's staff, and numbers of officials resigned their posts. Suspicion was now thoroughly roused and deepened yearly. The nonconformists themselves supported the Test Act. Men suspected, and suspected with reason, more than they could prove, and then they grew wild. In vain Parliament strove to force the king into a clear and consistent Protestant foreign policy. Genuine popish plots in great variety were always hatching in Stuart times, and if Oates and Bedloe piled up a monstrous heap of perjuries, they piled them over a foundation of truth. At first they got little credit. The panic was only let loose by Godfrey's murder, for murder it seems to have been. But at such a time as this, every tale went down. It was the worst panic in English history, for Danby and Shaftesbury encouraged it, each for his own purposes. For once the penal laws against Roman Catholics were strictly enforced, and became a real persecution. The king played his game with consummate skill. Let the managers of the agitation sacrifice as many victims as they pleased. He gave them line, and waited for the reaction when the series of judicial murders became too shocking. There was good reason for preventing the succession of the Duke of York, but Shaftesbury scandalized all decent feeling by proposing the king's bastard, Monmouth. So the last years of Charles II were a time of reaction. A loyalist revival swept away Shaftesbury and the Exclusion Bill, and Protestant suspicion was abated. After all, the papers were not so bad as Oates had made out. Charles used his victory with moderation, and was careful to give no further provocations. Hardly a murmur was raised when the Duke of York became king in 1685, for Monmouth's rebellion was an utter failure. None but exiles could have dreamed of success for so wild an enterprise. Our first impression may be that the reign of Charles II is a pure and simple falling back from the toleration which seemed approaching in Cromwell's time. It began with persecution systematic and extensive. Quakers lay in jail by thousands, and it ended with few signs of amendment. Every attempt to relax its severity had been defeated, and in 1685 persecution and passive obedience seemed as much the dominant creed as in 1662. But in 1662, these principles were an enthusiasm. In 1685, they were little more than orthodoxy, and men were not wanting. Who saw this? The University of Oxford might proclaim passive obedience, 1662, but Bishop Morley, from his deathbed, 1684, warned the Duke of York that, if ever the clergy wanted a way out of it, they would certainly find one. So, too, with persecution. The belief of educated men was more and more coming round to toleration. It was adopted by men of all sorts, by divines like Tillotson, by royalists like Bishop Croft, lawyers like Orlando Bridgman, students like Wilkinson Locke, politicians like Shaftesbury, men of the world like John Churchill, the future Marlborough. The cause was really won, but a shock was needed to show that it was won. That shock was given by James II. James began with fair professions, but his actions soon revived the worst suspicions. Had his one object been to convince the nation that a Roman Catholic is never to be trusted, he could not have done his work better. The open parade of Roman worship and the open favor shown at court to crowds of Roman Catholics and renegades gave offense enough, and the matter became serious when James packed the bench till he obtained from his judges what he could not get from the most loyal Parliament on record, power to dispense with the Test Act, and when he proceeded to officer the army and the civil service with Roman Catholics. Before long, the most devoted loyalists took alarm, and the English Roman Catholics themselves mostly held aloof. The Pope was for moderation, but the Jesuits and the renegades urged the king to reckless haste. So far James had reckoned on the Church in hopes of getting a legal toleration for recusants only. He thought he could do what he pleased with men who preached passive obedience. But Morley's warning now came true. Instead of practicing their doctrine, they began to reconsider it. They had taken for granted that an English king would be a good son of the Church, and they might fairly doubt whether quite the same obedience was due to such an enemy as James. They could go a long way with the king, but when the successive blows of the new High Commission, the suspension of Compton, Bishop of London, and the attacks on the universities and the Charter House brought them face to face with Romanism and despotism, they settled down into opposition. Meanwhile, James had changed his tactics. If the Church would not help him, he could turn to the nonconformists. They had been persecuted with much severity since 1681, and might be grateful for relief. So in April 1687 came out a Declaration of Indulgence. King James expounded that conscience ought not to be constrained, and that such constraint had always been contrary to his inclination, promised to protect and maintain the Church as by law established, and finished up by guaranteeing to all men their lands and properties, particularly church and abbey lands. To carry out this liberal policy, he thinks fit, by virtue of our royal prerogative, to suspend all penal laws and all religious tests affecting nonconformants and recusants. The jails were emptied. The nonconformists were invited to Whitehall and plied with the seductions of court favor. It was a strange promotion for them. The other day they were sons of Belial. Now they were angels of light. But would they help the Jesuits and the king to pull down the Church? Some were willing, but leaders like Baxter and Howe and Bunyan ranged themselves on the other side, and presently, about August, the case was summed up by Halifax in his letter to a dissenter. Could they believe in this sudden change? Was popery the only friend to liberty? Would they justify the dispensing power and all its consequences? Were they willing to repeal and enact laws with the Roman consistory for lords of the articles? It was idle for the court to offer securities or equivalents to Protestantism. As Halifax said later in his Anatomy of an Equivalent, if laws were binding, let them be observed. If not, they were no security. Such arguments as these were decisive, and, though a few of the dissenters like Penn supported the court, it soon appeared that the main body of them preferred a church which persecuted by law to a king who claimed the right of suspending laws wholesale at his pleasure. In truth, it was not now a persecuting church. Even in the time of exile, the Caroline divines never showed much leaning to Rome. In the main, they were as resolute Protestants as the Puritans themselves, and now the common danger drew even extreme men like Sancroft closer to the nonconformists. The old quarrels were dropped, and all was peace and charity in the Protestant fold. Very few remained in their peevishness. So, when James added insult to injury by reissuing the Declaration of Indulgence in May 1688 and ordering the clergy to read it in church, dissenters and churchmen stood together against him. Even the Roman Catholics, the English Roman Catholics, would not lift a hand to save him. What the Revolution overthrew was little more than a cabal of Jesuits and renegades. Now, the condition of this League of Protestants was that the nonconformists were to be secured relief by law, toleration certainly, and if possible, comprehension. Accordingly, so soon as William and Mary were fairly settled on the throne, the work was taken in hand. It was a Tory and a zealous churchman who brought in the bills. The Earl of Nottingham, then Mr. Daniel Finch, had borne a hand in framing them in the days of the Popish plot, but Shaftesbury would not hear of them. Now he laid them on the table of the Lords, and the Toleration Act passed without difficulty, May 24, 1689. It enacted that the Act of Uniformity and the Persecuting Act should not apply to persons taking the oaths of allegiance and supremacy and making the declaration against transubstantiation, provided only they did not hold meetings with locked doors. Ministers were also required to sign the articles accepting those on church government, and the Anabaptists were further excused the clause approving infant baptism. The Quakers had to promise and solemnly declare themselves good subjects who renounced the authority of the Pope and believed in the Trinity and the inspiration of the Bible. Dissenting chapels were to be certified, and there was to be a penalty of £20 for disturbing the same. But papists and those who denied the Trinity were expressly excluded from the benefit of the Act. Toleration was thus established in practice, though not in theory, for the persecuting statutes were still the law of the land, and toleration was only an exemption. So late as 1787, the Methodists were liable to the penalties of the Conventicle Act, and could gain no relief till they were not only licensed, but licensed as dissenters. As for the Roman Catholics, after the Revolution, connivance was the most they could expect, and this they generally got. Toleration such as William or Halifax would have given them was hardly a matter of practical politics. The Tories were against it to a man, and most of the Whigs too. Persecuting statutes were enacted later, especially after the Tory reaction of 1699 and Bolingbroke's plot of 1715, and though they soon fell into disuse, no great relief was given by law till 1778, and even then it led to the Gordon riots. After the Toleration Act, the Comprehension Bill. This bill, brought forward in 1689, relaxed the subscription to the articles, made the nocent ceremonies optional in most churches, and admitted Presbyterian ministers without reordination. The bishop was to lay his hands on them with the words, "Take thou authority to preach," in the Church of England. It ended by proposing to ask the king and queen for a commission to revise the liturgy. But now came difficulties. The mass of the clergy were Tories and high churchmen, and now that they had got over the panic of 1688, they were most unwilling to make any changes so as to let in dissenters. If Nottingham himself was for comprehension, he chiefly aimed at making the church strong enough to enforce the Test Act, which the dissenters largely evaded by the practice of occasional conformity. And this again raised difficulties on the other side. The veterans of 1662 might look back wistfully to the church from which they had been expelled, but a younger generation was growing up which preferred to remain outside. Better be content with toleration than become unwelcome guests of a hostile church. Moreover, there were many dissenters whom no comprehension could include, and every such person saw the danger to himself of Nottingham's policy. The greater the success of comprehension, the greater the danger for those not comprehended. Indeed, the men who raised the Sacavero riots 1710 and passed the Schism Act 1714 were quite capable of repealing the Toleration Act. Thus the Comprehension Bill was attacked on both sides, by the high churchmen who hated the idea, and by the dissenters who feared its success. And the Whigs were divided, one section of them wanting comprehension, the other preferring to relax the Test Act. However, an ecclesiastical commission was appointed which revised the liturgy. But Convocation refused even to discuss their labors, and proved so mutinous that it had to be prorogued. The Comprehension Bill was dropped. End of section 36.
Section 37 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5, The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andrew Mauls Byron. Chapter 12, Austria, Poland, and Turkey, by Richard Lodge, Part 1. The second half of the 17th century is perhaps the most critical period in the history of Austria, as it certainly is in the history of the great House of Habsburg, with whose fortunes those of Austria have for ages been inextricably intertwined. The Spanish monarchy, in the hands of the elder branch, was steadily sinking through impotence towards partition. Portugal had to be surrendered in 1668, and the feeble throne of Charles II was only preserved till the close of the century by constant cessions of territory to French greed and by the costly aid of European coalitions. The Austrian Habsburgs seemed to be threatened with a similar fate. Their dreams of a revived imperial control over Germany, which might have been realized if Ferdinand II could have been his own Wallenstein instead of having to employ so unmanageable an agent, were shattered by the victories of Gustavus Adolphus, by the disintegrating diplomacy of Richelieu, and in the end by the military strength of France. The Treaty of Westphalia not only transferred the Habsburg rights in Alsace to the Bourbons, but by securing to the princes of the empire the independent control of their foreign relations, it made Germany the loosest and most impotent of federations. Nothing held it together except the survival of a great tradition and a grandiose title, together with the more practical unifying force of the dread of Turkish aggression. This danger enabled Leopold I, the son and successor of Ferdinand III, to obtain his election to the imperial dignity in 1658, in spite of the intrigues of Mazarin. But, with the aid of French gold, the electors were induced to extort from the young emperor, in his capitulation, a pledge that he would abstain from sending assistance to Spain. And France gave added force to the pledge by joining in the same year the League of the Rhine, formed by those electors and princes whose territories would have to be traversed by troops on their way from Austria to the Netherlands. In face of the League of the Rhine and the continued danger of cooperation between France and Sweden, it was impossible to gain substantial power for the German monarchy. If the Austrian Habsburgs were to retain their position among the great dynasties of Europe, they must rely solely upon their personal dominions. These, however, were not to be compared in the matter of unity and cohesion with the territories of any other first-rate power. It is true that Bohemia, whose revolt had given occasion to the 30 Years' War, had been coerced into orthodoxy and sullen submission. It is also true that the fatal practice of subdivision, revived in the last century by Ferdinand I, was now abandoned, and that, on the extinction of the Tyrolese branch in 1665, the whole bundle of Habsburg territories was permanently combined under the personal rule of the head of the house. But these territories were held together by nothing more substantial than the recognition of a common ruler. Each province had its own estates, its own officials, and its own rule or custom of succession. Leopold I ruled in each by a separate title, and though he had absolute control of foreign relations, he was by no means possessed of equal authority in domestic matters. While Louis XIV could raise taxes at will, Leopold I could only augment an inadequate revenue by bargaining with the various estates. The Habsburg succession in Hungary and Bohemia had to be secured by carefully arranging for the recognition of the heir during his father's lifetime. And the provinces were not only independent units, many of them were divided by differences of race and religion. The greatest difficulties, now that Bohemia was subdued, presented themselves in Hungary. Since 1526, the Habsburgs had claimed to be kings of Hungary, but they had never governed more than a few of the western counties with their capital at Pressburg. Bode, Ofen, was the seat of a Turkish pasha who ruled some 7/10 of Hungary proper, and further east was the Principality of Transylvania, inhabited by Magyars, Saxons, and Romanians. Transylvania had been ruled by a voivode in dependence upon the Hungarian crown since the 11th century, until in the 16th, John Zapolya, after disputing that crown itself with Ferdinand I, succeeded in casting off all Hungarian control, and his successors, by playing off the Turks against the Habsburg dynasty, were able to maintain a stormy and aggressive independence. In the middle of the 17th century, it seemed that Transylvania would become hereditary in the House of Rákóczi, and Wallachia might for a time hold the balance between the crescent and the cross. The injury which this would have done to Austria was not merely political. The rulers of Transylvania, Bethlen Gábor, and the two George Rákóczis had allied themselves in the course of the 30 Years' War with the Protestant opponents of the House of Habsburg. Both Transylvania and Austrian Hungary contained a large and restless Protestant element, which resisted all efforts at proselytism as vigorously as the national spirit of the Magyars resented the Habsburg attempts to subject them to German domination. The presence of German troops upon Hungarian soil provoked bitter resentment, even when they came to defend the country against foreign invasion, while it was an equally grievous wrong to ask Hungarian soldiers to serve beyond the limits of their native land. And these mutinous subjects were always ready to appeal to the Turk for assistance against their alien ruler. The Protestants, especially, preferred the tolerant government of the Pasha of Buda to the bigotry and persecution of the Jesuit-ridden court of Vienna. In spite of all her difficulties, external and internal, Austria, unlike Spain, emerged from the critical half-century not only with undivided dominions, but on the whole with increased strength and prestige. In the series of coalitions which first checked and then foiled the ambitious designs of Louis XIV, the Austrian ruler played a part hardly second to that of William III of Orange. But for the momentous decision of Leopold I to come to the assistance of the sorely pressed Dutch in 1673, the French king, with the interested connivance of the degenerate Stuarts, and with the help of Turenne, Condé, and Luxembourg, must have firmly founded his supremacy in Western Europe. Without Austria and Prince Eugene, no league could have formed strong enough to prevent the retention by Philip of Anjou of the whole dominions of Spain. The western policy of Austria in this period, though checkered by reverses and leading to some bitter disappointments, is in itself no discreditable part of Austrian history. And any apparent discredit is removed when it is remembered that, all the time, the Habsburgs were fighting a double battle against domestic disaffection and Turkish aggression. Moreover, from this eastern struggle, of which only one salient episode, the relief of Vienna in 1683, has succeeded in fixing the attention of Western Europe, Austria emerged victorious. By the end of the century, Transylvania had been reunited to the Hungarian crown. The Turks had been driven from almost the whole of Hungary, and that kingdom which had been permanently subjected to the House of Habsburg. It is this eastern side of Austrian history which is the subject of the present chapter. The interest and importance of the events narrated in it may appear slight to the Western reader, and the policy of Austria may often be blamed as vacillating, short-sighted, and oppressive. But how different would have been the history of the 18th and 19th centuries if Austria had fallen from her rank among the foremost powers of Europe! The ruler whose long reign witnessed some of the most critical moments in the fortunes of Austria was singularly unfitted by nature and training to guide the state through troubled times. Leopold I, the little emperor in red stockings, was the second son of Ferdinand III and the Infanta Maria Ana of Spain. He was originally brought up for the church until the death from smallpox in 1654 of his elder brother made him the heir to the Austrian dominions. He never lost the impress of his early education and never freed himself from the control of the Jesuits, whose power was even more unrestricted during his reign than in those of his father and grandfather. In private life, Leopold was irreproachable. He was chaste, pious, a lover of justice and honesty. The time which he could spare from the labors of state and from punctilious attendance at religious services was devoted to the chase, to music, and to the collection of rare books and curios. As compared with contemporary sovereigns, like Louis XIV of France and Charles II of England, he was a model of virtue, and the Jesuits were never tired of extolling the merits of their august pupil. But Machiavelli declared that a perfectly good prince must be ruined among so many who are evil, and a less cynical observer must admit that a ruler needs other qualities than the virtues which adorn a private station. With these qualities, Leopold was inadequately endowed. He did not shirk the labor of audiences or of signing public documents, but he had little insight or initiative, an imperfect knowledge of men or power, of choosing fitting instruments, and no consistency of purpose except what was inspired by his religious counselors. Nor were his defects counterbalanced by the help of ministers of exceptional ability. Prince Wenceslaus von Lobkowitz, the only member of the Emperor's council who rose above mediocrity, was opposed to the anti-French policy by which alone Austria could maintain either safety or dignity. The eminent generals whose victories saved Austria from annihilation, Montecuculi, Charles of Lorraine, Louis of Baden, and Eugene of Savoy, were all of alien birth. The most invaluable service of all, the relief of Vienna, was rendered by a foreign king, John Sobieski. Yet, in spite of the bigotry and the childish pedantry which sometimes exposed Leopold to a deserved contempt, he had one quality which has often redeemed the rule of a feeble prince: a sublime confidence in the justice of his cause, and a belief which never wavered in the fortunes of his dynasty and his church. The clue to the difficulties and dangers of Leopold I in the East, and also to such success as he ultimately achieved, is to be found in his relations with the Ottoman Turks. Throughout the 16th century, the Austrian dominions had been the most substantial barrier between Central Europe and the threatened advance of Turkish power, and this had done more than anything else to secure the election of successive Habsburgs to the imperial throne. Fortunately for Europe, the unique opportunity offered by the 30 Years' War had been lost by the Turks, in consequence of the internal decline of their state. Since the death of Suleiman the Magnificent in 1566, the iron discipline which held together the Turkish forces had been sensibly relaxed. Degenerate sultans ceased to lead their armies into the field, passed their lives in the enervating atmosphere of the harem, and became the puppets of female intrigue. The constitution of the once invincible army gradually underwent a momentous change. The janissaries and sipahis, originally celibate, were allowed to marry, and speedily began to demand admission to the corps as a right for their sons. The tribute of Christian children, upon which the military and civil administration had so long rested, ceased to be exacted with regularity, and in the course of the 17th century became obsolete. The need for it disappeared when the supply of Orthodox recruits was more than sufficient to fill the ranks, and the Christian subjects of the Porte were more valuable as cultivators and taxpayers than as breeders of soldiers. A hereditary fighting force was more interested in struggling for pay and privilege than in keeping up its own efficiency, and as the numbers of the regular troops increased, they grew more formidable to their own government than to its enemies. Meanwhile, the civil administration became equally unsatisfactory. Favoritism and corruption, the twin cankers of Oriental rule, determined the choice of the highest officers in the state. The pashas in the various provinces thought more of enriching themselves than of serving their master, and the subject peoples began to resent unlicensed oppression. The evils which had undermined the Empire of Rome seemed to be reproduced in the dominions of the Sultan. For nearly 80 years the Turkish power ceased to expand. The frontier in Hungary fluctuated till the Treaty of Sitva-Torok in 1606, after which it remained without important change until 1663. In maritime enterprise, which had been forced upon the Turks, as formerly upon the Romans, against their habits and prepossessions, the decline was even more marked than on the mainland. The Battle of Lepanto, fruitless as it was in many ways, had shown the vulnerable point of Turkish domination. In the 17th century, the Christian sailors of the Mediterranean began not merely to hold their own, but to venture on reprisals for past injuries. It was these insults which roused the Turks to enter upon the first war of conquest which they had undertaken since the reduction of Cyprus. The Knights of Malta had been the most daring aggressors, but with characteristic prudence the Porte sought a more vulnerable and a more remunerative victim in the Republic of Venice. In 1645, in the time of Ibrahim, an ambitious but incompetent sultan, a Turkish fleet escorted a considerable army to the island of Crete. The harbor of Canea was speedily taken, and in 1648 the Turks began the long and famous siege of Candia. The defense was obstinately maintained for 20 years, and in this protracted war, the Venetians showed some of their old maritime skill and daring. Not only did they succeed in frequently interrupting the Turkish communications with the island, but they won victories in naval encounters and even recovered for a time the islands of Lemnos and Tenedos. They were aided and encouraged by anarchy and revolutions in the Turkish capital, which, in a more civilized and coherent state, would have put an end to foreign war. Ibrahim was deposed in 1648 in favor of his son Mohammed IV, a boy of 7, and was soon afterwards murdered. The Turks were unaccustomed to minorities, and during the early years of the new reign, power was obstinately disputed between the mother and grandmother of the young sultan. At last, the younger sultana rid herself by assassination of her rival, and in 1656 gave the office of vizier to an Albanian septuagenarian, Mohammed Kiyuprili, the founder of a ministerial dynasty which for 40 years made the Turks once more an object of dread to Europe. In spite of his advanced years, Kiyuprili displayed equal energy and ability. By ruthless severity, he crushed disaffection and disorder, restored discipline in the army, and deprived the provincial governors of the independence which they had so grossly misused. At the same time, he determined to prosecute the war in Crete and to restore Turkish supremacy in Hungary. The Turkish army was no longer as efficient as in the days of the great sultans, and in the interval the forces of the great states of Europe had been enormously improved. But the Turks were still a formidable fighting force, and in the organization of their commissariat, and of all the auxiliary departments of military administration, they were superior to any nation except the French. The revival of Turkey, which was contemporaneous with the accession of Leopold I, constituted a danger of the first magnitude to Austria, and also to 2 other eastern states, Russia and Poland, which, in spite of mutual rivalry, were forced by common defensive interests into cooperation with Austria. Russia, under the House of Romanov, had recovered unity after the internal disturbances at the beginning of the 17th century, and in the reign of Alexis, 1645-76, was beginning to feel her way towards a place among European powers. Her progress westwards was barred by Sweden and Poland, and southwards by the Tartar tribes of the Crimea and the Kuban, which had been under vassalage to Turkey since the 15th century. But, though Russian aggrandizement was destined to be ultimately ruinous to Poland, her most immediate enemies were Sweden, which blocked the way to the Baltic, and Turkey, which stood between Russia and the Black Sea. And both Sweden and Turkey were the enemies of Austria. Poland was in a somewhat similar position as regards external relations, though her domestic government was wholly different. For centuries, Poland had been the foremost Slav state in Europe, but she had begun to decline since 1572, when, on the extinction of the male line of Jagiello, she had made her monarchy elective, and adopted a constitution which transformed the kingdom into an oligarchical republic. Geography made Poland the enemy of Turkey. The history of the state had involved it in a prolonged and bitter quarrel with Sweden. In 1587, the Poles had elected as king the Roman Catholic Sigismund Vasa, whose mother was a Jagiello princess, and who, in 1592, inherited the Swedish throne. His advent in Sweden was followed by the revolt of that country under a younger and Protestant branch of the House of Vasa, and in the resultant war Poland had been stripped of her provinces on the eastern Baltic. This war was, as has been related in a previous volume, renewed in 1656, when the bellicose Charles X attacked John Casimir of Poland, who had refused to recognize the former's accession to the Swedish throne. One of the last acts of Ferdinand III was to conclude a treaty for the defense of Poland against the dreaded power of Sweden. Leopold I inherited this alliance and did not hesitate to fulfill its obligations. The Tsar of Russia, though he was actually quarreling with John Casimir over the Ukraine, was equally ready to oppose the Swedes. Charles X, who might have called in the Turks to help him against this coalition, appealed to a more congenial, though weaker ally, the Prince of Transylvania. George Rákóczi II, who had succeeded his father in 1648, found his mountainous principality, over which both Turkish Sultan and Hungarian King claimed the suzerainty, by no means adequate to his ambition. He accepted the overtures of Sweden in the hope that, like his predecessor Stephen Báthory, he might find his way to the Polish throne. But Charles X was recalled by the news that the Danes, the inveterate enemies of Sweden, had attacked his peninsular kingdom. In his absence, the combination of Poles, Russians, and Austrian troops under Montecuculi made short work of Rákóczi, who was driven back to Transylvania. Charles X found consolation and revenge in the rapid reduction of Denmark. But, as has been related, his enemies were too many for him. After profiting by his enterprise to throw off Polish suzerainty over East Prussia, the great Elector of Brandenburg cooperated with Montecuculi, and the English and Dutch fleets threatened to carry the Allied forces into Zeeland and even into Sweden itself. Louis XIV had found it necessary to threaten a diversion in western Germany in favor of his ally when, at the critical moment, the death of Charles X brought about the pacification of the north by the treaties of Owlivia between Sweden and Poland, May 3, 1660, Copenhagen between Sweden and Denmark, June 5, 1660, and Cadiz between Sweden and Russia, June 21st, 1661. Meanwhile, Mohammed Cuprili had found in this war the pretext which he desired for intervention in Eastern Europe. He had no reason to support the integrity of Poland or to desire the victory of the Poles, but he was determined to restore Turkish control over Transylvania, and he had reason to suspect Rákóczi of tampering with the fidelity of the rulers of Wallachia and Moldavia. On the pretext that the invasion of Poland was a breach of Rákóczi's obligations as a vassal, he decreed his deposition and ordered the estates to choose a successor. They submissively chose Francis Rédei, but Rákóczi speedily deposed his feeble rival in the confident hope that the Turks would be too fully occupied in Crete to pay much attention to the affairs of a distant province. Cuprili met this defiance by leading an overwhelming army in 1658 to cooperate with the Pasha of Buda against Transylvania. The open country was laid waste, and the population sold into slavery. The towns only saved themselves from the same fate by payment of heavy contributions. The haughty vizier nominated Achatius Barksai, Prince of Transylvania, and forced the estates to acknowledge him. All pretense of free election was disregarded. The annual tribute was raised from 15,000 to 50,000 florins, and a large war indemnity was demanded. But Rákóczi obstinately continued the struggle against overwhelming force, and appealed to Leopold I as King of Hungary to send him assistance. The court at Vienna was watching with growing unease the treatment of Transylvania as a dependency of the Porte. But Leopold had no standing army. He was anxious to avoid a great Eastern war, and Rákóczi's recent action in Poland was not yet forgiven. All that Austria would do in 1658 was to offer diplomatic remonstrances, which the Porte treated with contempt. In spite of the return of John Kamienny, Rákóczi's lieutenant in the Polish War, who had been carried off into captivity by the Crimean Tartars, and in spite of assistance from the deposed hospodars of Wallachia and Moldavia, Rákóczi's cause was hopeless. In May 1660, he was mortally wounded in a heroic struggle against heavy odds, and a fortnight later he died at Grosswardein. In August, after an obstinate resistance, Grosswardein was forced to surrender to the Turks. but the Patriots were not yet reduced to despair. In January 1661, John Kemenyi was chosen Prince of Transylvania, and soon afterwards, Achatius Barksai, whose troubled reign was identified in the people's mind with humiliating submission to the oppressive invader, was put to death. Kemenyi renewed the appeal for help to Vienna, where, as a born Hungarian, he was more acceptable than Rákóczi had been. The appeal was supported by the Palatine and the chief nobles of Hungary, and Leopold could hardly refuse to help in the defense of his own kingdom, which was now threatened by the victorious Turks, though he was still desirous of avoiding any open declaration of war. In 1661, Montecuculi was sent into Hungary with the wholly inadequate force of 10,000 men, which were to be reinforced by Hungarian levies. This was a virtual recognition of Kemenyi, and the Turks replied by forcing the estates of Transylvania to accept another nominee of their own, Michael Apafi, the fifth holder of the perilous dignity within 3 years. Meanwhile, Montecuculi's campaign had produced little result. His original plan of diverting the Turks from Transylvania by an attack upon Buda was overruled from Vienna, and he was ordered to effect a junction with Kemenyi on the Theiss in Upper Hungary. Together they advanced into Transylvania as far as Klausenburg, Kolozsvár, but the population gave them a cold welcome. The Turks refused to fight a battle, and the army was seriously weakened by disease and privation. Montecuculi, a cautious and methodical general, determined to retreat towards his base. Leaving a garrison in Klausenburg and 2,000 men to act with Kemenyi, he returned to the valley of the Theiss. During the winter, Kemenyi nearly succeeded in surprising Apafi at Schesburg in the Saxon region, but he was detained by artful pretense of negotiation until the arrival of a Turkish relieving force, and in the encounter which followed he was slain, whether by the enemy or by treachery was never known. January 23, 1662. After the death of Kemenyi, hostilities languished for a year. Mohammed Kiuprili had died in November 1661, and the Sultan gave the vacant office to his son Ahmad Kiuprili, the ablest and most famous Turkish commander of the century. The success which had attended the father's severity enabled the son to rule with greater leniency, and for a time Europe hoped that the Porte under new guidance might abandon its aggressive policy. The Hungarians demanded the withdrawal of the German troops whom they had called to their assistance. The Protestants clamored for the redress of their grievances and resisted all proposals in the Diet for a reasoned plan of defense. The Austrian ministers were so irritated by what they considered gross ingratitude that they opened negotiations with the Turks, and the Vizier was only too glad to lull suspicions while he made preparations for a campaign on a grand scale which was intended to complete the conquest of Hungary and to carry the Crescent to the walls of Vienna. The result was a futile congress at Temesvar and a complete neglect of military preparations on the part of Austria. In 1663, the Turks threw off all concealment and commenced open war against the emperor. At Adrianople, Ahmad Kiuprili received the sacred standard from the hands of the Sultan, and in June he led an imposing army of over 120,000 men to Belgrade. In the face of such a force, it was hopeless to think of defending Transylvania. Klausenburg opened its gates to Apafi, whose authority remained undisputed till his death. Meanwhile, the Vizier had advanced from Belgrade to Buda, whence his army threw itself like a slow but irresistible flood upon western Hungary. The Austrian government was wholly unprepared for resistance. Leopold was ill with smallpox, and all that the ministers could do was to send Montecuculi with some 6,000 troops to play the crossed in face of the overwhelming enemy. Fortunately, the Turks, in spite of their strength, were delayed by the necessity of capturing the various fortresses which defended the course of the Danube and its tributaries. One of these, Ursek Uyvar, offered an invaluable resistance, and it was not till September 25th that the garrison surrendered with the honours of war. Montecuculi, too weak to attempt the relief of Neuhäusel, sought to cover Pressburg and the eastern frontier of Austria by throwing himself into the long island of Schutt, formed by two channels of the Danube, where he was joined by the tardy levies of Hungarian militia and by the warlike Ban of Croatia, Niklas Zrinyi, whose dashing guerrilla tactics were lauded by fiery patriots, in contrast to the methodical procedure of the commander-in-chief. The strength of Montecuculi's position was never seriously tested, as Keuprili contented himself with the capture of Neuhäusel, and retired into winter quarters to prepare for a more energetic advance in the following year. The news that, after the interval of a century, a Turkish army comparable to that of Soliman the Magnificent was advancing westwards under a young and capable leader made a profound impression in Europe, and woke some faint echo of the old crusading ardor. Hungarian malcontents rallied to the House of Habsburg when they found their homes desolated by the Tartar bands whose predatory instincts were imperfectly restrained by the discipline enforced among the regular troops of Turkey. The sluggish Diet at Ratisbon, to which Leopold appealed in person, voted a levy of money and troops from the empire. Even Louis XIV, abandoning the selfish alliance with the Turks which his predecessors had maintained, and not unwilling to pose as the disinterested protector of a rival state, sent 4,000 men under General Jean de Coligny to serve with Montecuculi. The prospect of external assistance encouraged the Austrian troops to begin the campaign instead of waiting to be attacked. The cavalry under Such defeated and harassed the outlying forces on the right wing of the Turks, and even recovered some of the forts which had been taken in the previous year. Keuprili was slow to commence his march, and his delay enabled the French and German auxiliaries to effect their junction with the main army. When the Turks advanced, it was seen that they kept to the southern side of the Danube, and that they were diverging from the main valley towards Styria in order to turn the defences of Pressburg. Montecuculi waited for them behind the Raab. As the Turks marched southwestwards along the right bank of the river, the Christians kept pace with them on the other side. At last, under the convent of St. Gotthard, Keuprili found a convenient angle of the river at which the passage of troops could be protected by artillery placed at the two corners of the arc. Here he determined to brush away the one serious obstacle to his advance. A victory would give him unimpeded entry into the main Austrian dominions, and already the imperial court was preparing to abandon Vienna for greater safety in Linz. On August 1st, large bodies of Janissaries were thrown across the Raab and began to fortify a position on the left bank. Montecuculi, unable to dispute the actual passage, drew up his army in 3 divisions. The centre was formed by the troops of the Imperial Diet. The French were on the left wing, and the Austrians and Hungarians were on the right. Their great advantage was that the Turks could only cross in detachments, and were therefore unable to make full use of their superior numbers. But the first onslaught of the infidels, delivered with the confidence begotten of past victories, broke the ill-organized Germans in the centre and produced serious disorder. The Austrian right wing, however, taking the advancing Turks on the flank, gave the Germans time to rally, and the impetuous onslaught of the French completed the rout of the Janissaries, who refused quarter and were cut to pieces. Meanwhile, Turkish reinforcements had crossed the Raab in the rear, and against them Montecuculi hurled his united forces. After an obstinate conflict, the Turks were utterly broken and driven back into the river. Most of the cannon on the right bank were captured, and the projected invasion of Austria had, perforce, to be abandoned. The Battle of Saint-Gothard is of supreme importance in the light of future events, because it gave the first proof that the Turks had lost their military superiority. Their courage and their obstinate fighting power were as indisputable as ever, but their arms and their tactics were those of the time of Soliman, and they had made no progress in the art of war. On the other hand, the Christian troops had profited by the lessons and experience of the 30 Years' War. In artillery, in cavalry, and above all in the use of the pike, the supreme infantry weapon of that day, they were the masters of their opponents. The great achievement of Montecuculi foreshadowed the later victories of Charles of Lorraine and Prince Eugene. But while Europe was exulting at the disappearance of a great danger, it was astounded to learn that the victor had made a hasty and not very creditable peace. Montecuculi's army was too exhausted and too ill-united to attempt the arduous task of driving the Turks out of Hungary, and there were ministers in Vienna who held that the continuance of the Turkish peril served a useful purpose in making Hungary dependent upon Austria. By the Treaty of Vasvar, signed on August 10th, a truce for 20 years was arranged between Austria and the Turks. Apafi was recognized as Prince of Transylvania. The free election of his successor was guaranteed, and the principality was to be evacuated both by Turkish and Austrian troops, but the Sultan's suzerainty over it was maintained. The Turks kept their most important conquests, Großwardein and Neuhäusel, but in compensation for the latter, the emperor was allowed to build a new fortress on the Waag. Finally, a sum of 200,000 florins was to be given to the port. The Austrians called it a gift, but it was easy to regard it in Constantinople as a tribute. Ahmad Kouprili, in spite of his defeat, was able to return with the credit of one who had enlarged the bounds of Turkish rule, and he set himself to maintain and enhance his reputation by bringing the long war of Candia to an end. In 1666, he took the command in person, and against his iron determination, the heroic efforts of the great Venetian general, Francesco Morosini, and of the volunteers who flocked from all countries to the service of the Republic, proved unavailing. In September 1669, the defenders of Candia capitulated, and the whole island of Crete, with the exception of the coast fortresses of Suda, Spinalonga, and Carabusa, passed from Venetian to Turkish rule. The natives had shown little courage or loyalty during the war, and a large number of them hastened to curry favor with their conquerors by adopting the Mohammedan religion. End of section 37.
Section number 38 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5, The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 12. Austria, Poland, and Turkey by Richard Lodge, Part 2. While the Turks were restoring and strengthening their ascendancy in the Mediterranean, the Austrian government had three difficult questions to deal with. The War of Devolution, provoked by the preposterous claims of Louis XIV in the Netherlands, led to the earliest proposals of a European coalition to check the ambition of France. Of such a coalition, Leopold I, who had just married the Infanta Margaret, the presumptive heiress of her brother Charles II, was the natural leader, and its most energetic advocate was the Austrian ambassador, Francis de Lesola, who was the first to formulate that policy of vigorous opposition to Louis XIV which was afterwards pursued by his master and by William of Orange. But at this time the Austrian ministers, the Princes von Augsburg and Lebkowitz, were dominated by the French envoy Bretel de Grémonville. Not only did Leopold remain neutral in the Netherlands War, but on January 19, 1668, he was induced by his love of peace to conclude a secret treaty with France for the eventual partition of the Spanish inheritance. By this, he virtually admitted the force of Louis XIV's contention that his wife's renunciation of her claims was invalid. As against this weakness of Austrian policy in the West, must be set a strenuous struggle to oppose the dangerous growth of French influence in Poland. John Casimir, the last of the Vasa kings, had in 1648 renounced his orders to succeed his brother on the Polish throne and to marry his widowed sister-in-law, Mary de Gonzaga, daughter of the Duke of Nevers. On his death, the right of election would be freed from any strong dynastic claims, and the prize of the Polish crown would be thrown open to unlimited competition. The reign of John Casimir was a time of unrest. Poland was saved by its allies from the attack of Charles X of Sweden, but the Peace of Owlivia was followed by a renewal of the long struggle with Russia for the hazardous right of ruling the turbulent Cossacks of the Ukraine. During the Swedish War, Poland had relied upon the emperor's help, and Austrian influence had been so predominant at Warsaw that schemes were entertained for adding the great Slav kingdom to the possessions of the House of Habsburg. But since 1660, the influence of the Queen had been actively exerted on the side of France, and a strong party was formed to support the candidature of a French prince as John Casimir's successor. In 1663, Mary brought about a marriage between her favorite niece, Anne of Bavaria, and the Duke Enghien, son of the Great Condé. A strenuous effort was now made to induce the Poles to elect either Enghien or his father during the lifetime of the reigning king. As soon as this should be done, John Casimir pledged himself to abdicate and to retire to a more congenial life in France, where rich benefices were allotted for his maintenance. The intrigue was so openly carried on that it was not difficult for Austrian diplomacy to excite ill feeling in Poland against the attempt to interfere with freedom of election by allowing a reigning king to dictate the choice of his successor. An opposition party was formed under Lubomirski, the Grand Hetman, or commander-in-chief of the Polish forces. The court attempted to put down this opposition by force. Lubomirski's command was transferred to John Sobieski, whose wife, Mary d'Arcaine, was a Frenchwoman, and who now becomes identified with French interests in Poland. Civil war broke out, but John Casimir was as unable to defeat domestic enemies as he was to gain a triumph over foreign foes. In 1667 he lost his wife, and in the following year he insisted upon abdication. The election which followed was a wild scramble. The most prominent candidate was Philip William of Neuburg, who had married the sister of John Casimir. He had originally been supported by Austria in order to checkmate the dangerous pretensions of the Condé princes, but the War of Devolution had modified the situation. Louis XIV had set himself to isolate the Netherlands by preventing the entry of foreign troops to their assistance. With this aim, he had appealed to Philip William, the acknowledged owner since 1666 of the border duchies of Jülich and Berg, and to secure his aid, he had promised the official support of France to his candidature in Poland. Secretly, however, the French envoys were instructed to gain votes for Condé. On the other hand, Leopold's advocacy of Philip William was cooled by the agreement between the latter and France, and the influence of Austria was employed on behalf of Prince Charles Leopold of Lorraine, the nephew of the reigning Duke Charles III, and the lifelong enemy of France. But in the end, the foreign intrigues served only to counterbalance each other, and on June 19, 1669, the choice of the Diet fell upon a Lithuanian, Piast, descendant of the ancient royal house of Poland, Mikhail Korybut Wisniewicki, who had neither wealth nor ability to excite the jealousy of his compeers, and who accepted the crown with tears of genuine reluctance. The election was a bitter disappointment to Louis XIV, who had been led by his agents to anticipate Condé's success, and the defeat of France was emphasized in the following year, when the new king was married to the emperor's sister, Eleonora Maria. Alike in his relations with France and with Poland, the emperor was constantly hampered by the continuance of dangerous discontent in Hungary. Any gratitude which might have been felt for the great service rendered at St. Gothard was obliterated by the hasty conclusion of the Peace of Vassvar. The treaty itself was denounced, not only as a betrayal of Hungarian interests, but as a breach of the coronation oath, by which Leopold was pledged not to make peace or war without consulting the estates. The fortress of Leopoldstadt, erected on the Vosges in accordance with the treaty, was regarded as a new stronghold of Austrian oppression rather than as a barrier against the Turks. The old demand was raised for the removal of all German troops from Hungarian soil. A widespread suspicion prevailed that Hungary was to be deprived of its liberties and coerced into religious uniformity by the same methods which had been employed in Bohemia in the time of Ferdinand II. The most formidable malcontents were the nobles, who felt their privileges as well as the cause of national independence to be at stake. Neither their exemption from taxation nor their right to defend their interest with arms was likely to survive the establishment of a Habsburg despotism. Nicholas Zrínyi, the fiery champion and poet of the Hungarian nationality, had died on a boar hunt near Vienna soon after the Turkish War. His brother, Peter Zrínyi, succeeded as Ban of Croatia, and also to some share of Nicholas's influence and popularity. With him were associated his brother-in-law, Francis Frangipani, the descendant of a family which had come to Hungary with the Angevin kings in the 13th century. Francis Nasdazny, who had long enjoyed the special favor and confidence of Leopold, Stefan Tokolyi, a wealthy landowner in northern Hungary, the Styrian Count Tottenbach, and above all, the Palatine of Hungary, Francis Veselyenyi. In 1666, an important recruit was gained by the marriage of Zrínyi's beautiful daughter Helen to Francis Rakoski, the son of the former Prince George II of Transylvania, who inherited from his father a great name, and from his mother the immense wealth of the Bathory family. The wedding served, like many such ceremonies, to cover a conference of the great nobles, in which the growing conspiracy against Habsburg rule was extended and consolidated. A whole network of threads was woven between the chief conspirators and with the foreign states from which assistance was hoped or desired. Michael Apafi, as an interested enemy of the Habsburgs, was early in the confidence of the malcontents, and served as a medium of communication with the Turks. Overtures were also made to John Sobieski and the anti-Austrian party in Poland, and to certain of the German princes, especially those belonging to the League of the Rhine. But the most intimate relations were established with Grémonville, the restless envoy of France at Vienna, who was prepared, if necessary, to play a Hungarian rebellion as a card in his diplomatic game with the ministers of the imperial court. So vast and many-sided a plot, resembling in many ways the Jacobite organization in England in the early 18th century, could hardly have escaped detection if all the parties had been loyal and disinterested. Its disclosure became certain when a jealous rivalry grew up among the leaders, when personal ambition became stronger than devotion to a common cause, and when the failure to gain any assurance of foreign aid began to excite disappointment and alarm. Rival in the affections of the Transylvanians, Ahmad Kheopuruli would undertake no other enterprise until his work in Crete was completed. All prospect of help from Poland was removed by the election of Wisniewicki. The German princes had no love for Hungary, nor Hungary for them. Worst of all, Louis XIV, so long as he was negotiating with Leopold about a Spanish partition, and so long as there was a chance of this partition treaty being carried out, was compelled to disavow all the formal and informal promises of Grémonville. The death in March 1667 of Vescelenier, the most sincere patriot among the Confederates, was a serious blow to the cause. Zrínyi, giving the reins to his imagination, aimed at an independent principality in Croatia and Slavonia, if not at the crown of Hungary, while his son-in-law was to recover Transylvania for the House of Rákóczi. Nadasdy, a rival rather than a colleague, was chiefly anxious to assert his own claim to the office of Palatine. From one quarter and another, information came to Lobkowitz, who, in 1669, succeeded in supplanting Auersperg as chief minister. In 1670, when sufficient damnatory evidence had been collected, he struck hard and promptly. Troops were sent into Hungary to cope with any attempt at armed rebellion. The leading plotters were seized and brought to trial. The inquiry which followed was secret and was in all probability biased and unfair. But it is hardly possible to doubt the substantial justice of the sentences which were pronounced. On April 30th, 1661, Zrínyi, Frangipani, and Nadasdy were put to death. Tottenbach shared their fate in December. The fate of Francis Rákóczi was saved by the mediation of his mother, Sophia Bathory, who had the double merit of being wealthy and also a devout Roman Catholic. But he had to abandon all his ambitious designs and died in obscurity in 1676. Stefan Tokolyi died in 1670, while obstinately defending his castle against the imperial troops, but he bequeathed the championship of the Hungarian cause to his more famous son, Emmerich. On the suppression of the famous conspiracy of the Hungarian magnates followed a reign of terror, which has loaded the name of Lobkowitz with obloquy in Hungarian tradition. All the designs which had been attributed to the Austrian government were now put into practice. The nobles could only escape suspicion and trial by the most abject submission. The Protestants were punished for treason as well as for heresy. Their preachers were sent to the galleys, and their churches were either closed or handed over to the Catholics. The time-honored office of Palatine was suppressed, and Caspar von Impringen, High Master of the German Order, was sent with full powers as governor to Pressburg. The Jesuit advisers of Leopold believed that Hungary might be reduced by the methods which had proved successful in Bohemia. The Magyar, though inferior as a plotter, is, however, a more resolute rebel than the Slav. Possibly, if there had been no external difficulties, his obstinacy might have been overcome. But European affairs at this time underwent a momentous change. In 1673, Leopold, after more than ample provocation, broke loose from France and allied himself with Brandenburg for the defense of the United Provinces. It is true that, until the fall of Lobkowitz, in October 1674, there was still a curious reluctance at Vienna to make the breach with Louis XIV irreparable. The great elector was so disgusted that he forsook the coalition for a time, and Montecuculi resigned his command because, as he is represented to have said, he preferred to receive commands direct from Paris rather than roundabout by way of Vienna. But enough had been done to convince Louis XIV that the secret treaty of January 19, 1668, was waste paper, that the old quarrel with the Austrian Habsburgs was still to be fought out, and that he must make use of any weapons which lay to his hand. He was therefore willing and eager in 1674 to encourage those Hungarian rebels who were urged either by patriotism or by Protestant zeal to resist the oppressive and persecuting rule of Impringen. Ever since 1671, they had conducted a guerrilla war in northern Hungary against the imperial troops. Their nearest patron was Michael Apathy, whose right-hand man, Michael Telecki, became the commander of the rebel forces. As Louis XIV was too busied in the West to give direct assistance to the Hungarian rising, he set himself to bring about the intervention of Poland. There the rule of the unfortunate Mikhail Wisniewski had been hopeless from the first. The French faction treated his authority with contempt, and their opposition would probably have kindled a civil war but for the outbreak of a new struggle with the Turks. This conflict had its origin in the Ukraine, which in 1667 had been divided between Russia and Poland, the whole district on the left bank of the Dnieper being assigned to Russia, while the town of Kiev was to remain in her occupation for 2 years. The partition was a grievance to the turbulent Cossacks, who desired to recover their unity and who equally resented control from Warsaw or from Moscow. After 2 years of desultory warfare, the Cossack hetman Dorosenko appealed for aid to the Turks. Ahmad Kurapuli responded to the appeal in 1672 by once more leading an imposing army northwards. The Sultan was induced to accompany his troops on what was little more than a triumphant march. Kamaniak was carried by storm, Lemberg surrendered, and the whole of Podolia was at the mercy of the invaders. The timid King Michael became a suppliant for peace, and agreed by the Treaty of Bukacs, October 18, 1672, to cede Podolia, to acknowledge Turkish suzerainty over the Ukraine, and to pay an annual tribute of 220,000 ducats. Mohammed IV returned in triumph to Andrianople. But the elation of the Turks was premature. The haughty spirit of the Poles was roused by the news of the king's abject surrender. In response to the fiery appeals of Sobieski, the shameful treaty was repudiated. Kurapuli had to return northwards, where he threw a strong garrison into Kameniak and advanced to the siege of Coaxim. Under its walls he was attacked by Sobieski, and suffered a defeat hardly less signal and complete than that of St. Gothard, November 11, 1673. On the previous day, King Michael had died, and the throne of Poland was once more vacant. In spite of the perilous condition of the kingdom, there was no lack of foreign candidates. Among the princes discussed was James, Duke of York, who had just been deprived of an office in England by his notable refusal to comply with the provisions of the Test Act. But the most formidable competitors were those who could count on the support of either France or Austria. The emperor again favored Charles Leopold of Lorraine, whose prospective duchy had been in French occupation since 1670. To strengthen his candidature, Charles Leopold was eager to marry the widow of the late king. Philip William of Neuburg was still living, but on this occasion put forward his son, who could claim descent through his mother from King Sigismund III, and who was equally willing to marry the Dowager Queen. The French envoy was instructed to oppose at all costs the election of Charles of Lorraine, to give a sort of official support to the Neuburg prince, but to act with such prudent opportunism that whoever gained the crown should believe himself indebted for it to the support of France. As might have been anticipated, the choice of the Diet fell upon the vigorous champion of the nation's honor, John Sobieski, May 21, 1674. His accession was a triumph for Louis XIV, as that of his predecessor had been for the emperor. Sobieski was bound to France by early associations, by the influence of his wife, Mary d'Arcaine, and by his identification during recent years with the French party in Poland. Louis naturally sought to make the most of what might prove invaluable assistance in the East. He sent the Marquis of Bethune, who had married an elder sister of the new Queen of Poland, to carry his congratulations to Sobieski. And on June 11, 1675, a treaty of alliance was signed between France and Poland. The Polish king was to receive a subsidy of 200,000 crowns and French assistance in the design of restoring Polish suzerainty over East Prussia. In return, he was to allow recruiting in his dominions for the French service and to give a helping hand to the Hungarian rebels. Thus, Louis had it in his power to stir up formidable difficulties which would divert the forces of Austria and also those of the Elector of Brandenburg, who had rejoined the coalition against France. On May 27, 1677, Bethune signed a treaty with Apafi and his allies by which, in return for French subsidies and aid from Poland, an army of 15,000 men was to make war upon the emperor under the command of TedL. Between these two dates, great efforts were made by France to bring about peace between Poland and Turkey. So long as the war lasted, neither power could give effective assistance to Hungary, but its termination would enable France to bring either the Turks or the Poles into the field against the emperor. The task was a difficult one because Kyoprili refused to surrender any of the conquests of 1672, and Sobieski could only hope to make the crown hereditary in his family by freeing Polish soil from the infidel. In 1675, the Polish king won a second brilliant victory at Lemberg, but the Turk had the more lasting resources, and in 1676, Sobieski found himself hemmed in by superior numbers. In October, he agreed to the Treaty of Zrana, by which the Turks retained the greater part of Podolia with the town of Kamieniec, but recognized Polish suzerainty over western Ukraine. In spite of all this diplomatic activity, the Hungarian revolt gained little from foreign assistance, and exerted far less influence upon the Western war than had been anticipated at Versailles. Apafi found it necessary to regulate his actions in accordance with the will of the Porte, which was not yet prepared for an open rupture with Austria. Ahmad Kyoprili, who had extended the Empire of Turkey to its furthest bounds in Europe by the inclusion of Neuhasel in its Hungarian dominions and by the acquisition of Podolia and Crete, died a few days after the signing of the Treaty of Zrana. His successor, Kara Mustafa, had by his energy and strength of will gained the confidence of the two Kyoprilis and the favor of the Sultan. He had become son-in-law of Muhammad, and thus brother-in-law of Ahmad Kuprili. In all his actions he displayed that hatred and haughty contempt for the Gyors, which had been handed down from the days of Turkish triumph. Already, as Kaymakam, deputy of the vizier, he had persuaded Muhammad IV to express to the French minister his willingness to make war upon the emperor as soon as peace was made with Poland. This momentous decision was formally approved by the French Council of State, and the conclusion of the Treaty of Zrana was welcomed with enthusiasm at Versailles. But though Kara Mustafa never abandoned his design, he was compelled to postpone its execution. The Cossack hetman Dorosenko, profoundly disappointed by the Treaty of Zrana, appealed to the Tsar for assistance against his recent allies. In 1677, the Turks found themselves involved in a war with Russia, the one Christian power for which they entertained a vague but real respect. So long as this war continued, it was hopeless for France or any other power to expect Turkish intervention. Apafi found it advisable to restrain his enthusiasm for the Hungarian rebels. In 1678, his representative TedL withdrew of his own accord from the command of the insurgent forces and adroitly suggested as his successor Emmerich Tokolyi, who was betrothed to his daughter. The new Hungarian leader possessed all the personal qualities which gain affection and loyalty, and his name still holds a high place in the traditions of his countrymen. But, in spite of his fiery courage, his persuasive eloquence, his constancy in misfortune, and the dramatic vicissitudes of his career, it is clear that the hatred of Austria which he inherited from his father was stronger than his devotion to the real interests of his country, and that his action on more than one momentous occasion was determined by personal ambition. It was of evil omen that he celebrated his acceptance of the national leadership by the issue of coins which had on their reverse the legend Cocolie Princeps Partiam Hungariae Dominus, and on their obverse Ludovicus XIV Galliae Rex Protector Hungariae. The disappointment caused in France by the failure of the Turks to take up arms against Austria was neither so bitter nor so lasting as the resentment excited by the defection of Poland. Both personal and political motives combined to bring this about. The grasping Mairi d'Arcaine complained that the pension given her as queen was no larger than that which she had received as the wife of the Grand Hetman, and demanded the elevation of her father, a dissipated elderly nobleman, from the rank of Marquis to that of Duke and Peer of France. Louis XIV refused to grant this impudent request, and excused his apparent parsimony by recalling the large sums which he had expended in the Polish election. Sobieski himself, while as a doting husband he supported his wife's demands, felt that Louis had, for his own reasons, urged him into the Treaty of Zerwana, though he could have extorted better terms if he had waited for Russian assistance. Besides, Poland was overwhelmingly Roman Catholic, and its clergy, as well as the Pope, opposed the giving of aid to the Hungarian Protestants. In truth, had Sobieski followed the dictates of France, he must have incurred the hostility of his subjects. Although he received the crown on less onerous terms than his predecessor, he was only the first magistrate of a republic. Thus, in spite of the efforts of Bethune, the Polish king drifted further from France and nearer to the emperor, who held out a prospect of his daughter's hand being given to Sobieski's son, and of the king's father-in-law becoming a prince of the empire and being endowed with lands in Silesia. In 1677, Sobieski pledged himself to give no aid to Leopold's rebellious subjects, and went so far as to prohibit the departure of troops which Bethune had recruited in Poland for aiding the Hungarians. In 1679, Leopold, after a good deal of hesitation, followed the example set by his allies, Holland and Spain, in making the Treaty of Nijmegen with France. His troops had, at the end of 1678, driven Tokolyi from his strongholds in Upper Hungary. He was secure from opposition on the part of either Poland or Turkey, and now that his hands were free in the west, it was naturally expected that he would complete the task of subjugating Hungary, which he had begun in 1670, and which had been interrupted in 1673 by his war with France. But the emperor, though slow and timid, was not without intelligence, and what his mind had once grasped was not readily forgotten. He had learned one lesson thoroughly since 1668. The dream that the peace of Europe could be assured by a friendship between Bourbon and Habsburg had proved wholly illusory. Leopold realized that the ambition of France could only be satisfied by the ruin of his own house, and that all other interests, even that of religion, must be subordinated to the supreme necessity of fighting his relentless enemy. He had learned yet another lesson also, but this less thoroughly. He was convinced, for the time at any rate, that his policy of harshness and persecution in Hungary had been ill-judged and unsuccessful, and he was prepared to try the alternative method of conciliation. He was further impelled in the same direction by the dictatorial measures of Louis XIV. The Chambers of Reunion, the ominous annexation of 1681 of Strasbourg and Casale, and the difficulty in inducing the states of Europe, or even of Germany, to take any active measures against the monstrous encroachments of France. Under these circumstances, it was eminently desirable to adopt any means of healing the open sore in Hungary, And so, in 1679, Leopold recalled Ampringen, whose rule was as distasteful to patriotic Catholics as to oppressed Protestants. In the next year, he concluded a truce with Tokolyi, which was later extended for 2 years. In 1681, he convened a diet at Oldenburg, at which very great concessions were offered. The office of governor was abolished, while that of palatine was restored and conferred upon the popular Paul Esterhazy. A complete amnesty was promised for past disloyalty, and even the Catholics consented to a decree that no Hungarian should henceforth be molested in the free exercise of his religion. A large number of towns and villages were named in which the erection of Protestant churches was allowed. The emperor was to observe his coronation oath with regard to the maintenance of foreign troops, and was to take the advice of a Hungarian council upon Hungarian affairs. Substantial as these concessions were, and extremely distasteful to the Catholic party, they failed to satisfy either the extreme Protestants or the extreme nationalists. Emmerich Tokolyi declined to attend the diet at Edinburgh, rejected its decrees as inadequate and insincere, and at the close of 1681 sent 3 envoys to Constantinople to offer to the Sultan the suzerainty over Hungary. His motives and their justification will always be open to dispute. From the Austrian point of view, he acted as the hireling of France and as an ambitious and unscrupulous rebel who was resolved at all costs to gain a principality for himself. From the opposite point of view, he was the resolute defender of political and religious liberty who refused to be deluded by the deceptive promises of an intolerant despot, promises which were only extorted by the fear of France and Turkey, and would be withdrawn as soon as that fear had disappeared. The truth probably lies between the two extremes, and the desire to avenge the deaths of his father's associate in 1671 may have weighed quite as much with Tokolyi as the love of liberty or personal ambition. The conduct of the imperial government in the year 1682 displayed equal short-sightedness and irresolution. In the previous year, the Turks had concluded the war with Russia by abandoning the Ukraine and leaving Kiev to be a Russian city. In January 1682, the envoys of Tokolyi received the definite assurance of Turkish support. Kara Mustafa never wavered in his intention of undertaking the direct attack upon Vienna which he had planned 6 years before. The very fact that the plan was opposed by rival aspirants to the Sultan's favor made him the more resolute to insist upon a policy which had become essential to the maintenance of his own ascendancy. But, in spite of warnings, Leopold and his ministers refused to believe in the imminence of danger from the east. They had decided at the end of 1681 to send Count Albert Caprera as a special envoy to demand the prolongation of the Truce of Vasvar, which would expire in 1684. Although their resident ambassador warned them that a special mission would be interpreted as a proof of fear and weakness, they had little doubt as to the acceptance of their demand. They continued the policy of conciliation in Hungary, and carried out complaisance so far as to give approval to a marriage between Tokolyi, who had repudiated his betrothal to Teleki's daughter, and Helen Zrínyi, the widow of Francis Rakoski. A representative of the emperor attended the wedding, which was celebrated on June 15, 1682, at the bride's castle at Montcax. By this marriage, Tokolyi strengthened his hold upon the patriotic party and brought under his control not only the greatest inheritance in Hungary, but also the person of his stepson, Francis Rakoski II, the heir to a great name and an inspiring tradition. In the summer, the confidence of the Austrian ministers received a rude shock. Caprera reported that the Turks evaded his demands by suggesting impossible conditions for the renewal of the treaty, and that, in his opinion, the vizier was resolved upon war. Tokolyi, once secure of his bride, who was 14 years his senior, concluded a treaty with the Pasha of Buda, raised the standard of revolt in the name of God and liberty, and overpowered the surprised garrisons in Upper Hungary. But blindness still prevailed in Vienna. In September, the truce with Toleration was renewed, leaving him in possession of his recent conquests, and the triumphant rebel was actually accepted as mediator to endeavor to bring about the prolongation of peace with the Turks. Under the influence of the Spanish ambassador, Marquis Borgomanero, more time was spent in discussing the measures for checking the distant aggressions of Louis XIV than in providing for the defense of Austria and its capital. Meanwhile, Kara Mustafa was deceiving Caprera by artfully spaced-out interviews, and was employing the time in making elaborate preparations for a campaign which might, so far as official intimations went, be directed against Austria or Poland or the Republic of Venice. It was not until December 21st that the mask was finally thrown aside. In a last interview, Caprera was informed that the Turks would not renew the treaty unless Leopoldstadt were razed. A number of towns near Neuhastel surrendered, and Tokolyi recognized as King of Upper Hungary under Turkish suzerainty. Such demands were equivalent to a declaration of war from a state which refused to respect the rules of international etiquette. In the spring of 1683, the nucleus of an enormous army was collected at Adrianople, and on March 31st, the Sultan and his vizier started on their eventful march. At Belgrade, Muhammad IV entrusted the sacred banner to Kara Mustafa, who now assumed the supreme command. As the army advanced, it received recruits from all the vassal provinces of Turkey, and by the time it reached Essek on the Drave, its numbers had swollen to over 250,000 men. Once convinced that Austria was again threatened with a Turkish invasion, the imperial ministers showed no lack of energy. Agents were sent to all Christian states to urge them to combine their efforts against the common foe. Although, as Louis XIV sneeringly remarked, crusades had gone out of fashion since the days of St. Louis, the response was not wholly discreditable to the fellow feeling which still feebly survived in Christendom. It is true that some states held selfishly aloof. Charles II of England was the pensioner of France, and had had quite enough of wars and of parliaments. William of Orange was powerless. Against the opposition of the Republican Party, to send aid to an ally whose overthrow would be as fatal to Holland as to Austria itself. Frederick William of Brandenburg was playing his own game, and it was not the correct move at the moment to support a prince who disputed his claims in Silesia, and who would not agree to help him to drive the Swedes from Pomerania. Spain was too anxiously watching France to be able to spare assistance even for her closest ally. But Innocent XI worthily discharged the duties of the first bishop of Western Christendom. He sent money to Austria, and fatherly exhortations to all the rulers who belonged to his communion. Venice eagerly promised help against its old oppressor. The sluggish Germanic Diet voted money, and among the princes who promised to lead their troops to the defense of their suzerain were Maximilian Emanuel of Bavaria, Leopold's prospective son-in-law, John George of Saxony, and the young George Louis of Brunswick-Luneburg, afterwards King George I of Great Britain, 4 of whose brothers likewise served against the Turks. But the nearest and most invaluable ally was the most experienced and successful of living combatants against the Turk, the King of Poland. On March 31st, 1683, John Sobieski signed the momentous treaty by which he undertook to furnish a force of 40,000 men. The French envoy, Vitry, resorted to the tactics which Louis XIV had prescribed as the only safeguard if Poland were alienated from France, and tried to stir up opposition in the Diet. But he had to deal with a king who knew all the methods of French diplomacy in the past. His letters were discovered, and he was dismissed with contumely from Warsaw. Louis had to pay a heavy penalty for his creditable refusal to bestow unmerited rank upon the Marquis d'Arcagne. For, after all, the French king was as keenly interested in the Turkish invasion as the emperor himself. Not that, as some thought, he had brought it about. Constantinople was the only European court at which his influence counted for nothing. The most haughty and imperious of rulers in insisting upon the privileges of his representatives, he could not protect his envoys from contemptuous treatment, and even from imprisonment at the hands of the Turks. But he had known of Kara Mustafa's design in 1676, had welcomed the Turkish peace with Russia as enabling the vizier to put it into execution, had planned his aggressive reunions in the confident hope that his foremost opponent would be paralyzed by the task of defending his own country. Louis XIV would never have admitted that he was a traitor to the Christian cause. The Turk, according to Louis's purpose, was to be a tool and not a master. As soon as he had swept the Habsburgs out of the way and advanced with his hordes to the upper Danube, Germany must appeal to the most Christian king, and Louis, as the victorious champion of the cross, would recover that imperial dignity which, according to the belief and teaching of French historians, had been wrongfully wrested from their kings as the heirs of Charlemagne. Crusades would have come into fashion again when they fitted in with the interests of France. The criminal blindness of the Austrian government had delayed the appeal for help so long that it nearly came too late. For some months, the Habsburg dominions had to provide their own defense. The veteran Montecuculi, who had so often urged the maintenance of a standing army as the one defense against the Turks, had died in 1681. His last service was to persuade his master to retain some 30,000 of the troops which had been raised in the recent war with France. These formed the nucleus of the imperial army which was placed under the command of Leopold's brother-in-law, Charles of Lorraine, which was joined by the youthful Eugene of Savoy, among other volunteers. For a moment the imperial general meditated aggression as the best method of defense and advanced to attack Neuhasel. But the risk of being cut off from the Austrian frontier was too great, and the Duke fell back to cover Vienna. On July 7th, the Emperor, with his wife and family, quitted his capital amidst the murmurs of his subjects to seek a safer refuge in Passau. Only at the last moment were measures taken to destroy the defenseless suburbs and to strengthen the neglected fortifications of the city. If Kara Mustafa had hurried his advance, he could hardly have failed to carry Vienna by storm. But he lost several precious days on the way, and it was not until July 17th that he completed the blockade of the city, which was to last for 2 anxious months. Charles of Lorraine had left a garrison of 13,000 regular troops, but had himself withdrawn with his main force, in order to harass the besiegers until the arrival of foreign aid should enable him to make a strenuous attempt to force the raising of the siege. End of section number 38.